What a lovely day!
Check. Check, check, check.
Check. 1, 2, check, check.
Hello.
Hello?
How's it going?
Charlie?
Need a little volume over here.
Need a little volume. You're here early.
Yeah, well, my wife made my dinner late and now it's put in front of me in front of this, so I'm eating my food now. I'll go on mute though.
Oh, go. What you got? Quickly.
Loaded fries.
Nice. Chili?
Now chicken.
Chicken, cheese.
Yeah, you got it.
All right,
Peppers.
fair enough. Go ahead. Knock it out.
Peppers, onions. Yum, yum, yum.
Yeah, knock it out, man. Catch you at the beginning. Evening.
Evening. Evening. Good evening to you all. Salutations, blessings, and expectations for a good trolling this evening.
For a good trolling today.
No, I'm trying to be good. I said to myself earlier, be a good boy, be positive. This is actually his hitting mainstream. Be positive. Don't just be mean.
Okay, fair enough.
Not saying I will be. I'm saying that's my initial approach.
Sorry. But you're talking about today.
Just to let you know, in Ball Busters, I'll go ahead and put this in Ball Busters. I was going to do this earlier. Of what Harrison Smith said, somebody sent me a little message on what Harrison Smith said. Let me copy this before the event. Let me see that if that'll paste in there. It should. Yeah. So in Ball Busters text chat, this is a message that Harrison Smith wrote before the show.
Can you read it?
Yeah, from Harrison Smith. It's hilarious the amount of unsolicited advice I'm getting for my upcoming flat Earth debate with Witsit. People flying in from all sides with charts and data and shit. I can tell you right now, there's nothing, literally nothing that I have not seen. I know everything.
Wow. And there's me being concerned that after a winner debating point with concise arguments that it's arrogant to say, yeah, I know more than you do based on the demonstration we just had. He's saying, based on lots of information being sent to me, I don't need any of it. I am, what's the word? Infallible? Is that the right word?
The Oracle.
Isn't it a fallacy of omnipotence?
I know everything.
Isn't it?
It's like I couldn't tie his shoes with a fleet of slobber nurses.
I was going to say omnipotent. I just didn't know if that was the right word. I thought that was directly related to God.
That's what he's claiming, isn't he? When he says, there's nothing anybody could bring. I've seen it all. I am omnipotent. I've seen it all.
Yeah.
Wow.
I figured I'd let you guys see that for right now because I'll show it probably before we start the video, but you wouldn't be able to see it, so I wanted you to see it. All right, listen, 1 minute before the show. I'll catch you guys on the other side.
It's,
That doesn't mean we can stop. We have to stop talking. It just means he's muted us, I think. Hey, Rayleigh. Hey, Plum. Anyone else in here? No, that's it.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning.
guys.
The good news, after 18 months of pissing around with computers and getting this nice new shiny computer that Patrick Gunnels bought me, the chips from the last 2 generations at the top of the stack are failing. So there's a big hoo-ha with Intel because they've pushed the chips too far and they're failing after 3 months. Can you believe that?
Ouch.
It's good news. How? Does that mean they get replaced?
They start dying. So I started to have a small niggle. I'm like, this is interesting. This was perfectly stable. What's going on? I haven't changed anything. okay, well, I'll fiddle with it and I'll make it work again. So I did. And then it happened again. I'm like, maybe I should do some digging and see if this is a common problem. So I did. It's nothing catastrophe. Like with the last
I
system, there was,
suppose we'll just start with the best damn intro in the business.
he can't hear us and we can't hear him. Just ignore him. So, where was I? What was I saying?
Well, the rambling old man interrupted.
Yeah, I know, he's got a show to run in. No respect for us in the background. So yeah, that's it. So I wrote to Intel and just said, look, here's the score. This is my problem. This is what I've done to correct it. I've had 2 years of hassle with computers. Please help me. We'll see if they do anything. But I contacted Intel directly and I sent an RMA request, basically. Like, hopefully they'll just give me another one. Who knows? Nothing like as bad as last time. Like, the system previously had an actual trace that was broken. So it was crashing in a catastrophic fashion. Whereas this time it's not. It's just like little bits of software will crash here and there, and there's weird things that happen, like my mouse will just disconnect for no reason. You're like, oh, what's going on? Just weird stuff. And all the things that I'm experiencing are all the things on the list of the people who are going, my chip's failing. I need to send this back. I want to return this. You're like, oh, God. Great.
We just start. Just starting, or did I miss it?
No, we're starting.
Say again?
Nice.
Still doing the intro.
Intro's halfway.
You're really quiet, Arwin. I can't hear you.
It's always the same.
That's better.
Yeah, because I'm eating my mic now.
Just before QE starts, right, when we get into the video...
Welcome to the show. Ballbusters Live, episode 120. Info Wars versus Boy Zero, Sky Grifter, Ether Cosmetologist. as usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Let's head on over to Discord to the distinguished MC of ceremony, Nathan Oakley.
Good evening. Please share the show if you've not done so already. Cosmetologist is Sam Tripoli, right? It's nothing to do with what we're covering today.
Nothing to do with what we're covering today, no.
So it is
Nice echo.
It's semi-linked because ether-loving person that we're covering today, Witsit, was interviewed on, I think it was Sam Tripoli, it could be someone else, but someone else basically put in their information box that Witsit was an ether cosmetologist. Now, obviously, it's just a misspelling of cosmologist, I assume he wanted to go for there, but instead he's given him the ascribed title of makeup scientist, which is in itself hilarious. But there we go.
Adam was the one that caught it because somebody sent it to me. It was AI that sent it to me, and he put a little smiley face and it pointed at it and started laughing, but the font and the print was so small, I didn't notice it on Discord, and then I posted it in Master B in Skype, and Adam caught it immediately. So instead of cosmetologist or cosmologist got me backwards. Cosmologist. Instead of that, it said cosmetologist. Yeah, that was perfect. Good catch, Adam.
I'm kind of looking forward to and slightly nervous about. Oh, sorry, that was addressed to Adam. Sorry.
I said thank you. It was. He does look very groomed, though. I would say. Look at Witsit in the show. He looks like he is a qualified cosmetologist. To be honest.
Did he get a haircut?
Yeah.
He got a haircut specifically for the show. Well shaved, well groomed. Got a breath mint.
Okay, right. So I'm slightly apprehensive, but also quite looking forward to covering what we're going to be covering today, which is the InfoWars debate. Now, a couple of you may have watched it already. Some of you may not be aware of it. I have not watched it yet. So what I did when I shared it was skip right to the middle and coincidentally landed on a bit where Witsit was saying, yeah, it's measured flat, but in a kind of half-hearted way. I described it as fading facts, like when you're saying something that you don't really believe. Anyway, that was all I've seen of it, other than I think it was Flat Earth Test trimmed out a section where he's babbling on about, let me think, toroids. He's got a load of magnetic fields as diagrams up on screen. So I saw a couple of minute clip. But other than that, I've not watched it, so I don't really know what's going to be presented today. What I do know is, of all of the debates that have happened in, say, the last 9 or 10 years, not a single one has generated more messages to me. That is to say, more people have contacted me about this specific debate to say, what an awful job, this man doesn't represent me. There were other complimentary ones that said it should have been you doing it. Not that that's necessarily relevant. But my point is, people have contacted me to say, this was a disgrace, this wasn't good enough. The standard was too low. He's pushing and punting his own garbage. He's not proving Earth's flat. I've had loads of them. Thank you, by the way, to all the people sending me messages in that regard. I'm not knocking you and saying I'm not moaning about the messages. I'm just saying that the sentiment around this debate is really low. And I'm intrigued to find out why.
That's disappointing to hear, because I think some of the previous comment I've said is, Witsit's a smart lad, he knows what he's doing, and where he lets himself down and us down, who, if he's speaking for any flat earth community, is when he punts his own garbage, takes it off track, and he weakens any anti-ball earth or flat earth argument in doing so. Seen a little bit, 30 seconds, and I've been good as well. I've not watched it, and I've not watched programs talking about it as well. I saw 30 seconds where I just skipped through, got to a random bit, and the same happened. And that's my fear, and the sad thing, because not like when Mark Sargent and guys got on this morning for a 10-minute segment. This was actually us properly hitting the big time in terms of people that are interested in what's going off with this. Hence, I think the amount of the InfoWars guys got in terms of pre-show kind of. It will be very sad if it's painted with ether.
Well, like I said before, and I sent this little message. I don't know whether it's a tweet or Instagram, whatever. Somebody sent this to me the other day, and I'd like to share it. This is what Harrison H. Smith, one of the principals in the debate.
Is this what we had just before the show started?
Yes.
Oh, this is great.
Yeah, so I posted it up. The YouTube folks can read it for themselves. I'll go ahead and read it. Harrison Smith, it's hilarious the amount of unsolicited advice I am getting for my upcoming Flat Earth debate with Witsit Gets It. People flying in from all sides and with charts and data and shit. I can tell you right now, there is literally nothing that I have not seen. I know everything. That is the first shot across the bow.
Yeah, the word we used to...
We're going to get right into this.
He's omnipotent.
It's already shared in Discord. I'll play the first few seconds and then, unless somebody's got something.
Yeah, well, I got two things. It was
Go ahead.
an appeal to omnipotence fallacy, and secondly, super chat.
Super fluid, super mustache.
I've also got a request.
Got Central Goat. Oh, that's a really big super chat, especially when you convert that to American money. You could almost buy a house. Looking forward to this. No swearing.
No
Thanks,
sweat.
Central Goat.
I can buy an arrow.
You could.
Hey, Central Goat. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much for the super
Right,
chat.
I got a request.
Go ahead.
So it's to you, and you're going to be finding it quite derogatory, but by the same token, I just think it'll benefit the show and the audience. Right, as you play through this video, resist the temptation to repeat and paraphrase the last sentence that they've said, because you have a tendency to do that.
What?
So you'll repeat the last few things that they've said, or paraphrase the last few words, and then maybe you'll respond to the paraphrasing and repeating of what they've just said with a slightly different tone in your voice. Maybe you won't. But I'm saying, if just for brevity, to keep it short, for consistency rather.
QE, just do what you always do.
Just do what I always do.
Oh,
Thanks.
shut up, Brian.
Appreciate that.
Get lost.
Shut up, Brian.
We'll be here all day,
All right.
right? I'll remind you of that, Brian. That's getting tucked into my top pocket. I'll tuck that in when we're here 4 hours from now. I'll remind Brian.
Yeah, I got you. I'm tracking. And I'm going at 78 speed. So you're going to have to be quick on the uptake. All right, especially when... go ahead.
I said to you earlier, I was going to try and be a good boy, not in terms of it's something that upsets me, it's going to bother me. Like I said, maybe going off track and punting our own religious ideas. And I'll interject there, but if it's literally a nuance of how you're presenting a point, I'm not going to interject before he's finished presenting the point. I think that would be good if we let him finish his point before we take it apart.
Okay. We're going to have to be quick, though. Like I said, it's going at 78 speed.
But with that in mind, if we let him do that, if you could just summarise the last words when you do interject, that would be helpful for me.
Hello,
I'll
can
just
I
stop.
say something?
Hold on. I'll just stop it when I feel the inclination. I may not say anything, but I'll stop it because I anticipate a remark. Go ahead, Arwen.
Hi, guys. Yeah, I watched about 45 minutes of it, and there was a lot of, typical baller assertions of, we have all the evidence and all that. And I thought that Witsit didn't really react all that much. It seemed like he wanted to keep the conversation amicable, and that was his main focus. His argumentation was not as good as it could have been, but you should we should be able to have a good review out of it.
All right, we ready?
Yo.
Give me a thought. I'll give it 5 seconds just to make sure the sound is good. Give me a go, and then I'll rewind, and then we're off. Here we go.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the American Journal. I'm your host, Harrison Smith.
You guys hear all that?
Yeah, is it 1.25?
Yep.
Is it 1.25 or 1.5?
It doesn't give me 1.25. It only gives
that's a
me
shame.
1.5.
That'll do. Yeah, it sounds fine.
It goes real fast. There's some spot. If I'm catching it that it's really, really too fast, then I'll go back and I'll slow it down. Okay. Good. Let me turn it up for myself because I couldn't hear it. That's
You do whatever you feel is best.
Oh, shut up.
Thanks, Brian.
The show then always works. Don't listen to
Appreciate
other
that.
people. Yeah.
I predict.
So you're telling me that
I predict Brian might descend into a Bev-like state in the near future. We'll see.
you're telling me to disregard what the MC, the distinguished Nathan Oakley, had advised me to do, Brian?
Yeah, because before you know it, you'll be doing what he's telling you to do on your show that you're running.
Yeah. Before I know it, right?
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough.
Yeah,
All
see,
right.
he likes to take things over.
He does.
Yeah.
Does he have control issues?
He does.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the American Journal. I'm your host, Harrison Smith. My guest and opponent today is Austin Witsit. He is a flat earther. He's our guest today who's going to be debating on behalf of flat earth theory. If you want to know more about Austin or flat earth theory, you can...
Flat Earth theory. Is that what you didn't want me to do, Nathan?
Yeah, pretty much. So category error. You know, we're not talking about theories. Theories come after experimentation. This is a category error.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there's going to be a lot of that, so get ready.
Yeah.
You can follow him on X at Witsit Gets It, or by going to witsitgetsit.com.
Well,
Austin Witsit,
I
thank you
thought
for
we
joining
were
us.
starting at like 20 minutes in, you said.
Yeah, I changed my mind. And I told Nathan about it the other day, and I.
It's all good.
Yeah, we're not.
We cleared it with Brian. It's okay.
Why doesn't this go down? Get out of there. Yeah, we're gonna start.
Right. That took a second to sink in, that one, Nathan. Sorry.
Yeah, we're gonna start from the beginning. I wanted to. I felt for people to get adequate flavor of it that we just might as well run it from the beginning. Okay, we good? There we go.
Yes, welcome to the show.
Absolutely, man. Thanks for having me on. How's it going, brother?
Pretty good. And so about a month ago, InfoWars Twitter account put out a question: who do you want to see Harrison Smith debate? And your name was by like far and away
Can
the
you
most
just
popular
pause it
response.
here? You know, if he's not a qualified cosmetologist, damn, he may have employed one because the boy looks good.
Thanks, Adam.
Why is that? Why is there this hunger for the flat Earth debate, but for you in particular? Do you think?
I think I've done pretty well in the debates, and typically the opponents are not all that worthy, humbly. They're just not typically as informed. So I think that, especially with InfoWars, there's a huge crossover, right? They just want to see the position accurately represented on kind of the big stage, if you were. So I think that's probably more what it is. I think a bunch of people think I'll accurately represent what we think.
Well,
So does everyone? So does everyone have
That's
that?
what pissed me off. That right
Yep.
there.
Yeah, I knew that would.
Genuinely, is that a mission statement? Because if it is, it's noble.
I was going to say, there's nothing wrong with that. That's perfectly noble. I agree with Adam. I don't have an issue with that. He seems nervous. He's rocking back and forth on his chair. He's just doing a little opening statement. If you took it really personally, Eli, I don't think there was anything deep to that. He's just saying, I hope you do a good job.
No, he said very specifically, though, Nathan, that people would expect that I represent them correctly, and a large group of people. It's like he's fully aware that what he's going to bring up is not representing us.
He's
No, I'm not gonna
representing
be-
his own crowd.
That's what sucks about it. Like as soon as he says that, I'm like, there's an expectation of, okay, so the audience will be walking away with how the Earth is measured flat. Like specifically how. So if someone tells them no, that's BS, they'll know where to go and what to say and why it's true. But no, that doesn't happen.
Damn.
What he
Listen to
feels and
Elijah.
What he
Did you,
makes as a mission statement aren't necessarily
listen,
commensurate.
listen to Elijah. Did you take some Adderall today? That was clear, concise, and to the point.
It's your show, not Nathan's.
He's not high. He's high on my show.
That's true. I'm sober, but anyway.
All right, fair enough. Let's roll.
And obviously there's
I'll just stop it right here. Is it too fast?
No, I think it's fine.
Okay, here we go.
been a lot of comments I've seen saying either this won't happen because InfoWars is controlled, or I don't know, all sorts of speculation about why InfoWars doesn't cover flat Earth theory. But let me just ask you, because we got a little...
Flat Earth theory again, obviously. That's what Nathan doesn't want me to do, but obviously this is not a theory. It's showing in spades where exactly Harrison H. Hitman is at.
All right, just warning
First
you,
5
he's going to
minutes
say
segment, and
that
then we
another 20 times in the next
Okay.
10 minutes. So
Okay.
I'll make
Does he
sure and
not
stop
work?
at each. I'll make sure and stop at each time and paraphrase it.
oh goody.
Does he not work for them?
But InfoWars.
Does he not?
Well, yeah. So with regards to why we've not covered it, surely he could say why. Well, certainly for him and his slot, he could say why he's not covered it before. Too hot to handle, or not interesting and nonsense. Not
It has come up on InfoWars before.
qualified.
So,
So need to present
just let
it
me-
as a.
Sorry to interject, Adam. It has come up on InfoWars before. It was just shut down. So shout out to Stephen Chess, who at the time was an InfoWars fan and an InfoWars customer. So he was buying InfoWars products. And he called into the show and was very careful in his phrasing to get into the airwaves of InfoWars Live by saying, I'm a really big fan of your show. He's talking directly to Alex Jones, named off a few of the products that he'd bought, and then said, are you aware that the Earth is flat? Or words to that effect, and he was immediately cut off. Immediately. And then decried as a crank caller after clearly stating that he was a fan of the show and a customer. So there you go. Just wanted to drop that in there.
I remember that. That's from the beginning.
That's
from the beginning they did that.
Right, Adam?
That's my point. He's presenting as if they've done nothing wrong. They're responding to public opinion as if a journalistic group that they are, they don't know about flat Earth. It just seems taking a victim position or misrepresenting it. They're the journalists. They should be covering it. They've had to cover it. And the issue is, actually, they've refused to cover it, and it's taken this long. That's the point of recognition in time for me where we are, which is why we're excited. For finally, other than things like what you've described, people coming on air and trying to truth bomb them, they're actually looking at it themselves.
Can we get on with this?
Sorry, I want to say something because I watch InfoWars regularly, so I've kind of kept track that calling in type of stuff. Yeah, at the beginning they would cut people off, they would like completely try to silence it. But over the last few years, they have actual people that work in their studio that are openly flat earthers. So they have basically come a long way in that sense, and they're now more willing to debate it. But Alex Jones himself and Harrison are just very against it, and they're basically just being super stubborn about it. But they entertain flat Earth much more and talk with callers that call in about it on the show live. I've seen it multiple times in the last year alone. So
well,
just
thanks for that.
You got it.
No, thanks for that because I didn't know that. I don't watch InfoWars, so that's some good background. Okay. So it's given that Harrison and Alex Jones himself have sort of not liked this flat Earth thing, but they have others in the background or on their team that are flat Earthers. That's very interesting.
Yes,
Okay, thanks.
like Greg Reese, for example, is kind of a flat earther, and another new guy, Chase, he is okay with it. But Harrison and Alex just are really allergic to it. So
so they bow their back to it. Okay. All right. Good background. Thank you. Here we go.
2 23, 25-minute segments to close out this hour. We're doing minimal commercial breaks here. We're on the radio, so we have to take some, but we're going to take them minimally. So in the first 5 minutes, I just wanted to introduce you and sort of talk about the idea and everything. How did you get into flat Earth in the first place?
Yeah, so similar to what a lot of people say. So you have the side that says InfoWars is controlled opposition. They won't talk about flat Earth. Then you have the side that says it's a CIA psyop used to distract people. I had a similar response. It's funny, actually. I heard about it through the rapper B.O.B.
Right.
So he was dropping.
I mean, I know that Host brought up that it was suggested that they're controlled opposition and wouldn't talk about it, but he was asked how he came to the subject, and he immediately reiterated that point that was already highlighted by the host. So I would say he's probably got the heckles up, is that the right term, of the Harrison guy already, just by repeating that. No need.
In the Elements mixtapes, and he was basically 100% on point with all the conspiracy theories he was mentioning in the mixtapes, right?
Mm-hmm.
I had researched all of them. Then he said the Earth was flat, and I was like, "Wow, bro, you just made me look ridiculous to everyone I was telling to listen to you, right?" And then, like similar to most people, I had the initial reaction of, "What does that even mean?" And then you start to just ask 1,000 questions of, "Well, how would this work on flat Earth? Well, how would that work? That doesn't even make sense to me." So then I just went to look up pictures of the Earth from space. I'm like, "This is going to be easy. I have millions of pictures," and that was not the case. This was 2015. And the last claimed picture to even be real at that time was 1972, the Apollo missions. And needless to say, I was already very skeptical of the Apollo mission. So immediately I thought, okay, well.
So in the edit, what they've done is they've taken a curved picture of the horizon and superimposed it over Witsit's declaration that he went up and looked at Earth from space, right? No declarations about the oxymoronic area that the photos would have come from yet, but we'll see if Witsit does better in the future. Meanwhile, over the top, they've edited in a picture of B.O.B.'s balloon or whatever it was that they put with a picture of a curved Earth. Well, that is their way of subtly letting the audience know. Can you mute Eli? subtly let the audience know that they're going to be asserting that the Earth curve edge horizon is a physical geometric obstruction at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. They've already showed their hand with that one little cutaway.
And like Elijah was saying, they're going to be doing that the whole time. They're going to overlay over what Witsit says the rebuttal or the opposite of it. They're going to do it the whole time.
Okay.
It's a poisoning of the well fallacy. So he's giving honest testimony, I think, similar to many people's. But whilst that's being there, let's just stick a few spacey things, confirmation bias in there. Huey, can I just ask one favour? Can you turn the volume of Witsit up a little bit? It's a bit out of sync with the room.
No.
Seemed fine to me.
Thank you very much.
I thought you said off.
You turn Witsit's microphone off.
No, I meant the video volume up. That was all. But
Right, let's crack on.
Please turn it up locally. I got it at max. Now, another issue I wanted to ask you, Nathan. I'm unfamiliar with this. I think it's Max World TV, and I'm getting a little bit antsy with InfoWars. I don't care about the copyright strike. If they demonetize me, I don't really care about that. But I do care if I get copyright strike. Do I have any concerns here?
This would be in Adam's territory more than I, because if they're particularly egregious, they might strike you, and I would definitely appeal it. We're definitely critiquing. We're definitely responding to it. This is definitely fair use. But whether or not they flag you and you have to go through a load of rings, jump through a load of hoops, rather, I don't know. If you do, it's Adam's going to be the one to. I normally just write these off if it does happen. We're just going to have to cross that bridge if we come across it, I'm afraid. But just try and keep. Don't go over a minute, is what I'd say. If you're going to, or maybe even 30 seconds, don't play the clip for more than 30 seconds. You should be okay.
Okay. Go ahead, Brian.
Use it to your advantage if it happens. Promote that InfoWars did that.
Okay. But I just got that feeling when I was doing this, especially going really fast. I'm going to stop it even when it doesn't even need stop. So we'll roll with that. All right, here we go.
There may be something here, right? Which there should be millions of real pictures. I should have live HD live streams of the Earth from space. So that's how it started. And then I kind of fell down the rabbit hole. And I think this is
a bad start. There should be thousands of pictures from a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum, should there, Witsit? No, there should not. No, there aren't any pictures at all, and there can't be any pictures because the place that are claimed to be taking the pictures from is a sky vacuum in violation of the law of nature. So what I want in 2024 is people to stop propping up the globe rhetoric. So when you suggest there should be an Earth curve in the way, there should be thousands of pictures from space. No, there shouldn't. I'm done.
Yeah, but he's probably speaking from his point of view in 2015, if you understand.
There's going to be a lot more of this. A lot.
Hold on. I'll take on board what Brian's just said. Right, yeah, okay. What you're saying is, within the tone and timbre of the discussion, he's illustrating where he was at the point he was asked about how he came to the subject. Right? Okay. Now, I can just take that as read from Brian, and you're right. That is contextually correct, and who am I to criticise? I'm a flat earther. Let's get down to brass tacks. I found out from whoever I found out from, and then get onto the brass tacks of proving Earth's flat with your first assertion, rather than propping up the globe claim in your discussion about how you came to the subject. That's my attitude.
Not fair. Not fair at all. If this is your opening minute, Nathan, how did you get here? You know what? Sometimes I try to reify the horizon with Rumpus. This is just a opening. How did I get here? It's just a little bit of testimony, which shouldn't be held for making the point. This is testimony of how he got here. I've got no critique to offer here other than, I think it sounds a bit like we all got here. We all looked for pictures of space. We all did this. And we would encourage those as the first steps, not necessarily to go straight to the fact that we measure it flat at this point.
Yeah, but we could have followed up with that, Adam.
Okay, No,
Go on,
he
Eli.
can't get that's
Hold on, Eli's
This is
hovering
just
off mute and causing a bit of Go on, Eli. You're forcing your way in by staying off mute.
Bars. I didn't. Okay, there's a hum in the background. I don't know where it's. All right, I'll be
that's
quick.
when you go.
You're gonna
Yeah.
be upset then, Nathan, because regardless, when he does try to do that, it's gonna get swatted away anyway. So,
Maybe. This is a difference in opinion, and I don't mind having a different opinion to Adam and everyone else on the panel in this regard. You can only go back and look
well,
at what
keep
I've
in
done when
mind.
I've debated people, and you can see that I'm straight down to brass tacks and proving what's what. But there we go.
Well, keep in mind, and maybe this is something to think about. Like, how can we maneuver these spaces, but do better? The thing is, on this platform, they've already decided that they're going to go with a specific debate structure. So that's not gonna fly. Like, okay, here's where it comes from, and also, by the way, let me just go ahead and validate everything that I just said. Nah, it's not gonna happen with this debate style.
Right.
This is media. You've got to paint a story. And like I say, this is the opening testimony where I was. And frankly, I'm just like you. Look, I'm the same. I think this is positive.
Okay. There we go.
Important part of it all as well. You'll instinctively just say, well, how would eclipses work? How does this work? How does that work? And if you can't find an answer, you think, oh, well, then it can't be flat. The actual way you have to go about it, and this is why all flat earthers exist, is they went to disprove flat Earth, and more so, they went to prove the globe. And then when you look for the actual, evidence that supports the claimed size of the globe, you've run into problems, right? And so if we falsify the globe, we don't really need to replace it, or it remains true. So that's pretty much my my really succinct journey through
pause.
this. Is I just went to look for evidence.
So again, I don't mind if I get shouted down for this, but where you have a different opinion in me, that's fine. Where you found out that there's a problem, we found out that there's a solution that proves Earth's flat. So when they come to claim that the Earth's a sphere, we show that their measurements that they used to claim it were flat. So our approach in this regard does definitely have an opening to work in the down to brass tacks approach that I've just described, and there it was. That's my opinion. Don't have to like it.
I agree. No, actually, because when I heard him say that, I was like, Nathan, here's the moment that he could actually attack it, and then he just decided to be super vague about it.
Yep.
Here we go.
Of the globe, I went and made observations myself. It just didn't stack up. Needless to say, like years later, it just gets worse and worse. And I can assure the audience, flat Earth is going nowhere because of the lack of evidence. So,
Flat Earth is going nowhere because of the lack of evidence. What?
What? How was
Maybe
that?
that was.
Hold on. Let it play a bit more, because there might be a bit more context to this. Play it again.
All right.
yeah, that's kind of my journey really quickly.
Yeah.
No, that's it.
No, that was contextualized. No, that was back to Adam's point. If we'd have heard that as one full piece, Adam's point that no, he's just contextualizing it back how he was in 2015. That was the sentiment, I think. So let's just give him a pass on this and move on.
Okay, fair enough. Nice echo. Is that coming through you, Nathan?
Probably, yeah, sorry. I forgot to mute.
Yeah, I think he's leaving it up to the audience to decide to understand what he's talking about. He's not explaining himself. Now, it could be nerves. Do you know what I mean? Because it's a big
But that's a
platform.
problem, because he's talking to the audience, not his audience, and that's what upsets me, is because if you're going to go on a platform like this, you're not talking to me, Nathan, or anybody else in the Discord. You are informing a new audience. You can't be vague on the very, 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 very fundamental details.
Exactly.
That wasn't vague. That was just an outright misspeak.
And
So-
that's the only critique I would offer. And other than that, I think for an opening 30 seconds, which is probably all we heard, a nervous first appearance on InfoWars to describe how we all got here, didn't do a bad job. Other than that final summary, the point I think he was trying to make is flat Earth ain't going nowhere, because when you start to look for the evidence of a ball, it isn't there, and it's never going to be there. Flat Earth ain't.
That is not what he said. No, that is not what he said.
No,
That's what he meant.
No, but that's clearly what he meant. Now, because the reverse of what he said is, well, that makes no sense unless he's a baller. Yeah. So it's just nerves, that is. Opening 30 seconds. Well done, Witsit.
Could be. I'm not going to hang him on that. It was just something that caught my attention. All right, here we go.
Stop.
Well, it is interesting. We'll
No,
get to the actual.
one more thing. Right, I just want to. I will labour this because what Adam's like. Oh, it's just the first opening sentence. That is the most critical bit of this entire discussion. That was his opportunity. That was his opportunity to grab the audience and tell them it's flat and why. Within a context of how he came to the subject. I came to the subject when I discovered that Earth was measured flat. That's how we all deal with it. That immediately grabs your attention. Now you're saying, oh, he just needs to go with the flow of the info. No. He should be on a mission. I'm on a mission. I critique this heavily. That for me is the wishy-washy opening to somebody that's got to have their attention captured fundamentally, relinquishing an entire paradigm. That was his opportunity. Now it's gone. Just want to drop that in there.
Freaking right.
I agree, Nathan, that I personally, and I know you, would have done that different, right? I would probably do it a bit different from you, but I would have definitely done it different from Witsit, right? But the only critique I made earlier on, and Adam was on the same vein, was that the fact that it was within context of his mind in 2015 when he first came across the subject. I'm not decrying that what you're saying, that he's could have done a better opening. Yeah, he could have done a better opening. I don't disagree with that.
Well, I'm agreeing more and more with Nathan because every time someone asks me how did I come to the subject, the end of my answer always ends with the proof that made me that this is why I know the Earth is flat. Here it is. Boom.
Right.
But Eli, did the beginning sound just like Witsit's?
What's that?
The beginning of your journey just sound like Witsit's, like a lot of people's do. That's a very everyman journey. Okay? Now, where we're at right now,
No, it's not true.
It's kind of not where the
Hold up. Don't overtalk each other. Let Adam finish and then you go. Go ahead, Adam.
I appreciate that point, but where this conversation that he's having right now is at, there's no need to take it there. We've got an hour to talk. Okay, so he's just been asked for testimony. I understand the need to get out that the Earth's measured flat, right? But at this point, you don't want to sound too much like the Jovo on the doorstep. Let's have a civil discussion. And at this point, for me, let's engage with the everyman audience viewer and just say, look, these are basic things that I did. I don't see anything wrong with this opener.
Yeah, fine. Let Eli respond. Hello, Eli was going to. Hello, Eli. Then go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, I understand what you're saying that because I'm thinking about it from my perspective, and my perspective was I got down very quick to the bottom of the fact that all of the dimensions are assumed and not actually measured. Because when I looked for the measurements, they weren't there. That's something that I would have been relaying to the audience.
Yeah, we're gonna butt heads in this constantly, right? Brian, you can go after me, right? We're lovers versus fighters. Adam's a lot more empathetic than Eli and I. That's it. I don't know where Brian's going to stand on it. We'll find out in a minute. But we just got different attitudes to how we approach this. The last thing I'll say, and I've already said it once, is right. You're saying you've got to ease into the subject. Meanwhile, in the edit, they've put an Earth curve over the top of him. So I'm pretty sure I'm justified in my approach based on what they've done in the edit. So go ahead, Brian.
I can see both points here. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah.
Finish it up, and then we're going to move on.
Yeah, I will. Yeah. All I'd say about it is Adam has a point in what he's saying because we all in 2015, maybe not in 2018 when Eli got into it, because that was 3 years in. So the information available was different. But in 2015, everyone was totally green as grass. And you did look to see if you could find any photographs of the globe. You did. I don't know anyone who didn't do that in 2015. You know what I mean? But I mean, well, I didn't look for it, but everyone else looked for it.
No, I didn't. I'd already done it. I didn't.
All right, quit waffling. Make your point.
I'm going to tell a lie. I didn't do that.
Quit waffling. Quit waffling back and forth. Make your damn points quick and concise. Okay, I think we all get it. In context. No, not now. In context, I think Witsit is correct. He's talking about 2015. Now, I can see Nathan's point to grab the audience immediately. I can see both sides. Can we move on now?
Yeah.
Well,
thanks.
The debate portion here on the other side. It's sort of the first debate we've held, so it'll be interesting, but I guarantee it'll be fun. And let me mention, today's debate is brought to you by Brainforce Ultra, InfoWarsStore.com. Take your Brainforce Ultra, and we'll hit the ground running on the other side. Stay with it.
Brainforce Ultra, maybe Fox Force 5 needs some of that. Nathan, can you get some for him?
A short 60-second commercial break, and we'll be back with Austin Witsit to debate Flat Earth. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the great Flat Earth debate. Myself and Austin Witsit. Austin Witsit can be found on X at WitsitGetsIt, and his website, WitsitGetsIt.com, where he talks Flat Earth, as well as a number of other conspiracies. And so I figured the way that we would do this, I've seen
other conspiracies. This isn't a conspiracy. That's your first problem. The only conspiracy here. The only conspiracy here is the heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion. Just wanted to tighten his shot group right there. Go ahead, Adam, quickly.
So in terms of, if I'm hearing that as Witsit, I'm not allowing that. There's certain things that I would address straight away. That would be one of them.
Yes.
The first time, maybe I'd just ignore it. The opening of the show, I'm not going to appear. But no, we've just come back after the break. Yeah? I'm powered with brain force right now, and there's no way I would let him do that. And not my ego, but actually to make the point. As you say, this is not a conspiracy. Let's address why.
Yes.
seen other online debates do it where both sides will take about a 10-minute opening statement to state their stances.
Yeah, that's a bunch of baloney. All right. 10 minutes of baseless assertion fallacy after baseless assertion fallacy for both sides. It's boring. It pisses me right off. I don't know where you come up with this method, right? It drives everyone crazy. It's boring. We don't really care, right? You get right to the point. This is my evidence for a spinning ball space monkey. ... Response.
Isn't that what he's going to give it?
Go ahead.
Isn't that what he's about to give us? I was just thinking, that could be quite good. InfoWars, all of their production team behind us, are now going to give us their 10-minute spiel on why it's a ball.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
there we go.
Maybe.
This is if you need all.
You would hope.
You think?
I think that Adam, to what you said, I think that what we need to do is get on a Joe Rogan kind of style conversation rather than, because these debates are very weird. The way no one gets any information out of it, the way that 10 minutes to just talk about BS. Okay, now you guys go back and forth, but there's not really any moderation as far as, do you have any source for that, for what you're saying right there? That doesn't happen like that. So I'd much rather stop someone in a casual conversation or cordial conversation and go, hey, here's why it's not a conspiracy theory, or here's why it's geometry and not natural science, or any of those things.
Yep. Thanks. Here we go.
All 10 minutes or not. And Austin and I talked during the break, and we decided I'll go first, then Austin will get 10 minutes to respond. That sound good?
Sounds great.
All right. Okay. So I'll just go ahead and begin. I want to start with sort of three preconditions from my perspective, what I'm bringing into this debate. First of all, I do not care if people believe in flat Earth. I have absolutely no
Hold on a second. Stop.
I don't think people...
No, Adam, you're going to have your illusion shattered about what you're getting here. What we're getting is the rules of engagement and the terms that will put them in the most positive position to debate, not a string of evidence for the globe, clearly.
Oh, no, that's different things. Will InfoWars set this up knowing that they've probably done a little bit of research and the only outcome they could possibly seek for is a neutral outcome? Yes. That wasn't what I was saying. Saying, got no problem. Witsit chilled his beans, set the stage, showed himself as an everyman. What these guys do, started out saying, they started out with a straw man victim status that no, suddenly this is all a bit new, this idea of talking flat Earth. They know they've been ignoring it for a while. I mean, with that in mind, am I surprised that they'll aim for a neutral outcome? Let's agree to disagree.
Okay.
No?
Let's spin on.
People that believe in
Don't,
flat Earth are stupid.
don't, because
You better make it concise. I'm
Super
going to tell
chat.
you what. I got
Super
an
chat.
hour and
It's a
5
super
minutes.
chat.
Sorry. Go ahead, super chat.
Let's be sorry.
Yoda, $4.99. No problem at Divergent Droid. I'll go since I can't support those that tolerate his agenda to show no hard feelings. I hope this will help. Thank you, Yoda. It was a bit back because I've actually been talking and missed it, and I miss bugger. Over to you.
Stop mumbling.
Over to you, QA.
Let's spin on.
All right. So, by the way, just another admin note. That Flatsy said she was going to be late today. She had a conflict, so that's why Booger's not here yet. All right, here we go.
I think that, like, I understand the impulse. I understand the questioning of institutions. I get all of that. I don't discriminate against flat Earth people. I just simply, honestly, don't think it's really worth discussing. But we are discussing it here, and we'll get to why that is. But I don't care if you believe in flat Earth. I don't judge people by that at all. I have family and friends that believe in flat Earth.
That's good because I don't believe in flat Earth. I know it for an absolute fact.
Respect tremendously.
He just said something there. He just said, it doesn't bother me. I don't think it's worth talking about. While he's about to have a whole debate about it.
Yeah, it's poisoning the well.
Yep.
It's going to be.
Two, I don't have any training.
Don't tell us what it's going to be. We're going to run into what it's going to be. Okay?
It's true that.
Indoctrination. I barely have education in the matter. I've no.
That's going to become readily apparent very quickly. It's already, in fact, you've already done it. So thank you.
Statement after the previous three show him to be a retard.
Yep.
Fundamentally, you can't say it means nothing to me. It's not important, all of that. But I know nothing about it. Make those statements.
Wait a second. He said he knows nothing about it. That's not his previous message. Harrison Smith. I know everything.
Oh.
Yeah, but he's under pressure. As he says, he has family and friends who are flat earthers. So he's doing his best to pretend, it's no big deal. It's nothing we're talking about. We don't have to deal with it. I don't know nothing about that. And he probably can't stop looking into it. And that's why he has Witsit on there.
Here we go.
No loyalty to NASA or any other governmental organization.
He doesn't have any loyalty to NASA. Oh, my God. Choke me with a friggin' spoon.
Whatsoever. Just like all government organizations, NASA lies all the time. That doesn't mean the Earth is flat. But three, in my position as a professional conspiracy theorist, I'm really...
He's a professional conspiracy theorist.
No. Admission that NASA lies. If you don't think NASA's lying about space, what are they lying about? Like, if you're like, I know they lie because they lie about this, but they're not lying about space. What possible thing are NASA lying about?
Yeah, there should be more images from there, really.
Yes.
No, he's saying he knows they're liars. They're a government agency, but they're not lying about this.
Yes, that's what he said.
Justification.
Yep. It's a train wreck. He's a moron.
But what he's actually said is... Well, I'll go after Eli.
What Nathan was basically saying is they're lying about like military bases on the moon, like kind of lies. Like that's what where his frame of mind is.
Don't try to divine this moron's thoughts.
No, that's what Nathan was saying.
No, it wasn't.
All right. No, it wasn't.
Well,
lies.
No, what he just said is he'll accept lies. That's what he just said. That's
all right, fair enough. Let's roll.
Incentivized to actually believe in flat Earth, if anything. I know there's a huge and extremely supportive audience of flat Earthers, and if I was cynical and greedy, I would pretend to support flat Earth because I know that the support that could get me. If anything, I'm sort of anti-pandering here. I know about half my audience believes in flat Earth, but I simply don't. And it would really seem like it would be in line with my general position, which is questioning authorities and questioning the official story. But at the end of the day, I just sincerely don't believe it. So those are sort of my...
He sincerely doesn't believe it. Okay,
that's fair enough. Yeah,
yep,
fair enough.
Yep.
Preconditions. I don't have any training. I'm not loyal to any,
No training. Not loyal to anything. Okay.
Science.
That's not
I'm not
true.
a trust the science type of guy.
Wait a second. He said something about science. I can only pull fivers. Let's get the full thought here, and then I'll stop it for you, Nathan.
General position, which is questioning authorities and questioning the official story. But at the end of the day, I just sincerely don't believe it. So those are sort of my preconditions. I don't have any training. I'm not loyal to any, science. I'm not a trust the science type of guy. I don't actually care if you believe in flat Earth, and I'm really incentivized, if anything, to believe in flat Earth.
There you go, Nathan.
So that's not true. He said he hasn't got any training or bias or whatever he said. And that's simply not true. People are trained to be heliocentrists pretty much from birth. And in terms of I'm not a trust the science guy, well, the science, actually pseudoscience, is how you're deceived into being on a ball from birth with training. So he doesn't know that he's wrong, but he is.
Yep.
Pay
Go back
attention
to the thumbnail you had, QE, please.
Oh,
In light of the statement he's just said. It's not my contradiction of words, it's his. He's just now said he's had no training and this doesn't know anything about it, but he just claimed he's omnipotent in the previous thing. There's nothing that anybody could show that he doesn't already know.
Yep.
Yeah, just pay attention to just remember that he said that he's not a trust the scientist or trust the science kind of guy. Remember that.
Okay. Good point. Here we go.
Earth, but I just don't. And so why I'm against the flat Earth also, so I can sort of divide into three parts. One, I just genuinely do not think it's true. I researched flat Earth. I'd heard about it like you. I had gone in going, actually, I went saying, I'm ready to be convinced. I've heard people think the Earth is flat. I think that's awesome. Let me be convinced. I went in with a sincere willingness to be convinced. I found the arguments against the widely accepted heliocentric model to be entirely unconvincing.
So what he's doing is he's talking about how unconvincing the arguments against the globe are. Well, those aren't flat Earth arguments. Now, it might be a recent endeavour for us to start pointing it out, but going against the globe isn't proving a flat Earth, and saying that you're unconvinced by the anti-globe arguments has nothing to do with your, in this case, belief. We would set you straight again about your knowing Earth is flat with measurements. But these things are unrelated.
Well, what he's actually doing is he's telling a lie, because he's not presenting any of these things in any way, shape, or form, or referencing anything. He's just saying, "Oh, I saw it all, and none of it convinced me." What he actually saw was he contacted or just purely watched anti-flat Earth videos, and probably very basic ones like from Sleeman Dan or whatever. He's very dishonest, this guy.
Yeah, well, everyone knew that when he said it. It was a stupid, vague point. It was utterly hand-waved dismissal. It's so vague that it's like a child argument. Good job,
Harrison's like this all throughout, so...
Yep. I think it's true. Two, I think the spiritual interpretations are total nonsense. Regardless of the cosmic model, Earth, I believe, is a priceless jewel of unsurpassed galactic importance. I see God's handiwork in all of creation, including...
Really? You see all that? What does that have to do with this topic? His handiwork in all of God's creation? Yeah, well, duh. Well, how does that prove a spiritard?
It doesn't, but it's nice to have something to agree on.
And again, like the guy just said that he didn't know anything, he didn't have a bias. How do you have a juxtaposition against flat Earth for the heliocentric model if you don't know anything about anything?
Yeah. When he knows
because
everything.
He has pictures from space, and they show it all the time during this interview too, especially during Witsit's turn.
The divinely arranged solar system. If anything,
it's a divinely arranged solar system. Harrison, you heretic. I want to see that divinely arranged solar system in Scripture.
See the photo that Jack paused on there? Look at the little bit of curve that's in the water. That's how absolutely desperate they are. Showing what's basically just a lens distortion off of a lens. Yep. Whatever one. Doesn't matter which one it was. Which lens it is. That's pathetic.
I find the concept of flat Earth completely out of step with the rest of creation, and I can explain that later. But three, I think the overall discussion about flat Earth is detrimental. I'd almost go so far as to say toxic to the discussion that we have every day, which is about the lies told by government to keep us under control.
What?
You said he wasn't biased.
This guy's a clown.
The problem is he thinks that flat Earth is a conspiracy theory because all he deals with is conspiracy theories. He doesn't understand, and Witsit hasn't put him straight. Yep. It's not a conspiracy theory. Measurements aren't conspiracies. If I measure my door frame to be 6'8" high, is that a conspiracy? No, it's just a measured fact. That's what's wrong with this guy. He's a conspiratard. That's what's wrong with him.
No, but Harrison is one of those guys that believes that the government lies about absolutely everything, except that the Earth is a ball. Exactly like that. No, it's not even an exaggeration. That's exactly what he is like.
Sure. Yep, I get that. And who dressed him? What's up with that tie?
I actually, in doing my research, I really came to the conclusion that, if anything, flat Earth is a psyop promoted by the powers that be to distract, divide, and discredit the truth movement. So,
what's a psyop? Bet you don't even know what a psychological operation even is. But he doesn't get into it. It's just a baseless assertion. We can move on.
What did he say after that? It's the truth moment. What's that?
The truth?
That's
Breaking
what
down
he
those
thinks
three
he's part
portions.
of.
Here's how I see it. There are natural phenomena that I can observe every day with my eyes that have no readily apparent explanation.
Yeah, like what? You can see with your eyes. What else you seeing them with?
Sun, the moon, the stars, eclipses.
Those aren't. Well, that last one's a phenomenon. The sun, moon, and the sun, moon, and the stars aren't natural phenomena.
He's got explanations from a heliocentric point of view, so he can't cite those as things that he can see as with his everyday eyes as natural phenomena that he can't explain. They've got an explanation in the heliocentric, full explanation.
He doesn't know what explanations even are. Most people don't.
And he's rambling.
They think explanations, if they can have an explanation, that's good enough. Well, it's not, because I got a village idiot down on the corner that can explain anything I need explaining for a dime a dozen. So explanations are worthless. They are just so stories by morons. Now, when you validate them with demonstration or experiment, that's a different game. But explanations are worthless. They are just so stories, period.
We can consider them as excuses, isn't it?
Just so stories. They're imaginings. And that's a new voice that I heard in here. I thought it was coming out of my computer. I thought it had a poltergeist. Here we go.
Sunsets, sunrises. These things are
sunsets and sunrises. The sun doesn't set or rise on your baltard. It's rhetorical language.
Let's just pause
so we
here.
know exactly.
Sorry.
Yep.
So they've already played their hand. I said it earlier when they put an edit of the physical geometric sphere edge horizon. Sunsets and sunrises relies on the idea that we've got a physical geometric sphere edge horizon to block the sun at 1.2 times the square root of the observer scientific. It's a standard rhetoric claim that involves something we debunked in 2020.
Yeah, that too. There we go.
Yeah.
Nope. Here we go.
evident but mysterious. I don't have an answer to them. Evidently,
you don't have an answer to. I thought you knew everything.
Prima facie, just from my own observation. So if somebody came to me.
Prima facie, I usually say that, but you don't know what that means.
And told me that we're standing on a stationary plane and that there's a dome above us that rotates at a continuous, degree, and the moon.
That the firmament. Did he say the firmament rotates? I think he did. That's incorrect. So that's a straw man fallacy.
Moon and sun revolve around the Earth. I would say that makes sense. Yeah, that comports with my observation. It certainly could be the case. But if somebody else came along and said, well, actually, the reason the sun looks like it's circling around is because the Earth is spinning, and all the other aspects of the heliocentric model, I'd have to say, yeah, that also makes
all the other aspects of the heliocentric model that you cannot show, and no one has shown after requests, thousands of requests for me personally for about 8 years. I've never seen it. Has anyone ever seen the heliocentric model or the globe Earth model? Anyone?
No. We only asked literally yesterday, and it wasn't provided.
Yep.
They provide the celestial model
as being true. But then you have things like stars that don't behave like other stars, whatever you want to call stars. The point of light, there's some that wander, right? Planets. That's where the term planet comes from.
Are they actual planets? What does planet mean? And can you demonstrate that they are planets?
They seem to wander independently. Now, if you assume the Earth is at the center of these planets, you can actually map the paths. They're just sort of twirly, wiggly lines, but you can't.
Whirly, squiggly lines? What? Who knows? Is that what you didn't want me to do, Nathan?
What he's
yeah, Brian.
What he's referencing
Go ahead, Brian.
Is what he's shown their path as being the path of planets, as they claim planets. But that is based off of a heliocentric globe. So he is trying to make that work over a flat plane, and he's saying it doesn't. When that path is purely based off of the mathematics of a rotating globe that's orbiting a sun, offset elliptical orbit. So that's what he's doing.
the squiggly lines he want to talks about is the flower of life in the geocentric model. You don't have circles, straight normal circles. You have the flower of life. That's what he meant by the squiggly lines.
That's lovely.
You'll see it in a while.
It's non sequitur. What he just said was non sequitur. What does that have to do with the ball Earth?
Yeah, we'll see it. He will compare it with the heliocentric model, which have those simple orbits.
Heliocentric model. Where's that? Do you got that?
No, he believed that they have one. He believed that they have one.
Oh, he believes it. Yeah, they all do that.
And do it. You can predict them. You can actually track them. And
thanks, Brian. Right in the middle of it. Let me go back.
Is at the center of these planets. You can actually map the paths. They're just sort of twirly, wiggly lines. But you can do it. You can predict them, and you can actually track them. And
you can predict them. You don't know what predictions are. For scientific predictions, as opposed to Gene Dixon or cyclic wanderings, are not hypotheses. They're clown show. So you're revealing yourself as a pretender clown.
And measure it, assuming that the Earth is the center. That does make sense. It's just you're going to get sort of a different path for each planet that make different motions depending on the time of day. But then if you shift the center, the assumed center, to the sun, and you take a heliocentric model, all of these disseparate and seemingly random paths just go shoot right in the middle. Suddenly it's all very nice, clean.
Just shoot straight in the middle. What in the world are you talking about?
He's talking. I don't know if they're going to get into this. People seem to think there's maybe more detail on this. Like, is that what's being said? So I don't. An interesting concept, this. They don't shoot down to Kepler, do they? Instead of in circles, they go to ellipses. And the trouble with an ellipse is it requires 2 foci of radio. Yeah.
Yep.
The trouble with the claimed orbit is there's only 1 foci still. That's how they resolve it, by introducing another foci and misrepresenting the flat Earth elevation angles that they have taken to draw these squirrely circle of life patterns that you can draw out from your flat Earth elevation angle, and then you can also then take it and go whoop, turn it into a double foci with only 1 foci.
What did you call them? Oh no, what did you call them? Circle of life patterns. Spook, right in the middle. Here we go.
Just go shoot right in the middle. Suddenly it's all very nice, clean, explicable, concentric.
It's nice, clean, explicable, concentric circles is what he just said.
Because it's shoop.
Circles. That makes absolute sense. Obviously, these planets all seem to be affected by.
That makes absolute sense. I post the syllogism.
It doesn't in the slightest from the most basic, as I say, from the most basic geometric point. No, it doesn't. If you're going to reinterpret these patterns as orbital ellipses, and to describe any ellipse, it requires 2 points of focus. Still only got 1. And it shows the perversion of what you've done.
By the same force, not completely different forces. They give.
I'm sorry.
Different paths. They all actually take pretty much a similar path, just in a concentric.
They all take different paths, but pretty much a similar path in concentric circles. Shoop! Yeah, he's a clown. He's just making shit up, pulling stuff out of his ass. That's all he's doing right now. And the speed at which he's speaking is Witsit is over in the corner blushing.
Circle model. So basically, I've got 2 people in front of me. I just picture myself as like a goat herder in Greece 2,000 years ago. I just see this stuff, and I've got 2 people in front of me. One that's got an argument for flat Earth, and the other that argues for the globe Earth. And I know that in your argumentation, you like to present the globe Earth side as presenting a model. Therefore, it's making a positive claim.
He has globetards presenting a model. Really? Can Point Zero show it?
Did he not just make a good point there? A recognition that actually saying globe is a positive claim. But give him a J. Let's just hear if actually that's he's recognizing it's his assertion, not ours.
This structure does not allow J's. I can only give you 2 5s.
I'll take it.
There we go.
and the other that argues for the globe Earth. And I know that, you know, in your argumentation, you like to present the globe Earth side as presenting a model, therefore it's making a positive claim, therefore it has the burden of proof. But to me, these claims are...
Yep. There you go.
Because it sounds like he's about to mitigate it, because he did say, I know in your world, you think when I say bull, it's my positive claim. I think he might have a rebuttal to that. Is that what's about to come?
Let's see.
Well,
equally...
he never even
I mean, they're both claiming to be able
also-
to explain what I'm seeing.
Hey.
Sorry.
Shh.
Can I say
Because one
something
side
or
claims to be
not?
able to...
You do that one more time, I'll kick your butt right out of here. You got to be quick and concise. Now, let me go pull 2 fibers because we missed it. Yes, you can say something very quickly. Go ahead.
Right. So yeah, he talked earlier about the supposed circles and how that works perfectly. He never even addresses the forces issue, 3-body problem, or anything. Never, not once.
3-body problem? What, between him and the midgets? That's it.
Between the planetary bodies and how they're supposed to be forcing on each other.
Yeah, you definitely.
Well, Harrison's not going to know that.
Back off your mic.
Of course he doesn't.
Do you back off your mic a little bit, Arwin? You're now definitely too close.
What? Oh, okay.
You're just
There you go.
distorting.
That's better.
It is better?
You're loud too. Let me turn you down. 1 second, folks.
Turn him right down.
Go ahead, Nathan. Say something.
Check. Everything cool? Sounding good?
Yeah, that's fine. Here we go.
A positive claim, therefore it has the burden of proof. But to me, these claims are equally burdened. I mean, they're both claiming to be able to explain what I'm seeing. Just because one side claims to be able to provide a model and the other side doesn't mean that second.
What? One side's claiming to have a model and the other side's not. Okay, let's see this model. Of course, it's your side that's claiming to have a model, right? We're into this fairy tale idiot game that would like, can we see your map? Same thing about this model horseshit, Harrison. You don't have a model. You don't know what a model is, even if you had one.
Second person has no obligation to explain anything. I'm looking for...
We don't need explanations. I'm not going through that again. We need demonstration and validation.
For an explanation for these things, and one side can present it, the other side can't. So
one side can present it and the other side can't. What he's saying here, people, is that they have a model with explanations, and the other side, the flat earthers, can't because they have no model. That's what he's saying.
Tactic I've seen you take is sort of almost assume, like take the position as if it's a trial, like a criminal trial, where the prosecutor has the burden of proof, and your job is to simply disprove or undermine or cause reasonable doubt in those claims.
This isn't a courtroom. This is the nature of our reality. It's not put up to a vote of what's innocent and what's guilty. You're in a category, Aaron. Duh.
Like if NASA is the prosecutor and Flat Earth as the defendant. But that's not...
Oh, I'd love that. It would quickly shift.
the case. I mean,
there it is, isn't it? Look, this is his piece on why it's a bull. What he's presenting there is a burden of proof reversal fallacy. Like the defendant is flat earth, not the defendant is bull, and I could easily defend my position, and here's why, which is what he should be presenting in his 10 minutes. Yeah? Yep. He's strawmanning and saying, oh, well, I'd just be able to destroy the bull if they were in court, the flat earth if they were in court. He's not a flat earther. He's supposed to be steelmanning his position, is he not?
Yes.
Yeah. Rhetorical question incoming. Why hasn't he talked about the earth yet?
That's where
true.
he loses, isn't it? That's where it all goes pear-shaped.
It all goes downhill from there, huh?
Arguments having a burden of proof to some degree. But even if this was a criminal proceeding, and that was the case, that reasonable doubt was the standard, I still...
Reasonable doubt is not the standard here, dumb. He's just a dummy.
Would have to say guilty because...
No, they're his standards that he's introducing. So let's look at the ball. Reasonable. Can we introduce... This is the easy... If he's going to introduce these standards, this is the pub argument easily won. Yeah? If all I've got to do is prove it's not a ball, is introduce reasonable doubt. Yeah? Here we go. His standards, not mine.
Yep.
The prosecution's case is airtight. You can nip...
The prosecution's case, NASA's case is airtight. Did they have a container?
Yeah, it would have to be airtight. I.e., does it mean you need containment?
No, the moonlander, right? The moonlander. Look at the little cellophane thing. I mean, that's airtight, right? Against the vacuum. That kind of airtight.
Too funny.
Pick at their evidence, but I've really seen nothing
We can pick at their evidence. I guess I shouldn't do that. Sorry, Nathan.
that undermines the core argument, right? So their story makes sense. It fits all of the evidence. And we can get into all of the evidence for flat Earth later, but there isn't any. So that'll be an issue.
No, there isn't any.
Brilliant argument.
This is why switching mic. This is why I don't like this kind of debate style, because his opener is filled with rebuttals to a ghost. Like, why not have each person present their argument first?
Because then it would become obvious that the Earth is flat, and Harrison doesn't want that. He's going to do this all throughout the entire video. It will not stop, I guarantee you.
Correct.
not
Yeah, I
his
agree.
opening argument,
I was
Eli?
about to say it. He's not a debater. He's just showman in the flat Earth side from the beginning of the show till the end of the show, and you will see it even in the videos that he will put in the insert in that when Witsit is talking is just strawman after strawman. You will see it.
Yep. Thanks.
Issue. And in the second part, so that's the first part. Just from my observation, what I'm seeing, looking for an answer, the heliocentric spinning Earth, round Earth model fits everything that I see.
Everything that he sees. Really? How so?
Explains it to a very high degree, and even
it explains it to models. Don't explain anything, and you don't got one anyway.
If there's little things I don't understand here or there, it doesn't do anything to.
Little things you don't understand here and there. No, you said you knew everything. Let's check this out. You said, I can tell you right now, there's literally nothing that I have not seen. I know everything. That's a problem.
Make me think the whole model is fake.
What model? The whole model is fake. You don't have a model. That's the problem, Harrison. You haven't shown it. You'll never show it. No one's ever shown it to me after 8 years of querying. And we had a perfect example on Friday on Nathan's show. Somebody claimed a heliocentric model. We asked them to show it. Guess what happened? They couldn't. You know why? Because it doesn't exist. That's why.
So that's just why I don't buy the flat Earth arguments. But the second part is the spiritual aspect to this. And simply said, I do not believe that the shape of the Earth has any spiritual importance whatsoever. Flat
spiritual importance? What? Who knows?
Earthers seem to ascribe extreme spiritual significance to the shape of Earth. I do not. Whether the Earth is flat or not, I feel the same way about God. In fact, I think the globe Earth model comports more with my vision of God.
There's the globe Earth model again. I don't know how many times, about 5, 6 times now. Everything's based on the globe Earth model, according to Harrison, which he doesn't have and which does not exist. There, he's toast right now.
And he thinks that the globe Earth model is more comporting with the Bible and all that. Like how?
That spirituality didn't matter. And then said, but it means something if it's a globe.
Exactly.
Yes, you got it. Yeah, that's what he said. He contradicted himself again. Yeah.
God, as it is a sweeping, majestic, minutely detailed, intricate, and perfect model, just like most things in creation.
And perfect model. Back to the model again. We should have Flatsy on here, marking down fallacies and models.
Flat Earth model, to me, is childish.
Now the flat Earth model is childish. What flat Earth model are you speaking of? I know
the one that he will never address, right?
I know it's tedious, Nathan, but I got to go through it.
And simplistic in comparison. Nothing else in creation that I can observe, makes me feel like I'm in God's celestial hamster cage. That the
God's celestial hamster cage. That was a good one. That's a nice back-ended slight right there, you little clown.
Kiwi, don't let Nate make you too self-aware.
I'm not. I'm just remembering as I comment that.
That's what he does. That's what he does. He breaks you down.
He breaks you down. He emasculates you.
That being said, I know that this belief is essential to understanding the why of the conspiracy, right? The idea.
Why of the conspiracy? What?
Oh, come on. Come on. Let's just hear a bit more.
All right, sorry.
That making people believe that we're on a planet spinning through Earth makes people think we're less significant.
make you believe we're on a planet spinning through Earth. That's what he said, Nathan.
See what you've done, Brian. See what you've done, Brian?
No,
And
you
therefore
did.
it's easy.
All I did is he's now gone the other way. He's going to do it more and more on purpose now.
All right, I'll go. Just when I get crazy like Nathan, just stop me. Here we go. Let's listen to the whole thing.
Hamster cage that the firmament would represent. That being said, I know that this belief is essential to understanding the why of the conspiracy, right? The idea that making people believe that we're on a planet spinning through Earth makes people think we're less significant, is therefore it's easy to sway people towards a materialistic understanding of the Earth. I don't believe that in the first place, but obviously that would be the reason why, the primary reason why they would want to keep the shape of the Earth secret, if that was the case.
Okay.
So let's confront this conspiracy.
So we're straight into an appeal to motivation fallacy. Move on.
Yes.
Because it would be a massive conspiracy necessary to uphold a lie of this magnitude. And it doesn't even make sense as a concept, right? If you,
Harrison, you're under 1 minute.
If you put yourself...
Anything?
Yeah, I wanted to just get... This is a straw man projection. The purpose of the heliocentric model fundamentally is to pretend that you're an inconsequential point of randomness and nothingness in the infinity of nothingness, that there is no creator. That's the underpinning point of it. Whether you happen to be a Christian that believes you're on a ball is kind of a paradox you've still to resolve, mate, yeah? If you're comparing the two, no. There are many people that have questions that when they do realize the Earth is actually flat, measured, navigated, flat, yeah? When they come to that realization, what follows is also the realization of a creator. Because there's nothing to hold the idea that they're insignificant agglomeration of stardust anymore. That's what he's tried to paint the reversal of. It's the heliocentric model that is desperate to avoid that recognition. It's not relevant to us fundamentally, but in terms of flat Earth, what it does is the consequence is after you've realised it's flat, it does lead you to a creator. Probably why it's painful. Not necessarily fair.
In the position of people who are trying to keep this secret, there are like a million other ways you could do it. And I only have about a minute left, so I'll just stream through these. Basically, the scale of the conspiracy necessary to keep this up is too vast to be feasible. Millions of people have worked on space programs. Either they're all in it, or there's some sort of parallel industry constantly psyoping the people in the space industry. Whether satellites or balloons, every image from space is CGI. Rocket launches fall into the ocean. Just one of these would require thousands of people working for decades in absolute secrecy, and the payoff is what exactly? Possibly weaken people's faith? Yeah, I don't buy it. The scale.
The thing about that I don't like, talking about how many people would have to be in on it. That's a CIA talking point from the 60s, man. Like, fully documented. And then, like these people who come out to argue against Flat Earth are using these same talking points. It's crazy.
Scale of deception necessary is frankly too great, and the payoff is non-existent. The third part is the psyop, and we can get into this a little bit, but essentially the only thing that gave me pause when researching Flat Earth.
Can we get into like actual evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion at some point? That would be well received.
Was the fact that there are like fact checks and that it is in fact censored. Clearly it is censored to some degree, not to as great a degree as other things, but I know we should all recognize at this point the YouTube videos that have a little Wikipedia box under.
He's just bouncing off the walls between funhouse mirrors between his ears with nonsense. This is less than wiki Google parroting. Go ahead.
He's not mentioned quickly his ball once, has he? He's just mentioned why it should the conspiratard angle in terms of NASA, and now he's going to attack Flat Earth again. He's going to go to the Wikipedia antiquated thing. Very weak presentation of why it's a ball is the only thing you can say.
Yes, sir.
Are probably worth paying attention to. So that gave me a little bit of pause. But then again, just because something is censored doesn't mean it is therefore true. And we know things like QAnon are censored, but also entirely fraudulent. And to me, looking over the timeline, the growth.
He makes a point and then goes, but actually, realistically, I know that everything is controlled by the corrupt media. So it could actually all be bollocks. My whole justification was given there. Frankly, by my standpoint, it is.
I heard enough to hear what I'm hearing, right? So he's setting up preemptive attacks and poisoning the well, however you want to describe it. But he's also sharing his own cognitive dissonance with this. That's what he's doing. So a lot of this troubles him. That's what I'm getting so far from his opening 10 minutes, that this is troubling to him, and therefore I need to position it in this way. Now, as you say, he's not actually presented any globe evidence as yet. He's just spewing out his cognitive dissonance in terms of how the information may or may not be presented in the discussion. So this is him sharing his pain.
Yep.
He's just cited the Wikipedia link, the tramp stamp on YouTube. And halfway through making the statement that that's his evidence, he's cognized the fact that it was the US Congress or whatever that did this in a corrupt manipulation of media. And he's backtracked through his own sentence to point out that the evidence he's just given could be nonsense. Yeah,
Cognitive
he's
dissonance.
lost the poor kid. Yeah,
it's cognitive dissonance 101.
It's contradictory cognitive dissonance.
Well, he believes that the government is lying about all the other conspiracies. So I mean, I don't get. I just sorry.
we all don't get it. We all don't get it because it's nonsense, Elijah. Thanks.
Earth does not seem remotely organic. If you search news archives by years, there's no mention of flat Earth at all, pretty much until 2013.
Argument to age fallacy.
Until Obama,
That's
of all people, brings up
completely
a flat
wrong,
Earth society.
It doesn't matter. It's an argument to age fallacy.
And it seems like came out of nowhere. Nobody mentioned it before about 2013, and suddenly it's everywhere.
That's each instance. Keep going.
It's the transgender movement of conspiracy theories. Nobody had ever heard of it
Oh boy.
a decade ago, but now
That's a little laugh.
Yeah.
people make it their entire personality. So that's my feeling on flat Earth. The floor is yours, Austin.
It's feelings on flat Earth. This isn't a debate on your see. It says flat Earth debate, Harrison, not your feelings on flat Earth. You're in a category, Harry. You're a moron.
Nice. So
nice. Oh boy.
So I'm just going to try to address some of the meta things you mentioned here because that was a similar approach I wanted to take. We can get into the specifics in the open discussion. So, like I said, I originally thought this must be a psyop, and it's used to discredit all the other conspiracy theories, right? But that actually is not the case. You know, actually, on the back of Alex's book, right, or Tucker's book, it mentions Alex. It says, you know, he's super censored. Why would you have to do that if he's just wrong? He must be onto something. They don't censor flat earthers. And as
anything with this is just nothing burger.
He's holding their standards up. You stood on a flame that Alex Jones said this, did this, the way he was persecuted, ridiculed, and ignored showed he was on to some truth. These are your standards. And this is what you're doing to me now.
Yes. It's a good point.
Well, can I just ask a quick question? So, bearing in mind, Adam, that you were like, no, he's just done his opener now. I mean, is this the time to say, okay, well, thank you for all of that. Let's just start off by saying Earth's measured flat. Here's how. In other words, undermine every bit of garbage waffle that he's just gone through to set his stage, rather than trying to absorb it. I mean, maybe he could have took notes, so he can address every last point, or he can undermine a lot, couldn't he, at this stage? Right now, he could undermine all of it, couldn't he?
Yes, he could. Adam, what's your answer?
My answer is, what he's presented so far is a load of, oh, well, this says this, mainstream says this, the authorities say this. Once he's held up in a very one-sentence response, a rebuttal that absolutely tortures him, I think, there. It really means you can't have, the internet says, the tramp stamp says, just said, by your standards, the reason you might be over the top.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection, Your Honor. You're not answering the question.
Yeah, non-responsive.
Yep, non-responsive. You want to try that again, Adam?
I think our first
Nathan,
point-
ask him again.
At this point, is it not reasonable to undermine the entire argument and just make your winning point? Earth is measured flat. Is this not the point to say that and undermine everything he's just said?
I think after all that, he's just come to him and he's taken one breath. I think by the time he's been afforded the opportunity for 2 paragraphs, that criticism could be held. Like I said, that the only point I've heard, first of all, is a valid point, which is to level the floor a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, we'll get into 2 paragraphs, and then you can ask the question again, Nathan. All right?
And then, yes, then I think that if that's not there, then that statement might be.
All right.
Let's just wrap this up so it doesn't go on for another section. Right. If it were me, I would have just undermined all of it and started talking about Earth as measured flat at this stage. Maybe addressing all the points he's put forth to level the playing field is also another approach.
That's mighty white of you, Nathan.
As you accurately pointed out, they absolutely do. And I've been kicked off Venmo, PayPal, Airbnb. We're talking about cosmology. As to why it's not as censored, there's no cover story, right? So with everything else, it's hate speech, it's dangerous, blah, blah, blah. It's dangerous medical misinformation that could hurt people. What can you say about flat Earth? Really nothing, right? So there's no even cover story to actually censor it completely. What do? They shadow ban it, which is arguably worse because when Alex Jones gets kicked off everything, everyone wants to know why. When you're still on YouTube, people...
Look, they post this, flat Earth interest over time.
Yeah. That's what I was talking about. Look now at that section. They will just show straw man after straw man after straw man after straw man.
It's an appeal to consensus, actually. So you're saying let's have a look at what the people think of it, and how censored it is, and all of these social aspects, as opposed to evidence of one way or the other whether or not Earth's a globe or not, or flat or not.
Yeah, and I just like to say that that guy was pointing out that it's not even that it is censored, but not that censored. No, it is the most censored topic. I'm feeding back on someone there. It is the most censored topic. yeah, that was on purpose. It was the flat Earth is the most censored topic that there is. Right? I don't like whatever Alex Jones has been in the media for, or anyone else. Whatever those things are, whatever topics they are, they're singular topics based on a person. That is not this topic. There is no topic that's more held back than this topic. And the proof of that is this company. This is the first time they're actually publicly addressing it. So that's the proof of it.
I was looking for the black swan spike. I think it's right here. I can't see it. It's too fuzzy right there. I was just looking. Never mind.
You're not censored.
Don't let him break it down, QE.
Whoa. What Brian's just said there is actually where the conversation is. I know we want to say certain things, but that's where the conversation is. He said hello, he's had a load of spiel, and he's presented his bits. And Witsit has actually responded what the guys said and taken away his authority. I know he's not said what we want, but at this point, in terms of an appraisal of the disjointed conversation, I don't have an issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Now, I hope for, he's done that. And this is Nathan's point. The next bit is right. I'm here now. Let me move forwards. I've been polite. I've rebutted. I've told you. Now let me move forwards with this positive statement, and that's something that I hope to hear and what we should all be doing moving forwards.
Okay, let's see if that happens.
And then they can't find you. Like if you search flat Earth, you get nothing but hit pieces. So it did absolutely explode. Obviously, the conversation would be, is it organic or not? But like you said, they pointed to the Flat Earth Society, which is specifically crafted misinformation. So that's like probably the strongest piece of evidence off the rip against the PSYOP narrative is when I looked into it, all the information that was presented to me as Flat Earth is not what Flat Earth actually was. It turns out it's totally different. It makes the position asinine, and it's not actually what they think. And so that's exactly what you would do if you're discrediting the truth. And as to the comparison to, say, QAnon, we know QAnon has a lot of truth in it. The reason QAnon...
Pause. So based on the standards that Witsit laid down, if you want me taking that approach, Adam, I will. And I'll say, based on Witsit's opening gambit, he would therefore be the standards he's just laid out about the Flat Earth Society based on the standards of misinformation that he puts into the community. So based on his own condemnation, his own standards have just condemned Witsit's misinformation about ether as being controlled op narrative from a psyop based on his own standards.
There's right. As I said, he demolished him. He'd set his credibility by Infowars' own standards, how they were attacked. He doesn't need. When he just mentioned the word Flat Earth Society, I went, oh, yeah, that's genuinely now. Where are we going now? And this was the point I was saying. Give him a paragraph, and he's done really well. Now, go forwards, front-footed. And I would agree with Nathan's criticism now, because he should now be making a positive statement, yeah, not citing the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah,
But yeah,
well,
you know, these are moments where I think you should ask questions, like Witsit. I mean, like in this situation, because like, do you think that Alex Jones' audience is going to point out, especially because they're biased right now, listening to their mans, that what Witsit has just done is shown a contradiction?
Yeah, I think they probably would. I think
Or
he
at
did it.
least a
Okay,
bias.
I'll answer you. I think yes, and this speaks to Adam's point, I suppose, which is maybe where you're going with this. But yeah, I think he's made a good point, and the audience would respond to that well, based on if they'd listened to the host more than Witsit. So yeah, I think you've got a point.
Here we go.
It worked was because it had a lot of truth. And so basically it was, don't get to these truths. If you're going to, we're going to round you up and guide how you interpret those truths, similar to Operation Trust, right? And just sit on your hands, don't do anything. So if it's a psyop, it hasn't worked very well because every single flat earther saw through the pandemic immediately. Every single flat earther protects their children from the onslaught of propaganda, probably the highest percentage of homeschooling, in the world.
I don't know about these statistics, so I can't speak to them.
I have to
It would be flat
showcase
earthers.
something really quick. There's a reason why Witsit Gets It is on this particular program, and a guy named Nathan Oakley, who has a Flat Earth Debate channel on YouTube, is not. Because they know through this format that Witsit will chase down every red herring. He will actually try to filter the poison out of the well and not just go ahead and say, well, by the way, the Earth is measured flat.
Damn, who's speaking? Who's that?
Right?
Someone Nathan paid.
Thanks, Dad. Thanks.
Look at Nathan getting jealous.
That was quite concise. Some people should take a lesson from him. Adam, Brian, Elijah. All right, we'll move on.
So as to it mattering or not, I'll touch on that. You did mention that it does have spiritual implications in our opinion, and you articulated disagreement, but it's pretty undeniable. So the conversation really comes down to two primary points, and is the Earth moving? Is the Earth a sphere? Those are the two primary things, and they're technically independent of each other, right? So the Earth could be stationary in a sphere in theory. And when you first go down that rabbit hole, it gets very, very interesting. To mention a few things, right? You obviously have the idea of geocentrism, as you mentioned. You mentioned the little squiggly lines. Well, it actually is just spiraling within a torus field.
Pause. So now I am with Nathan. You see, what it's chosen to do is go down the route of attacking a ball instead of demonstrating how the Earth is flat.
No, like the gentleman just said, he's filtering poison, right?
No, it's how we all used to do it, and yeah, it's how we all used to. I tell you what, give me your best idea, yeah, which is what I was interested in listening to the Infowars do, which he didn't have any. And what's happened now is Witsit's now presenting an argument that's much better on behalf of the ball than the guy who's just had 10 minutes to present. Why?
Yeah. Here we go.
That's exactly the flower of life geometry, which we see all the way from the small scale.
Flower of life geometry. Really? Where are we seeing that?
Hold on, that was a hell of a... Did I miss something? Where was that segue?
I don't know. You want me to pull a couple fibers?
About
Yeah, I want to hear that segue in full. That was pretty... go on, sorry.
He's responding to what the guy said about the solar system and how it works perfectly versus woo or whatever you say.
Nah, oh, soup.
They don't
It's
really
very,
explain anything. They're just
very
saying
interesting.
these things.
To mention a few things, right? You obviously have the idea of geocentrism, as you mentioned. You mentioned the little squiggly lines. Well, it actually is just spiraling within a torus field. It's exactly the flower of life. Geometry,
Spiraling within a torus field. We're into the flower of life now.
which we see all the way from the small scale to the big scale. We would actually
Tell you what, I was out shooting the other day, right? And there's a big old tree out in the back, and I come across it. I was watching the ants crawl up the tree bark. Is there a flower of life in the tree bark I was looking at? Because you said it's in everything, right? Not to be pedantic, but that's a claim. Can you show me the Fibonacci sequence in the tree bark across the street, you friggin' glue sniffing fungus muncher?
No. This is like top bonus marks for somebody, true earther, who's high up in the Ethereum church. See what's been invoked here, and what the simile was. Torus field.
Yeah.
Already. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, sir. You got it.
expect the macro scale to fall within the flower of life because everything does, including the quantum scale.
It's interesting.
Torus field before we got a flat Earth.
What's in the quantum scale? It's the flower of life. Look, it's over there. Oh, you're looking at it. Oh, wait, it's gone because I knew the witch path of the flower of life. And now suddenly, oh, it's there again. Right? That's how that works?
But it's called the Copernican principle. That's really like the foundation of this, right? It's the idea that the Earth does not occupy a special or unique position. So I certainly agree with you, bro, that looking at the
I agree with you, bro.
Hold up.
current model
He
would require
agrees with the fact of a Copernican position that the Earth does not hold a special or unique place. Is that why I need?
Yes, he did say
I
that.
need, what is it?
Yeah, he agreed with him, bro.
You need 2 fibers.
Well, then in which case, bro,
You need 2 fibers.
I think so. So I can do a proper serious, bro.
Oh, it went away. There. Now we're back. Ah! Here we go.
but it's called the Copernican principle. That's really like the foundation of this, right? It's the idea that the Earth does not occupy a special or unique position. So I certainly agree with you, bro, that looking at the current model would require a creator.
Oh, I was wrong. Sorry.
Finish the sentence. Yeah, the agreement wasn't with the previous statement that we attributed it. That's fair enough.
He has poor transitions. I'd like to see this model too.
We stop
Now did he Jedi mind trick you? Hold on. Did Harrison Butthurt Jedi mind trick you into thinking that he had a model already? Or is it your model? We don't know yet.
This place requires a creator regardless. Actually, the first and second law of thermodynamics show you that naturalism is insufficient, and you.
Oh, nicely done. Poor transition, but good. Oh, we got the Copernican principle right from Wiki on screen. Oh, boy. Good job, InfoWars.
Must invoke supernatural creator. For the sun and the moon to coincidentally be the same size in the sky, but actually the sun's 400 times bigger, just coincidentally 400 times further away. How is that not, requiring an intelligent designer? But at the same time, it isn't really about someone could say, well, I already believe in God. Well, yeah, but a lot of people don't. And atheism is the number one growing ideology, if you can even call it that, which results in nihilism and apathy and makes for perfect enslavement. So this is incredibly important. And when you look into the motion part,
We're just bouncing off the walls here. Are we going anywhere with this? Is he still answering Harrison Buttkirk's points, or where are we going?
Well, I don't know where they're going. I'd just like to thank InfoWars for putting that up. Yeah? If anybody does bother to read it, what they will read is named for Copernican heliocentrism. It is a working assumption that arises from a modified cosmological extension of argument of a moving Earth. And that's in the top line. Anybody that bothers to read it realizes if you are interested, bother to put that up there. That bit of truth.
It's a working assumption. I like that. It's a working acceptance without evidence. Good job.
It's worse than that. A working assumption that arises from a modified cosmological extension of an argument of a moving Earth. You hear the strap-ons? Beautiful.
Oh boy.
We were 100% undeniably lied to and misled about that situation. We're told that we know the solar system's a fact, and it's been proven the Earth moves around the sun. But in reality, you can look at Stephen Hawking, Edwin Hubble, Albert Einstein, Arthur Eddington, every major prominent astrophysicist or astronomer in history, and they will tell you, oh, we can never disprove that the Earth's in the center. We can actually prove that the Earth is moving.
Is this a geocentric argument? I thought this said flat Earth debate between Austin Witsit and Harrison Smith.
Yeah, but
that's where I was going to step in. Sorry,
back.
Exactly. That's
He's
where I was
still
going
in
to
his
step
opener.
in. At some point, we've got to say that priority has now been given to proving geocentrism rather than just proving Earth is flat, hasn't it?
Yeah.
That's first. That's a higher priority.
Moment, Nathan, isn't it?
To
This
be
is
fair,
where-
though, hold on. To be fair, Witsit specifically said at the beginning of his opener, which we're still in, that he's going to address the meta because he can get into the arguments in the opening statements or whatever.
I think that is a point that's worth labouring because I think that's Nathan's objection. I think that's what, from me, my point of view, I'd advise people not to do. This is your time. Make your case. Don't listen to the case he's just described the heliocentric stuff and steelmanned it in a way this guy could never even comprehend it. And now he's going to try and take it apart with a little bit of ether thrown in by the smell of things. Yeah. This is my criticism. Yeah. Not what this whole little segment will unveil or what information will come, that he's bothered to start with that he should start with the Earth is measured, navigated, flat. Get the guy triggered on that. Not educate him on his own model. That's my criticism at this point. Sorry, Kerry.
But he's, as I said at the beginning,
we prefer to not go that route.
Sorry, John. But I mean, Witsit's there to have an amicable conversation. Harrison is just continually being a triggered baller. So Witsit is moving back, taking steps back to geocentrism. So in the hopes that Harrison will be slightly less triggered and they can just continue the conversation. That's basically what's going on.
Because Stephen Hawking said on grounds of modesty, and Edwin Hubble called it horrific and intolerable, a special and unique position. That's a philosophical decision that they made for the world and then misled the world about what it actually was. So that's important. And we can obviously get into the specifics. You can 100% prove the Earth is not moving. It was done in 1887 with Michelson-Morley.
With Michelson. Notice that he didn't say Michelson-Morley experiment. We have successfully ridded that vernacular from their fairy tale. Go ahead, Adam. Quick.
Not quick, isn't it? It's a disappointment.
Take our time, Adam.
Yeah, I'm no one's getting in my no one's ball worming me.
Hurry up.
He's doing it to you now. Brian's antagonising you, QE. Meanwhile, I'm tuning out from this point. I just tune out. This is the point that I go, he's failed. Now we're going to be into ether waffle. He's not demonstrated Earth's proven flat. That's Adam's point that I'm trying to segue him back into. This is it. I'm probably going to tune out at this point.
No, because then you're missing the emissary's point. Yeah? This is the point of this, isn't it? Yeah? Why would you start? What I critiqued him for was what's your starting topic? Witsit? Why would you start with rotation? And now we know why. Because I can crowbar in Michelson-Morley, which is fundamental to my religious belief of ether. This is why I'm here. I'm not here to represent you guys, Flat Earth. I'm here to pimp ether. And if that means I take a couple of hits and start with a topic like this, it means I can... How do you get Michelson-Morley in with regards to a Flat Earth elevation angle to Polaris, guys?
You don't.
Nope. This is not a flat Earth debate.
No, he's holding up his pseudoscience against the other pseudoscience.
Yeah.
So he's poisoning the well with the other nonsense, like the stuff about Hawking and that. Now he's adding in Michelson-Morley, which is also pseudoscience. But the audience don't probably know that.
There we go.
And it's been replicated many times since then. And what happened was they brought in Albert Einstein, flipped physics all on its head to keep the Earth moving around the sun. And that's why all physics is at a standstill now, because they threw out
all physics. Is that? I don't think so. Albert Einstein wasn't a physicist, so I don't know what you're talking about. Do you even know what physics is? That's the question. Bet you don't.
The electrical field theory understanding
That's
of
what you're looking at.
Hold up. Electrical field theory. What the hell is electrical field theory?
Einstein flipped physics all on its head to keep the Earth moving around the sun. And that's why all physics is at a standstill now, because they threw out the electrical field theory understanding.
Electrical field theory. I would like to know what that is.
Yeah, what it's going to mean.
I don't think it exists.
Doesn't matter whether it that's irrelevant, and whether if you can be used to support another conceptualization.
Yep.
That may take the shape of a toroid.
Yep. Electrical field theory does not exist. There is no such animal. By the way, just FYI.
Of a background medium, or what is called the ether. They kept the Earth moving.
There it is. The ether. The ether shows up before the flat Earth does.
Through space, and now we have this compartmentalization of physics that doesn't all work together. So to not overload everyone, my point there is that's one major part of it. Yeah, if the Earth is in the center of the universe, it had to be created.
There we go. Center of the universe. Hey, Boy Zero, Sky Grifter, do you see the title of this debate? It says Flat Earth Debate. It has your name beside it and Harrison Smith. You want to get there at some point, maybe?
Oh, and so here we are. We went on that journey. We've dropped a couple of ethers. We've invoked Michelson Morley. Instead of just saying, dude, Hubble. If you wanted to just make that point, you cite Hubble. Yeah? That's the point. Are we significant or insignificant? Yeah? That's the geocentric argument that's being made now, which is not a flat. It's got no. This whole argument, has got nothing to do with the nature of the surface. It's to do with the position and the reading. This is the bit he could have worked in, and the interpretation of the flat Earth elevation angles that we take to the luminaries to construct all of this.
Here we go.
And I get you could argue that it would have to be created either anyway, but you have a much stronger illusory position of confidence when you say, oh, well, the universe is so big. The Earth is this tiny speck of dust in this ever-expanding universe, and just based on mere chances and probability, the Earth could exist and be habitable, right? And that is the type of thinking that leads people to the idea that, well, no, this place wasn't created. It was just random chance. And it's literally...
Oh, boy. Okay.
You wanted to say it again, didn't you? You wanted to repeat it.
No, I was chewing on a piece of pineapple.
Is that the Earth does not occupy a special or unique position. So if the Earth's in the center of the universe, obviously someone had to put it there. It's the most special, the most unique position. There is nothing like it. That means that us humans who have domain on the Earth are obviously very special as well. People do not believe, quote unquote, believe in flat Earth. They stopped believing in the globe, and they then realized, oh, wow, this has spiritual implications. People do not go and seek out flat Earth because they want the Bible to be literally true or something.
Wow. Okay, so when he talks about putting Earth at the center of the universe, there's several missed opportunities for flat Earth proofs in there, isn't there? The polaricentric system is what he's describing, and that is measured flat. So that's a missed opportunity. If you're going to talk about having an axis to describe toroidation of the ether sensation, or Earth being a geocentric position at the center of the universe, again, these are both leaning on the mapping system that's polaricentric. So I just see this as a missed opportunity to segue into where his beliefs about ether and the rotation and all the nonsense that he'll start waffling about pretty soon, I'm pretty certain, actually comes from flat Earth proofs and measurements and things that you'd need before this. So it's not even whistling past the graveyard because nothing's been killed yet, has it? If you know what I mean.
He's pulled it back there at the end to the point I was making at the beginning, which is focus on the other guy's initial claim that this is some kind of spiritual fundamental. It isn't. It just has fundamental implications for those that have spiritual beliefs that we came from nothing. That's where it has an implication. I think for any Bible-believing Christian, whether it's a ball or flat,
Nathan,
Sorry.
that revelation is inconsequential to their spiritual path. But it's not to a heliocentric evotard, yeah? It's fundamentally destroying to their world concept, which is why I think it needs to point that straw man out, because it was put the opposite way around. And I think that's what Witsit might be doing.
Shout out to Flatsy that hears now. Yeah. Flatsy. You hear a girl? Shut up, Elijah.
You could have just asked, what's spiritual about a measurement? For
Sounds like
example.
Flatsy.
Oh, I thought you were shouting her out, Sheeta.
That's right, Eli. That's what he could have asked, right?
Hey guys, I'm still in the car. I'm still in the car right now. Sorry.
That's okay. Hey, Booger. No, we ain't gonna get to say hello to Booger because Elijah wants to add his color commentary.
Yeah, which was good. Hello, which was good. Go ahead, Eli. That was good.
Nathan, Booger's in the car. Evening, Booger.
Hey, Booger. Look, right. Hello, Booger. Yes, I know. No disrespect, Flatsy. Yeah, you're doing this to drive me nuts. I know you are, and you know that because Flatsy's here, I won't get away with telling you off for it. Yes, Eli. Excellent point. Please reiterate it.
We were just waiting for Booger to say hi back. Okay.
You bastard.
Yeah. He could have just responded to the whole spiritual portion. He could have responded to the whole spiritual portion with what's spiritual about a measurement.
It's not about that. This is just a talk about the philosophy outside of whether the Earth is proven or measured to be flat, and that's the entire rest of the conversation.
That's true,
That's
but he
all they
could have
talk
done that.
about.
That's true, but he could have done that. I agree with Elijah. That would have been outstanding. Good point.
I
Elijah.
totally agree with
Yeah, but he
Elijah.
isn't.
Adam's about to
But he
disagree.
isn't doing that because then Harrison would get too uncomfortable, and then Witsit might not be invited back.
But Eli's point is that even with his current tact, there is every opportunity to segue easily into proving Earth's flat at any point. That's Eli's point, right? Because he's taken his point and gone, okay, right, yeah, we can say at this point, concisely segue it without any disrespect to him and just start proving Earth's flat from this point, right, Eli?
Yeah.
It's not
Go on,
gonna
Adam, you
happen.
disagree?
Nah, we don't want to hear his disagreement.
Oh, I do, please.
It's quite the opposite. People find out that the scriptures are now viable again. And so then it also comes into curvature, right? And so that's the two major things. And we falsified the radius value.
Ah,
so,
my God.
Now we're into it.
No, we're not into it. No, let's just hear QE first, and then I'll object, because QE's about to say something I'm going to fundamentally disagree with.
Can I deal with the sick in my mouth first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right, QE, could you repeat your last statement? So now we're getting into it, you say? I'm sorry, I'm talking to Adam. I thought he was done. Sorry.
The sick in my mouth was the phrase. I wasn't. Yeah. We falsify the radial value. There is an implication. You've just reified the radial value by that statement alone. What are we doing right now?
Yeah,
We've
correct.
got opportunities.
Exactly. It's introduced their argument for them in such a way that just drives me mad. And I've spoken to Witsit personally in 2024 and said, look, right, all I want you to do is move forward on the front foot and start proving Earth's flat. Not introducing their claim for a globe first to try and defend it. So what have we had? We've had, I'm going to segue from rotation Earth into geocentric Earth into ether, and now it's all about the curvature. I could throttle the guy.
So the earlier Nathan, right? Old Ron Burgundy there had 10 minutes. And in the few minutes Witsit's had, he's presented two better heliocentric descriptions than that guy did in 10. Well, he's steel manning stuff to set up, to just attack. Because the guy's got nothing, right? At this point, why is he not just presenting his own position now?
Well,
providing an argument. Let me nearly done. Not providing an argument, yeah, on the opponent's behalf to then attack. What's a little confusing. Right? You've got your own argument. You don't have to attack one that they're not even able to make. Make your own positive statements. I've done rambling.
Thank God.
Go on, Eli.
I totally forgot.
Good. Let's move on.
So when it comes to all the model works so well, well, that's also not true, and we can get into it. Every single part of the globe Earth model took hundreds of years to theoretically patch together.
Globe Earth model. Now he's giving him the globe Earth model. Good job. I guess next time we see you, we'll ask you for it then.
And it doesn't work. From the core all the way to the universe, none of it works. It's not even close. And that's why you have dark matter and dark energy making up 96% of the universe. And it's just an illusion that we're in the center because everything's accelerating away from each other. All these
Stop. So, for the longest time, I've described my admiration for the eloquence of the heliocentric model for its ability to work and the aspects that do work and are useful and how they've advanced the church's understanding of when Easter will be and things like that. Now, the reason the globe works, as opposed to what Witsit's saying, which is that it doesn't, is because it's based on a reverse engineering of flat Earth measurements. That's why it stacks up so well in debate. Now, we haven't realised until recently, some of us on the panel realised a couple of years ago, that they're using a flat Earth to claim a globe. And that's why it, quote unquote, works. So when you enter into these discussions where you say the globe Earth doesn't work, there's two problems with that. One, there's a good chance they'll show you how it does, but you also are missing the fact that it works because it's utilising the flat Earth measurements that made it in the first place. So if you say it doesn't work, you're actually conceding a loss for flat Earth, because the reason the globe works so well is because it's based on accurate measurements of a flat Earth with angles. So you can't say it doesn't work. The tack now is the reason we've got a globe is because we've measured a flat Earth to get it. And the reason it's at 39.59 is because it back engineers into the latitude lines. That's why it works. Now, that's not us cheering for how fantastic a globe is. It's pointing out that the reason the globe exists and functions at all is because it functions with the back engineering of the measurements of a flat Earth that made it in the first place. So it's a double loss. If you say the globe doesn't work, then you're decrying the measurements that gave them the globe, which are flat Earth proving. So this demonstrates a fundamental lack of understanding of where the globe came from to declare that it, quote, doesn't work and start attacking it. The very thing I've spoken to Witsit personally about not doing moving forward into 2024, because it's detrimental. Steel manning the globe doesn't prove a flat Earth, and there's a good chance when you say it doesn't work, what you actually end up decrying is the flat Earth measurements that they've had to reverse engineer to make it actually work and win their argument against you when you say it doesn't. Hope that was concise.
What I think Witsit is doing here is a trap. He's falling into a trap that a lot of us fall into when we spent enough time in the arena. I know because I fell into it myself at times, which is detailing all your own heliocentric paradigm knowledge. He's showing that he's way more adept when it comes to the heliocentric paradigm than his opponent. Yes, his opponent is the one fighting for it. And you can end up talking about the heliocentric paradigm too much and forgetting about its origins. You know, that's what's happening.
Yep, well put.
To create a theory where if you just have the Earth in the center, you don't need any of that. And it matches all astronomical observations. You don't have to claim that everything is an illusion. So why were we not told that? That should be a very interesting question for the audience. You were lied to about cosmology, like just on its face, even if you want to believe we're moving through space and stuff. So, and then the curvature, obviously, if the radius value is falsified, the entire model is falsified, right? Because
what model is that?
Gravity uses that. Day and night cycle uses that.
Gravity uses that.
I know he's sped up, but he's about to make pertinent points. But he needs to breathe, yeah, and make his pertinent points. I know he's being the shithousery on screen is annoying me at the moment.
Hey, Elijah, can you hear Adam talking?
Yeah, but he's stuttering through his finishes. I don't know when he's stopping.
He's just started.
Adam's very reserved. He has a very methodical way of talking. He sometimes takes small pauses. You just have to bear with him.
I've commented earlier in terms of what they've been putting up on screen. It's very interesting the shithousery that's going off in the straw manning of any flat Earth model, the multiple representations. What I wanted to say, I just found that interesting looking at as Witsit's talking, in a cosmological sense. There's nothing that I could agree with. Interesting that they've bothered to choose to go away from Lite. There you go, the full screen that was just there, and present all these things. That's confirmation by, I don't know what they're doing, but it's not an open discussion. It's poisoning the well. There we go.
Thanks, Adam.
Yeah, thanks, Adam.
Elijah.
Again, I'm never gonna remember what I'm saying at the end of Adam's statement. I forgot.
I apologise.
Yeah, as you should, because that wasn't really worth Eli for getting his point over, and we do know.
Because he put me off. That's the first point. And there was
Super chat. Super potato.
Super booger. Super potato.
Roger Ledwell, he said, evening all, and had a bowl of cream of wheat. Okay.
Everyone knows who cream of wheat is. Thanks, Roger. Thanks, Nathan, for
Feeding back
keeping
on
your mic
Nathan
open.
again.
That everything uses that alleged radius of orbit to go to space. All of these claims require that radius value to be true. Distances on the globe. So if it's untrue, the entire model is untrue. So that's a stillman of our position, is that we went to look for evidence of the globe and it wasn't there. And falsification is independent of replacement.
Make sure you remember that mantra there, boy zero.
And I'll say this analogy, maybe it'll land. It's like if I went and looked through my parents' closet and I found adoption papers, and I'm like, walk up to you and say, dude, Harrison, you'll never believe it, man. My whole life is a lie, bro. Those aren't really my parents. I was adopted. And you say, well, who are your real parents? And I say, I just found.
He's giving an example. He's giving an example. Yes. He's giving an example of falsification is independent of replacement. Don't interrupt him.
It's not like that. This is weird. It's disconnected. It's like I've got to get all this information out. Like the police are approaching you and saying, "How are you?" And saying, "No, last Thursday, I was at my auntie's house and she can prove it." I don't. They were all great points that should have been put, but it's just come out in this stream of consciousness, and we're on to the next one. Falsification, and the argument. He should. Why does he stop there?
Because he's what he's actually doing is trying to move away from having to prove Earth is flat. What he's doing is, if I just show you that it's not a globe, is that good enough? It's a lack of confidence.
That's what I'm feeling, bro. It's just that brain fart.
Okay, QE's also okay. Yeah, thanks both of you. Yes, you're right, Adam. I agree. However, QE is also right. He's got a good point about not needing to replace that which you debunk. So, although he's, a clock hitting the right time once a day or whatever, he's got a good point in that regard, QE, and I kind of agree with you. So let's let it roll.
Okay.
Found out that they're not my real parents. I just falsified they're my parents. I don't really know who the real ones are. You could say, wait, you think everyone in town's in on it? Everyone in the church is in on it? No, they believe the lie. They believe that those are my parents. And if you said, well, until you can tell me who your real parents are, I'm not going to believe that those aren't your real parents.
See, that's a good point. So he made just relax. He made a good point. He supported his falsification is independent of replacement. He made a good. You got to give him one for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I might even.
He Cedric the
I think I
entertainment
even
me.
may even take ownership of the example. I think that's copyright Nathan Oakley 1980 right there.
I get I was just no. He got that from me because darn well he never spoke to you in his life before he came on the show. That's my example. Where
you'll find
you
Brian.
find out that there's some adoption papers in your parents' drawer. He just changed it up and put it in a closet. He said he Cedric the entertainered me.
I do vaguely remember Brian talking about it a couple of weeks before you mentioned it, actually.
Sounds like it's Eli admitting that it's his homie that went bad.
Are you serious? Is that yours, Eli? Has he robbed that from you?
Well, I can't say I've used that example time and time again when it came to
You don't have to be
falsification
modest. Just
is
say yes.
executed
Just say yes. You don't have to be
Just say
modest.
yes.
Yeah, I've said that mad times. Yes.
That's good. That's a good example for that concept. It's really well done. So we
Hold
got
on. If it's Eli's, hold on. If it's Eli's good example, we've got to kind of give it back at him like it's a kind of crap example. It's Eli's, right? I mean, it's all right.
Come on, man.
Try to put it down.
Let's have a J on the video and listen to it.
Let's have a J. We just listened to it.
But the last time I listened to it, I didn't know it was fundamentally Eli's from back in the day. So
we've heard it though. It's all good. We don't need it again. We don't need it again.
Don't let him tell you what to do, QE.
It's a new bias being applied.
Don't give Eli his dues. Don't do that.
Yeah. We just gave him his dues. It was a good job, Eli.
Good job, Eli. Well done.
To the falsification that there might be.
Keeping you down, Eli. See?
No, we're not. We've given him props, right? If this is Eli's,
It's not even a big deal. Come on,
it's been over-clarified by me, Adam. I've over-clarified it that it is specifically his. I've told him he needs to take credit. We've had a little jape because it's now an example that belongs to one of our friends. So we're going to nudge him and go, yeah, it's not that bloody good. We know it's a good example, and it's Eli's. This is awesome. Let's just move on, though.
Thank you.
That's the way that this situation goes. Frankly and respectfully, I would say it's somewhat coping. Do not focus on that. Focus on the evidence or lack thereof for the positive globe Earth claim, which is antithetical to all evidence and experience. And then focus on random questions like the meme says, oh, how does everything in the universe work? Oh, you don't know? Well, checkmate, stupid flirt, right? If you've ever seen that meme, that isn't a proper way to go about it. So that's kind of a lot of the meta arguments there. I don't really see this being a successful PSYOP. I think that it's done quite the opposite. And people should just step back and kind of look at the evidence for what it is. And that's what I encourage people to do. And just like you said, I will say, just like with everything else, like with the pandemic, we got.
Yeah, pause for brevity, but then carry on. Comment. Yeah, go on.
There's a point there that I think was salient.
Adam doesn't get it, Nathan.
There's a point I think you made there that was salient with regards to what the guy made, which was it's a PSYOP. He said, actually, I think it's quite the reverse. I would agree with him on.
Gaslit the whole time. Oh, you science denier this, science denier that. Oh, you have no idea what we're talking about. Trust the experts. And of course, it was all a lie. It was all a lie. So ridiculing people, mocking people, dismissing them dismissing as a
Wow. What a missed opportunity.
That's a bad standard.
Very bad. Totally missed opportunity. He's got it into the context of science, and then it's about trust immediately juxtaposed with the fairly loose segue back into what we are accused of in terms of being science deniers. Man, that needed to be a total reversal. Oh, so disappointing.
Well, what the thing about it is that it's for me. It's that, but it's more than that because he's talking about all the people that were claimed to be conspiracy theorists from 2019, 2020 up to about 2023, and how they turned out to be right. But that doesn't make us conspiracy theorists, and we're right. I mean.
Can I point out that we're nerds? I just realized, like, I totally love you guys' commentary, just like there's commentators on boxing, but we do it for debating. It's so nerdy.
I love it. Eli's discovering that he likes our own show that he's part of and creates. You like this show? Yeah, I do. I watch my own show too, Eli. I love it.
It sounds like somebody's come out of the closet and realised he's a nerd. Welcome.
No, out of the drawer. No, out of the drawer, not out of the closet, Adam.
Yeah.
Is not an approach we should take as truth, right? We never do that. So long story short, when you look into the actual alleged claim that the Earth is a spinning globe, which again is antithetical to experience. So you're saying, well, I think you have the burden of proof as well. I agree. If we say that the Earth is flat and stationary, that has a burden. And it's substantiated with every.
Yeah, we do. Can you do that now?
Let's hear it. This is it. Let's hear it.
Observation and all-day experience that we have. Everyone experiences the Earth is stationary. Everyone experiences that the stuff in the sky moves in relation to the Earth not moving. We fly planes like the Earth is flat and stationary. We build bridges, runways, railways, all engineering as if the Earth is flat.
Stop. As if the Earth is flat. I'm glad you let that bit get in there. As if the Earth is flat. He's talking about it being stationary and the motion with the relationship to a stationary Earth as his evidence of a flat Earth, with the segue talking about how he's proving Earth as a flat, stationary body. No, it's back to Adam's already pointed this out, actually. Justification for having ether as a segue into this. Because what's he proving? As if it's flat, the thing's measured flat. That was a terrible phraseology right at the end there.
Everything that we do is as if this Earth is stationary and flat.
Nathan,
That doesn't mean you get to talk, Adam.
Oh,
no, it does mean what
yeah.
Nathan. Oh,
Go on, Adam.
oh, Flatsy.
Booger said super chat, guys.
The super phone, super booger, superficial, super mustache.
Misfit FB 850 sent Boy Zero the Ether Pimp. I like it.
Can't be changing the name there, guy.
Don't forget
Okay.
cosmetologist.
But it's a good one. Yeah,
The horizon, I mean, it comes from the word horizontal.
I've not
So the
finished my point.
Stop mumbling, Adam.
Adam didn't
Not
actually make his
finished my
point. There was a
point.
super chat that interrupted.
I think there's another
Go
one.
ahead, Adam, quickly.
Super potato.
I'm sorry, Adam. Roger Ledwell said, if Chuck Norris and Luke Skywalker had a baby. Now go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead, Adam.
I was aware, bugger. Don't you worry. I agree with Nathan here, and it's about this confidence and the subconscious phrasing of what Witsit said. Why is he not saying it is measured flat? It is not it. It's just that's this step, the front foot forward in just your grammar and your language and how you structure the sentence with a positive affirmation with confidence, and you're happy to make that statement and you can back it up. That's what I heard as well. No, that was the bit that I went, ooh, why'd you say it like that?
Well, I think that like often when I'm speaking to normies, I speak in that way. Because the more sure of yourself you are, the more people, for whatever reason, this has been like how people responded to me. They feel like I'm telling them what to believe because I know for a fact that it's measured flat. They don't understand it when I first. You gotta. I don't know. I feel like it's a balancing act that he's trying to do. So I wouldn't really hit
Oh,
him on
aren't
that.
you so sweet and empathetic? Me, I couldn't give a crap.
them.
I don't care. So what's that? You think I'm trying to convince you to believe something? Now I'm telling you how it's measured. You think I'm trying to convince you to have a new belief? Oh, au contraire. No, I'm not. It is just measured flat. That's it. I don't care about your feelings afterwards. You feel I'm trying to
No,
talk you into a
I
belief.
feel you.
No.
I took that
He says
that same position a month ago, and it almost ended in a fight.
he says he
Eli,
feels you.
apparently, right, I am sweet and empathetic, and I think I'm still holding this position. It's not about not being that. It's about actually you being able to state something in the affirmative and consequently structure your sentence with that affirmative in there. You don't have to mitigate. As
Can we
in,
get on with this?
Yeah, go on.
Thanks.
stationary and flat. The horizon, I mean, it comes from the word horizontal. So the default empirical position is that the Earth.
Okay. The horizon comes from the word horizontal and what? Nothing. He's just going to go on his another funhouse mirrors between your ears. That's a death blow to the Baltard.
Just
Death
stop.
blow
Just
right
pause.
there.
Just pause. Just for the benefit of our audience, right? Give him the slope of dope. Someone, just so we've got it in here right now.
The slope of dope. According to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines, which are derived from horizons, have a rate of change of slope of 0, the Baltard's IQ. The problem for the globetards is that the definition for curvature from the United States Naval Academy is it must have a rate of change of slope of non-zero. So the story or the paradigm is the rate of change of slope of non-zero, but in reality, all we see are horizons that have a rate of change of slope of 0. That's paradox. And the globe Earth dies.
Perfect timing. Super chat.
Supernova, superstar, super glue, super Mario.
Yeah, sorry. I'm having to do this on my phone. Highway Hermit sent Witless and his sidekick Jeranism are making a mockery of flat Earth. Mark Sargent must be jealous.
Ooh, that's
Mark's one of the good guys. Let's move on.
Yeah, he was actually on. I've looked at some of his old stuff, and I'm like, man, good stuff were missed there.
Thanks, Highway. Appreciate it, man. Here we go.
The Earth is flat and stationary, and that the sun and the stars and the moon, they move over top of us. There's a claim that comes in and says, well, that's actually an illusion, right? And everything is back. So that would have the burden of proof, and that's the line of logic for that.
All right, and with that, that is your time, and we are headed to break, guys.
All right, fascinating stuff. We'll do open discussion on the other side. If you got any videos or anything we want to play, we'll get into it on the other side. Stay with us, folks.
I like that as a round out, to be fair. You know,
Let's just spin on. Let's just spin on. Let's not take their summary and commercial break as our break. Come on, let's just carry on.
Let's go to InfoWarsStore.com to support this important discussion, and we'll be right back.
Ground control to Major Tom.
Oh, shut up,
Follow Austin at Witsit Gets It on Twitter and WitsitGetsIt.com. I lost my paper that says it, but that's right, right? But yeah, at Witsit Gets It. Okay. So yeah, open discussion time. Obviously, we both brought up.
Okay, try to keep your comments concise and to the point. No diatribing monologues. All right? This is going to get hot and heavy.
Trigger warning, yep. Mm-hmm.
Bunch of stuff in our opening statements.
Tell you what to do.
I guess to me, again,
Shut up, Brian. You friggin' potato tree climbing.
Every debate I've watched from Flat Earth sort of has the same paradigm, the same dynamic. It's somebody like yourself that's arguing for Flat Earth, and then there's like the Bill Nye the Science Guy, Neil deGrasse Tyson wannabe. And frankly, I don't really care about the scientific arguments as much.
He doesn't care about the scientific arguments as much.
When it comes to whether experiments are valid or whether the physics.
He doesn't understand what science is. There's a tell. He doesn't know what science is. Whether experiments are valid or not. The unique thing about science is
care about the science from the beginning. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the way he stated it was, I don't care if the experiments are valid or not. The whole point of actualization, that is hypothesis construction followed by experimentation in the context of science, is that you only have proof as the outcome. That's the whole point of doing it. You can either validate your null or validate your alternative. So when he says, I don't care if experiments are valid or not, what are you talking about? Clearly, that's a tell. He doesn't know what science is.
That's an excellent segue there Nathan Witsit could take by saying, that's great, because this has nothing to do with the physical and natural world and the scientific method. Actually, we would be talking about geometry. I'd like to get into it.
Yeah, you're beautiful. He's done it again. Yeah, all the value that's going to be given to the show, it seems Eli's going to get the most points. Yeah, because what Eli's doing now is saying, at any point we could segue onto the measurements of Earth, proving it by demonstration, unequivocally, and take it out of the error of his category or categorization into science when it doesn't need to be. Right, I agree.
What's
checks
going
out.
off here?
I really do just go down to like basic observation.
We're in the middle of a clear declaration of ignorance. I love the way it started. Yeah, let the man hang himself and just show and demonstrate to an audience. He's not even got a parameter to judge anything by. He's just been science. He declared even if he was going to use science, he wouldn't know what it was to be able to judge whether that was science or not, because he doesn't know whether it's a valid experiment. Yeah, let the declaration of ignorance continue. I'm loving this. I'm loving Harrison Smith, his name, yeah? Harrison's approach to how to deal with the flat Earth.
Well, let us love it and put a cork in it.
I'll do it.
In logic and what would
let me get that full thought. I'm going to pull 2 5s.
When it comes to whether experiments are valid or whether the physics checks out, I really do just go down to like basic observation and logic and what would be necessary to cover this sort of thing up. And we can get into the PSYOP aspect in just a little bit. But like the moon is a sphere, right? Can we agree on that? Because I mean, to me, it's
after all that, the moon is a sphere. Can we agree on that? What a clown you are!
Booger
He's about to, he's about
Super
to
chat,
begin.
Superman, super chat, super salad.
Oh, there's 2 super chats. Roger Ledwell sent, he is the perfect Glober, kissy face. And Willie Nanny sent, you think Witsit will be promoting the clock app?
Yeah, you never know. It could happen. Thanks, guys. Yeah.
it's pretty undeniable. The moon is.
What, Elijah? Now, haven't you got enough kudos? Haven't you got enough? Haven't you got enough?
Oh, you're like Eli. You're like my kids when I sit and watch a film with them that they've already watched.
Oh, my ex hates me for that. Yes.
Yeah, I did
Stop
get
it,
that vibe,
then.
Eli. You've watched this already, haven't you?
Like, keep in mind, I'm just as bad when I haven't watched a movie. But I'm just gonna.
Don't let them put you down, Eli.
It's gonna be an agree train. That's all.
You
Don't
do
be
what you want, Eli. Don't listen to Brian.
Is in fact a sphere that we can all see. Do you agree with that?
Well, I've never seen the other side of the moon, but I would agree that it looks somewhat spherical. Sure.
Okay.
But
it looks spherical. I looked at the moon. It doesn't look spherical to me. It looks like
Let me
a circle.
quantify this. I'll be as quick as I can. Okay, right. By observation, you've got libration and can infer sphericity to the moon because you've got more than what would be a simple circular two-dimensional shape being presented to you if you study it. I've done it myself. Yes, there is libration. If this was in any way contentious...
What's libration?
Libration is you seeing the other sides of the moon as it goes through its phases. So you're seeing an extra percent. If you wanted to count it as a sphere, you could say that you're seeing something like, I think it's 54, 55% of a spherical surface. As it goes through the phases, you can see extra parts around one side towards one end of the phases and extra parts towards the other side. So if you were looking at it, you'd see a bit more of the moon on the left-hand side towards the end of the phases and a bit more of the right-hand side of the moon. Does that make sense? That's what libration actually is. So you can, my only point to this is to say that it is acceptable to say, yeah, okay, you can infer sphericity of the moon. How is this in any way linked to Earth as a sphere, Earth as a flat plane? It doesn't, it's completely non sequitur.
Yeah. So this isn't, so it says flat earth debate down here, notwithstanding your point that I'm going to jack up here in a few seconds. But it says flat earth debate, not moon is a sphere debate.
Yeah, but you have to ask the question: why does he need the moon to be a sphere? Why does he need an agreement on that?
I don't know. We'll get to that if everyone will be quiet.
I think I know.
He's gonna say, well, if the sun is round, if the moon is round, well, guess the Earth is round too.
Because
Exactly,
he contradicted himself. That's the answer. That like he's been doing since the beginning. He's gonna say we just want to talk about observation and logic. Now let me go ahead and basically commit a logical fallacy by telling you what it looks like, and then saying, well, if all the things in the sky are spheres, then wouldn't it stand to reason?
Well, thank you. Thank you. Well, let's let him say it then.
I've replicated a moon like with polarization where it looks like a sphere.
You've replicated a moon with polarization? Sorry, Nathan, is that what you didn't want me to do? Sorry about that.
And you can walk over there and put your hand right through it, right? It's a projection. Just with electromagnetic polarization in the Atmos, you could have a...
With electromagnetic and polarization in the Atmo. Really? Show. It's nonsense.
I don't know what the moon is, but I would agree, yeah, it does. It's certainly round and look like it could be a sphere. I've never seen the other side of it before, so I can't say I know it's a sphere, right? Coincidentally, we see the one side.
Shadows
Pause
on the
again.
moon, certainly.
Glad I clarified it early because I don't have to go through it all again. No, you can partially see what you could call the other side of it. That's what libration is. And conceding to this would be far quicker. But there we go. That's just my opinion.
I think
Coincidentally, we see
fundamentally,
the one side.
this is a good point. Fundamentally honest. There's nothing wrong with doing exactly what Nathan's just said. Add a bit of detail to his claim, yeah, and say, but fundamentally, I still don't know. I do not know what it is. I can't make any claims to it. And then as QE says, but what's that got to do with the nature of what I'm standing on?
Never seen the other side of it before, so I can't say I know it's a sphere, right? Coincidentally, we see the one side.
But the shadows on the moon certainly make it look like a sphere, right? I mean, unless you have another...
The shadows on the moon make it look like a sphere is one of the dumbest things I ever heard.
I mean, but that's the libation thing.
No, it isn't.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
That's
Thanks.
crazy.
Thanks.
So what's
See, you just ruined it for all the kudos that you got. You
Yeah,
just
-10, Eli. Oh.
yeah, you lied.
all right, whatever. -10.
explanation for why the shadow moves the way it does across the moon.
So we got to explain why the shadow of the moon moves across the moon the way it moves across the way it does. We have to explain that.
Presupposing it's a shadow.
Yeah. He's a moron. That's the second dumbest thing I've heard.
I mean, it basically has to be a sphere, right? I mean, are you saying the moon is a projection, or do you think it's a physical object?
I don't know what the moon is. I'm just saying, not. Like,
Hold on a second. Do you accept my false dichotomy? Is it physical or a hologram? Pick one.
Yeah. He's a clown. Look at him.
Not particularly solid, actually. Like, even the Astronomical Society said that they've seen stars through.
Oh my God! He's going to start chasing this down. Oh, Witsit.
I was just about to say, good answer. I do not know. Just stay there. And now he's going to go fully Islamic and claim you can see a star through the crescent moon. What
So for the flat earthers, in order to not get into a discussion about what the moon is, you could just say, yeah, so.
Exactly.
Look how quick
Waves.
that was.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
Terminator line, sometimes there
I'm just agreeing. Go ahead.
will be things lit up on the other side of the Terminator line, right? Which shouldn't be happening if it is a solid sphere with the actual shadow. I don't even claim to know that is quote unquote a shadow. We can replicate that with polarized lenses. It can just literally be like a plasma polarized lens, and it could be
A plasma polarized lens. What?
Hold on. Didn't you tell us earlier to remember that he talked about not replacing things you falsified?
Yes.
Is that why?
I don't know, but I'd like to see this plasma polarized lens.
be solid for all I know, and just be optically displaced within a medium. Both.
It's optically displaced within a medium. What the hell are you even talking about?
And now,
What's your plasma What's
the
this
land of-
plasma polarized lens?
now we move into the land of bullshittery, removing all credit from Witsit.
Ethereum scripture, Mr. Oakley. I noticed.
Oh, sorry.
He's already done it earlier when he said he's recreated that moon effect, which is out there on YouTube. Go and see it. Yeah, same effect here. These are Ethereum. You can lead to Ethereum via these concepts, yeah, if you want to try and justify these things that are coming.
Models, I think, is when you start hearing this stuff you've never heard, it sounds like I'm just making stuff up. But no, but both models.
No, you're making stuff up. Both models
claim that the sun and the moon aren't actually where we see them.
Let's see both models and see if models make claims. Right? We want to see that. Clown.
Right? That they're apparent positions. So that's interesting to know. It could be a solid sphere and just not where we see it. It could be relative to each observer based on their angle to it. So this is what I will say. That is actually kind of a meme. Normally people do want to, like, what's the moon? I don't know, man. I just know that the Earth is not what they said.
He didn't ask you what's the moon. He asked you what shape it was.
I feel like he's using this time right now to just pull out all of his best cards that he's ever studied, you know, just to put it on TV. Like he'll just riddle off whatever he wants right now.
Super dad, supernatural, super mustache.
Roger Ledwell said, "We need the soundboard." What?
Oh yeah, I can't do that because I have all these guys in here, man. I can't have the soundboard along with Booger and all these monologue diatribes. Can't do it, but I hear you. Who was the last gentleman that was talking?
Oh, that was me.
Not me. Who are you?
Oh, the chosen ones.
The chosen one. All right. Thank you for that. Praise the show. Goodness.
You know, I want to ask you a question. Like, you're like,
so shut up.
Like you said, you're just kind of into observation, right? That's what made me a flat earther, bro.
You're kind of into observation. Yeah. The seeing public is I've been kind of into that ever since I was born. Like for every microsecond that I'm awake, I'm kind of into that too, bro. What the hell is that?
I'm kind of into seeing things, dude. Like,
Jesus.
I really dig seeing things.
I really dig seeing things. Let's listen to that again.
No, man, I just know that the Earth is not what they said. You know, I can ask you a question. Like, you said, you're just kind of into observation, right? That's what made me a flat earther, bro. Because I did not want to be a flat earther. Okay, let's just get that out. Like, it discredited everything I ever said. right? I'm like the conspiracy theorist of my family. So like all of a sudden I'm going to come around saying the most ridiculous thing ever. I'm immediately discredited. So
Right.
I went out and looked, though, bro. You can see mountains
He went out and looked, though, bro.
from 300 miles away. They should be 2-3 miles below Earth curvature, and you can see them.
Well,
Oh, Nathan. All right, I'll let it go. I thought that would trigger you.
we'll talk about curvature here in just a second. But again, it seems.
I was just going to say,
No,
I've
he
kind of,
won't. He
as soon as
won't talk about
as soon as he branched into ether, I tuned out.
Well, tune back in. We're on a show.
To me, like you can see the moon, and it's pretty clear what it is. It's a rocky body. It's solid. You can see the craters. I mean, powerful telescopes or even powerful cameras can zoom in quite a bit, and it's not a projection. It seems fairly solid to me. So to me,
it seems fairly solid to me.
Yeah, fairly solid, right?
It's not a projection. If it seems fairly solid to me, it sounds to me like he hasn't got a clue what the moon is, just like everyone else.
No, not very solid, fairly solid. It's like, yeah, it's kind of solid, somewhere in
If Witsit
between.
was interested in giving our position, he would sound like how we do on the debate servers, like Heretic or anybody who. Yeah, but what's that got to do with flat Earth? If that was his focus, that's where we would be right now.
Yep.
Me, this is obviously just because the moon is a sphere doesn't mean the Earth is a sphere.
Just because the moon is a sphere, that you haven't demonstrated that. But the rest of your argument is or your counter argument is correct.
And I know the argument that I've heard quite a bit is like just because pool balls are circular doesn't mean the pool table is circular. Yeah, that's true. Just because the moon is a sphere does not mean that the Earth is a sphere. But
this is interesting. This is crap journalism or crap intellect. He's led him into that question, and the response he wanted was well, if all the pool balls are round, why would the table be round? Yeah. And he's not got that response from Witsit. So he's now doing exactly what Witsit's done, which is to postulate the response he wanted so he can then rebut it.
Yes.
But it might kind of be like a hint, right? It might kind of be a clue.
Yeah, it's not a proof of it, because it might be a hint or a clue. No, you glue sniffer. It's a nothing burger from a moron. That's what it is. And the moon, you haven't demonstrated the moon is a sphere tard.
And it sort of means that if you use terms that I've heard where it's like this cartoon Earth of some idea of a orb suspended in nothing, it's like, well, that's not actually
an orb suspended in nothing. What are you talking about? Is he reading a prompter? I just looked up. Sorry.
Somebody told me in one of my.
No, but he does have notes. He does have notes.
Somebody told me in one of the comments that he was. Sorry to interrupt. Somebody in the comments suggested that he was being fed by a whole team of people through an earpiece. That was one of the. I have no idea if that's true. It's just somebody in the comment section telling me it.
I don't see an earpiece. I don't see an earpiece. I see a prompt. He's looking dead at a prompter. I'll guarantee it.
I don't necessarily. It's not the earpiece, but I just mean the fact that there's going to be a team of people that are feeding him through a screen or whatever else. You know what I mean? There's going to be people supporting him. That's what the sentiment was.
Yeah.
That ridiculous because we literally see one every day. I think
door to attack the entire mythos. Sorry, Mr. Interviewer Man, but all the presuppositions that you have in your head about whatever the moon is based on this, and this. By the way, the Earth measures flat.
Yeah, very true.
I think the shadows obviously show that it's a sphere, and then you have
shadows. There he goes again. The shadows on the moon show it's a sphere.
Even when their arguments are rubbish, they still rinse and repeat them.
Yep.
Things like the eclipse, and you brought up the fact that the sun is 400 times the size of the moon, but 400 times away. So
Hold a second. Sorry, is he talking about the phases of the moon? Because they ain't shadows, are they?
Well, we don't know what he's talking about. He didn't designate or delineate what he was talking about.
No, Harrison's thinking when we see the moon throughout the month that's the shadow of the Earth. He needs schooling. I don't think Witsit's picked it up. It just took me a second now, but unless he's talking about eclipses with the shadow of the moon, he's talking about the phases of the moon. Not a shadow, is it?
Sorry, just to
he's
interject.
talking about the phases. He's talking about the crater shadows.
I was about to say, I think he's talking about crater shadows. I think Armin's right.
So it's a perfect match, and
I got a perfect match. My ass.
Shut up! Shadows.
You do what you want, Brian. You go for it, girl.
You go for it, girl. You ruined you ruined it. You just had to open up your blowhole, didn't you?
Yes.
Jeez.
Yeah, I mean that whether the sun is 400 times or 200 times, whatever the actual multiplication is, the fact is
whatever the multiplication is. What?
Yeah, it can be any size. It could be much bigger, even more bigger. It doesn't really matter. The point is it all works perfectly. Don't you get it?
We can't really level any reasonable response at Witsit here. He's being scattergunned, isn't he? So unless he's taking notes to start rebutting some of these things with things that we can interject easily here, it's not fair to level any of this at Witsit store because he's just getting scattergunned.
True. I'm not leveling anything at Witsit store just yet. I mean, prior to the stuff that I leveled before that was absolutely on top of it.
Is that with solar eclipses, you can see that the moon is clearly in front of the sun, and yet they're the same size. So what?
Is this the moon?
Yeah. Nobody's been able to prove that's the moon. Not saying it isn't. I just haven't seen proof that it is.
Yep.
Looks
Whatever
like the moon.
Does it?
No, not really. When I see the moon, it's like looks a bit like G's thing in the sky. That looks like a black circle.
Yep.
That's
Calculus
how I
is,
see the moon.
it is the distance is equal to the size
Can,
difference. You know.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, right in the middle of them talking. Sure.
Well, I tried to come in just before you press play. You probably press play just after I started talking.
No,
Anyway.
well before.
Will a sphere be totally dark? If the moon was a sphere or a dome, from our perspective, could that be completely dark?
I wouldn't get into it.
You invoke
Not just dark, it would be invisible for 3
I would
days
not
straight.
get into it. I just wouldn't get into it.
Okay, right. Let's just round this out. Right.
Yeah.
Everyone stop. Everyone stop. Right. Everyone stop. Right. Eli's correct. I wouldn't get into it. But Brian is correct. If we assume in their paradigm that it is occulted by the moon, then it's going to be lit from behind by the sun according to their paradigm. Right, Brian? Just, round it out. Go ahead.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm just saying, can a sphere be completely dark? I don't see how a sphere can be completely dark. I don't think that can happen.
I don't know. You could create a little like space in which you, I don't know, have a light source at the other end of the room or maybe a tube, and then you can have like
what?
This dark room.
You shouldn't chase this down, Eli. I just like you're.
No, I'm just saying because if I was a Glober and I was saying this and then I did this, then you'd be sitting there with your thumb in your,
It's
like
-5.
Another -5, definitely.
It can be so dark it'll disappear for 3 days every month. That's how dark it'll get.
-5 for flip-flopping.
I'm saying so. Obviously, the sun is behind the moon. The moon is an object that is apparently.
Obviously. That would require some evidence that you don't have, Harrison.
Right, let's get to the end
of our distance from it in the perspective.
Let's get to the end of some of this scattergunning and get on to what Witsit's replies because there's quite a lot
of it. And again, that's sort of, I mean, if you accept that the moon is a sphere that's above the Earth, everything else kind of follows. I mean, I really think that debunks.
Everything kind of follows. That's his main track here. So if the moon is a sphere, then everything else kind of follows. That means amoebas are spheres. Pancakes are spheres, right? Clown.
Everything is a sphere from the right perspective, QE. Don't you know?
Let me point this out. Harrison, at the beginning of this spiel, says, I know that it's fallacious to think that, because things in the sky are spheres, it could be a table or blah, 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 blah. He then goes on to do that anyway. He just decried his own argument when he started it, and then
we get it. Thanks.
Bunks a lot of flat Earth. I mean, obviously the moon has to go away for a certain.
Oh boy,
Brian, look at the transition on this eclipse. If we can see it, just check it out, Brian. There, this bit, this. Just go a little bit before, QE. I mean, 5 more. Watch this, Brian.
You've got to verbalise why he's watching it, Adam. Otherwise, we've just got dead air.
Well, no, just press play.
It's not playing.
Object that is apparently equivalent in.
You see it?
Yeah. Is that equivalent with a sphere, Adam? If you understand what I mean. I know it's more of a personal point, but it doesn't really fit. Anyway, look, I won't go. Thanks, Adam. I won't labour that point now.
Sides of the sun because of our distance from it.
Look at that.
A super chat.
Supernatural super chat. Superman.
Super phone. Roger leaves a shadow of doubt in Globy's mind.
Nice one. Thanks, Roger.
And the perspective of it. And again, that sort of, I mean, once you.
Ooh, look at that. Interesting.
Exactamundo. Look at that. Look at that. Tell me that is the moon passing and leaving the sun. Look at it. Where's the moon?
Okay, as much as this is fun to chase down, I agree with the original non-flip-flop Eli's point when he's like, "What? Who cares?"
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to get back onto that. Because a religious zealot is going to see that and go, "That's exactly what I believe."
It just doesn't. I've got to now recontextualize it because what Adam's just said. Yeah, okay. If it's us discussing this, Adam, this is the most interesting part of the discussion, isn't it? Right? The real nature of the world. This is truly, truly exciting, interesting, fascinating. Yeah, I could give it all the praise you want. We're here to prove Earth's flat to a fundy who thinks you're on a globe in a flat Earth debate. As far as I'm concerned, within the context of the discussion that's on the table, this is completely non sequitur. It doesn't win him a point for a globe. It doesn't win us a point for a flat Earth. Therefore, it's non sequitur as far as I am concerned. I love it. I think it's really interesting. I know they've got their answers, but on the front foot in 2024, I don't care about their their made-up answers for what they say this is. It's non sequitur to the debate.
Thanks. We got it.
If you accept that, you accept that the moon is a sphere.
It's presented to you, and that last image is the rebuttal in of itself. Yeah, that's all. That's what's interesting. Yeah, that last image is the rebuttal to their claim.
Yeah, we heard you say it the first time.
I'm going to say it again. I'm good.
I'm going to say it again.
Go on, Adam.
That is the rebuttal to their claim. Look at it.
One more time.
One more time. Thanks, man.
That's above the Earth. Everything else kind of follows. I mean, I really think that debunks a lot of flat Earth. I mean, because
this debunks a lot of flat Earth. Bozo! How in the world, Harrison, does this debunk a lot of flat Earth?
It doesn't.
Please, tell us.
The standards are awful, and you would hope that when they're this low, the audience for InfoWars would go, "What?" and realise that this is a very poor standard. You're right to laugh.
He's a retard. Look at him. That's a retard statement. Shut up.
Then obviously the moon has to go away for a certain period of time. It matches up with the spinning of the Earth. I mean, if the moon is a sphere and is a solid object that's floating above the Earth, and
it's not. You haven't demonstrated that, you dumbass.
And circling around it, I mean, that seems to me like.
That was what I said earlier, and someone from Discord came in and agreed they were on the same track, that his whole purpose was to start off with getting acceptance. Do you accept that the moon is spherical? Everything's a sphere. Do you know what I mean? That was it. That was his whole shtick from the start. It was C-trip.
Yep.
It doesn't necessarily prove that we are circling around the sun, but it's
what
certainly proves that the Earth is a sphere and the moon is
This proves that the Earth is a sphere. You're a retard, Harrison.
circling around us, right? That, to me, again, that's just
It's non sequitur.
imminently observable.
It's eminently observable? What?
No, actually, it's not, because if that black object in front of that bright object was the sphere, then the bright object would be lighting it around the edges, and it would be coming in very different from that. It would be nearly like a half moon, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, I thought Nathan said to disregard that, but you gonna go over this again?
Adam, tell him to look at it. Adam, tell him to look at it.
Look, use your eyes. Do science. Observe.
This is eminently observable. You clown. Let's
carry on.
Idiot.
Like I said, it could be a sphere. It does
Thanks.
somewhat look like a sphere. I will just say, stars have been seen through the moon, it appears. I think that reality is way more mind-blowing than we know, and people think they have answers to everything, but really when you look under the hood, there aren't answers for everything. But if we kind of talk about that, if we use like Occam's razor, that which requires the least amount of assumptions is most.
Oh no. So we're going to use an incoherent heuristic. Occam's razor has nothing to do with this discussion at all. Zero.
Most likely to be true. Doesn't mean it is true. But
Oh,
we see
boy.
the sun and the moon appear to be the same size. We have a
know what,
nightlight and a
right?
daylight, and they're the same exact size.
We're talking about whether the moon's a ball, and if we apply Occam's razor, we'd have. I mean, I don't know. I'd say I don't know, but if you apply Occam's razor, it looks a bit like that big ball of chip in the sky, doesn't it? And that's got a bit of balliness to it. It was to hold. If I apply Occam's razor, if that's the standard I've now brought in, define my worldview, and that everything's a ball because the moon might have, as Nathan said, libration, something I'd admit. That gives it a bit of balliness. Libration fundamentally is. Yeah. So if I apply Occam's razor, I've now lost. Why would I do that? Not to say it's made.
Because you're retarded.
It's made of cheese. I'd go with it's made of cheese. Leave it alone. Prove me wrong.
In such an extent that we can get perfect total solar eclipses. And they claim that that is just a coincidence based on the way that a Mars-sized body hit the Earth and broke it up, and a little piece of debris stuck around the Earth, and then gravity coalesced into a sphere that stopped around 230.
Gravity? So you're giving them gravity. Okay.
8,000 miles away. Just coincidentally, the size of that rock matches up with the size of the sun optically, even though it's 400 times smaller than it is.
Yeah, but that is the case, right? I mean, it is the same size perspectively as the sun, but clearly it's not on the same plane as the sun since it passes in front of it. So whatever that differential is, it has to be. I mean, that is accurate, right?
No, that's
Yeah, thanks,
fundamentally
Witsit.
incorrect.
Thanks for giving him that.
Fundamentally incorrect from the guy there. You just made a statement they're on the same. No, they can't be on the same plane. You've just stated they're different sizes. They're on different planes. Those planes being at different distances.
Super chat.
Boom.
That was a good one. Super fluid, superconductor, Super Bowl.
He's just going to keep saying it. Roger Ledwell sent, don't we need to prove motion first, meaning us?
We need to prove a lot of things first. This is a train wreck of a dumpster fire.
Sure, but
This whole conversation, Q, is about whether the moon's a ball or not right now.
Yep.
Just,
Yep.
you know.
Yep. He Jedi mind tricked him.
Just barely behind it, it would look like the same size. So they could be very similar distances in the same size, right?
Well, no, they'd have to be a little bit because they are exactly the same size and different. And again, I don't think that just because the moon is a sphere, that means that I trust that they understand how it was created. Or I mean, moon could be hollow for all we know. The whole it rang like a bell when they.
This is a stupid red herring fallacy. It doesn't have anything to do with anything. Or to your previous point.
It's just going to show that his knowledge depth is actually fundamentally based in conspiracy. Moon rang like a bell. What? His knowledge base is based in InfoWars, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, and Wiki and Discovery Channel. And he just gave him a red herring fallacy. He got away from the shape. He's a moron.
They crashed something into it. I mean, there have been a lot of stories. I don't think we know everything about.
There's been a lot of stories, I'm sure.
The moon's entire life cycle, but
the moon's life cycle?
Hey, John, remember earlier how Harrison said, yeah, we'll get into the curvature of Earth. Remember that?
Yep.
Remember how I said that he wouldn't ever?
Yes. Yep.
I do think it's a sphere in the sky, which,
We don't care what you think, Harrison. We don't care the thinks. We need it demonstrated and validated. Okay? Your feels and your thinks have nothing to do with this, clown.
Would hint that there are other spheres in the sky.
Oh, now he's going to go against his other point. He's going to contradict himself. Unbelievable.
I would hint that that's a possibility. It would make me question why the moon doesn't fall when everything else falls to Earth because of gravity.
All right, let's see what he does.
It would hint that either it's not affected by the force of gravity or it's being affected in a different
The force of gravity. All right, let's see what Witsit comes up with.
way, which to me explains orbit.
Go ahead.
Think Flatsy.
Super chat.
Super duper, super stupid, super phone.
Yeah, sorry, we're back in the car. We're just letting you know. Stop. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Stopping traffic in my Rasta hat sent. Their video showed the black object behind the sun.
Yeah. I just shout out to stopping
That's
traffic
true.
in my Rasta hat. Old school. I hope you.
Brian, do you like the super stupid?
Oh yeah. Bugger is brilliant. He's really. It must be Flatty's new mic. It has to be that. On
Yeah,
the
he
if
sounds.
he, yeah, I keep
All
it
right.
alive.
Here we go. Let's see what Witsit does with this force of gravity and everything's falling down. Go boom, boom, go splash, splash to the earth.
Pretty well, pretty succinctly. I want to show a couple videos.
It explains it pretty well, pretty succinctly. What does? What? Now he's going to go off on another incoherent red herring fallacy tangent.
Images here, because this again sort of illustrates to me that not only is the moon a sphere, but it's being lit by
From his whole point before, not only is the moon a sphere, look at his hands. Clown.
light source that is extremely far away. We can go to some of the pictures.
He's also stated that it's being illuminated by a light source extremely far away. How you know that? Have you demonstrated that, Harrison? Heretic hack.
Called Ball and Moon. And there are a couple of these, but you can do it yourself. If you see the moon during the daytime and you hold a ball up, they have essentially the same shadow.
Oh no. 2014, no.
Yeah, this is so wrong because you can't see the rest of the moon. You can see the rest of the ball, but you can't see the rest of the moon. You can always see the rest of the ball, but you cannot see the rest of the moon. No matter what you do, no matter what camera you have or use, you will not see the outline of the rest of the moon.
Look at this. There's a little hot spot on that monkey right here. Where's the hot spot over here?
Why are you chasing this down? Right, I need to interject.
I like it.
I've got to interject. There's a fundamental...
It's 2014.
Yeah, it is. But there's a problem. We're being led down a load of avenues that need one-word responses because the foundation's been laid down to debunk all of this. And it hasn't been done. So therefore, each and every one of these red herrings, as you pointed out like 2 minutes ago, is having to be chased down. It's like, we need to lay down a foundation of our evidence for why Earth's flat and why Earth is not a ball. Now, there's various different arguments that could take 30 seconds to summarise that you can lay down as foundations really early on in the discussion so that each and every time you come to something like this, you can point out one of the foundational points that you use to debunk a sphere or prove Earth was flat in rebuttal. So you can keep it snappy. Yeah, you listen to this boring waffle, then say who cares at the end of it. And then point out your winning point again, just to labour it. But there we go. That's just how I would approach this.
No, that's true. That's true. But we were pointing out, okay, hotspot, and then this doesn't look the same. Obviously, it's from 2014. I seen this when I first came out here too, and just belly laughed at it.
Will be cast on the ball as moon because they're both being lit by the same source.
Look at the image again. Look, right. So I know you can see the bottom. Look, because it's a sphere, the golf ball is illuminated at the bottom and has a small crescent appearing from the sunlight because of the 3D nature of it. Yeah, slightly illuminated at the bottom, unlike the moon. Look, whether you can see the bottom or not.
Yes.
And just so Nathan knows, I'll do whatever I want. You're not the boss of me.
Tell him, Brian. Tell him.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Which would be the sun, which would be extreme.
Shut up,
Everyone else has. You might as well.
I'm sensing a lot of hostility from Brian towards Nathan.
No, it's all being done in a jokey fashion. You're just not picking up on the humour. I am. It's hilarious. I'm really loving it. Brian's attitude state's spooky.
No. That's what you're thinking. It's humor.
Neil's having
just don't get it, Neil. Don't worry about it.
Extremely far away. So, how would this happen without an extremely far away sun
Another hot spot.
lighting both the ball and the moon?
Well, for one, they actually don't look entirely the same.
Another one.
What's this have to do with the Earth being measured flat?
Nothing.
It
I used to
doesn't.
have this highlighted here. Flat Earth.
And the angle is different on the ball.
Yes, it is, Brian.
Right. You'll actually see that there's a gradient of light on a
Pretty
spherical
similar,
object. They are somewhat similar. Yes. That's how we made the model, right? We looked at the sky and then we created the model over hundreds.
Created what model? Giving them the model again, right? What's it? Unbelievable.
Years. So of course it matches the sky. That's how we made it, globe Earth model. But I'm not.
Globe Earth model. That's how we made it. The globe. Did you make it? Can you show it on your next live stream? Could somebody offer a clip to me the next time he shows it on his live stream? Because he just gave it to him, and he's made it.
There could be a relationship between it being lit up, but there are many theories about it.
The globe Earth comes from flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. What he's referencing here is the celestial dome, right? And how we decided to describe it. When people decided it was a heliocentric globe.
You know, like everything, this could have an electromagnetic relationship. It could be charging up. It could all be within the same energetic cycle above us or whatever.
What, same energetic cycle or whatever? Huh? What?
No.
Don't have a relationship.
No. This is the point. This is the point where, okay, so he's dealt with their bullshit politely. Well done. Okay, just been thrust a load of golf balls and moon images. You got to deal with it. Well done. He's paused. This is now his rebuttal. This is the point I'm with Nathan on. Now's the point to go. You see those things, those images you showed me. How are they quantified? How do we use them in calculation to build your flat Earth model? If you want to describe it, yeah. You've got to take flat Earth elevation angles. All of these things that you're going to describe are taken from the flat Earth. We're about to get into energetics, which may mean crystal absorption of photons and later emission at cooling rates, with regards to why the moon has phases. This is the point of pause where you've dealt with his shit politely. Now make our point strongly. Make our own point. We've been very polite. And there is a point at where you have to start making your own statements. If you've got any to make, which I do think we do have.
Okay, what's the minute mark? How many minutes are we up to on the video?
We are at 37 minutes.
So for the empathetic amongst you, 2 commercials and 2 responses is where the empathetic man would say, now's the time to go in for the kill, right, Adam?
No, not now. I'm making the point that this is another opportunity to have made a point. I think by this point now, yeah, there's been multiple opportunities for you to present flat Earth proofs. Instead of steelman them or go off on your own religious beliefs that have got nothing to do with flat Earth, which is where I think this is going. And that's why I said that's a great opportunity to bring it back to how we even quantify that moon, where it is, what it's doing. How is that achieved? Yeah, that flat Earth elevation angles.
Thanks.
Hold on, there was
many people have tried to measure the moon.
Go on, Neil. Did you want to add something?
I said that's why he should have did it right in the beginning. That's what everybody's going to remember, the beginning of the show. So you stamp it right there. Put your foot right down in the ground, and then you can go into your other nonsense if you want. But get him curious where he wants to inquire what you're talking about.
I just want to say I remember the end of many movies. And
Thanks, Brian.
Moonlight and say it isn't high, and there's all debate about that and stuff. But this is kind of what I was talking about, though. Like, I get that this is probably even a good faith, genuine question. That's how you want to know how everything works. And since we've been given all these alleged answers as to how it works, you think, well, flat Earth has to replace everything I was told is true. But not really. We see a star through the moon. What they said can't be true. Like, we just saw that the moon looks blue during the day, and then we showed a picture. We showed a picture of the Earth from the moon, which was NASA came out.
Why make an extraordinary claim?
I gotta head out, guys.
All right, Flatsy. Thank you. Bye, Booger.
Hey, Booger. Thank you. Booger. Thank you.
Because he's an idiot.
On the minute they photoshopped one of those pictures and didn't tell the public about it, right? Just a second ago that was shown. So I guess what I'm saying is do you agree that if the radius of the globe is falsified, everything else is falsified? So as to a question like, how would the moon work on a flat Earth? I don't know, but it is because we measured the surface of the Earth. I think that is the most important. And I want to say this one more thing.
Well, he measured the surface of the Earth, but he wants to say one more thing. No, go back to that thing.
That might have been the little bit that I
When it comes
listened
to-
to just briefly when I scrubbed through it when someone sent it to me. Because I'm like, you just needed to say flat and have some authority in your voice, and that would have been a really good conclusion.
Huey, can you go back? Because I think he said I didn't get it in before.
What?
I think he said about Earth being measured flat. He didn't get it in before like he wanted to, but he did.
All right. I'll pull a couple fibers.
Would the moon work on a flat Earth? I don't know what it is because we measure the surface of the Earth. I think that is the most important part. And I want to say this one more thing. When it comes
No, I didn't say it.
to, you're right. It's like you can't look at the ceiling and say that's what the floor is, right? It's even more than that. It's if the Earth is in the center of the entire universe, it would be illogical to think that it's light.
We're in the geocentrism. Boy Zero, this is a flat Earth debate. You see the title down here? 38 minutes.
We're in pizza
Like
in
everything.
space. Yeah. If the Earth is the center of the universe.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, that description only is applicable to a pizza in space if you're talking flat Earth, which is not any conception I have. It's a straw man. Apologetics to this guy. Ease him on his journey at best. You're giving them fodder. Do you know what I mean? You're giving them their paradigm constantly.
Yep. He mentioned gravity before and the force of gravity and everything falling down, go boom, go splash, splash on the Earth ball. Didn't even mention anything about that, right? So we good to go with that?
Everything else. It's the only thing that's in the middle. Everything else was created to move around it, right? So that's an important distinction there. And most people don't point out. It would be illogical to say the Earth should be like what's in the sky when everything in the sky moves around the Earth. The Earth is distinctly different, right?
Well,
so yeah.
but again, we're dealing with two forms of reality: the perception and the actual, right?
Two forms of reality: the perceptual and reality. Really? Clown.
So it looks like everything's circling around us, but that would also be the case if we were spinning. It would look like everything was circling around us. That would mean it was circling around us. So,
what?
Again, it doesn't seem to me like there's any evidence that Earth is the center. I mean, what about the mapping of planets? Because I know.
Oh, I'm my dismissal.
What? There's no evidence Earth is at the center. Let's talk about mapping. What, the polar-centric system of mapping?
Do you think Witsit's going to say that?
I used the term Ron Burgundy earlier, but if he's not fed, there's nothing coming out intelligible, is there? There's just the next question.
Yep. Let's see what Witsit does with it.
One of the things, again, we have an image of this motion of solar system planets relative to Earth. So basically, this would be the orbital path that the other planets would take. Mars.
I have to look at a screen to read it to get back to making any statement of intelligibility. Yeah, the last cluster screw, though we weren't reading off a screen, made no sense.
Yep.
I was just going to. He is Ron Burgundy.
Okay, so but there's another potential segue, isn't there? So orbital motion requires a flat plane of reference. That's where Witsit should go. Let's see if he does.
There's Venus, all these other planets. If Earth is assumed to be the center, and they're like spirals, they're like they move around a lot.
Wow.
What's he babbling about?
Who knows? He's a retard.
And if the crew can pull up that picture, motion of solar system, we can pull it up on my screen.
This is the motion of the solar system.
These are your circles of life, QA. These are your, yeah.
Now, I'm pretty sure these are what my daughter did with her spirograph.
Supposedly that's what they supposedly do if it was flat.
What you've got here is if you assume that these objects are also orbiting the sun, you've got the plotted positions of them, right, over the year and the cycles. What are these plotted positions taken from? This is
A
all
flat
he needs
plane.
to do.
Flat Earth required. Flat Earth required. This is it. It's on screen in 2D. I mean, if Witsit doesn't segue into flat Earth proof from here, he's a lost cause.
And 10 to 1,
Well,
it
you
goes
know
to
what? Okay,
Jupiter
sorry to
and
overtalk, but I kind of hope that it is, Nathan. I agree with you there. I just realized we were watching, and damn. All right, I'll shut up.
You've
I
been
just
sitting
went back and listened. He did say that.
Good
He said
evening.
Earth is making flat. It's the most important thing, and then he went into something else. I went
Oh,
back and listened.
well, what else did you expect with this entire endeavor? So I'm excited. Sorry, continue.
I
Okay.
think there's a market opening up for me here. You guys can go ahead and count fallacies. I'm gonna count how many missed opportunities that he could have segued into flat Earth.
Right.
I'm gonna count how many points he gets, Elijah. On that note, with continuing the war with the polarization and the bullshit. So yeah.
The plasma. What did he say? The plasma. What? Polarization lenses.
What I'd like to
Right.
know is, come on, Adam.
Well, quick question. All of those diagrams, what's going to be the center point of all of the spirographs that they draw off? There's something that's going to be a reference point.
Yeah, you on a flat plane.
No, in the middle of all those is Polaris, yeah?
Oh,
They're
well,
all
it's
re-
not in the middle of all them. Yeah, it's going to be Polaris, yeah, obviously. Yeah.
they're all reference to that. That's what the big circle is. They're all drawn in reference to that. And yeah,
Well,
it's flat Earth elevation angles being plotted here. Now,
Are
the
they?
interpretation.
Stop. Are they? No. What are we looking at? What do you think this is? I mean,
yeah, I don't know what. I don't know.
I was just going to say, if you want to plot out the inferred epicycle, right, you might be able to look at the bottom left image as an inferred, because it's not an actual movement we observe, epicycle. What do they call them now? It's not epicycle. Retrograde motion, right? That's it. What's the rest of this crap? That's not a
I
star's
don't know
move.
if Jupiter takes that path or anything. I don't know that. I just know that I look up and I see the sky moving around. That's all I know. I need to know. Yeah.
Does it look like this?
I have never seen that. Now that would be maybe a sped up version, but I don't know. One Adam.
I just want to stop us going off in La La Land. Like somehow what we're seeing on screen is in any way representative. I've studied the sky. I look at the sky, right? But study the sky, make it sound more inflated than it really is. But I'm just saying this is not what I see. Now I can infer the motion through tracking them night after night, and then say there's epicycles, and then draw them out in a pattern like this. But this is just stupid.
I'm still waiting for some kind of argumentation for the Earth being spherical. I haven't heard any so far.
Nope. Well, the issue I really have is why does Witsit, right? I don't know why he keeps on wanting to put us at the center of this universe thing. What is that?
True.
That is begging the question fallacy. That this universe thing, that's a heliocentric paradigm idea. Go on, Adam. Sorry.
Kind of what all this is alluding to, isn't it? That we're the center of things. Look at it. All these patterns are repeated with respect to Earth. That in its sense is nonsensical in the heliocentric point. Whether you want to make these Kundalini looking or not is the point. The point I would make is to generate these patterns, certain assumptions have to be taken, and the primary data gathering is a flat Earth elevation angle and a position, date, and time based on a flat Earth who even begin these presuppositional patterns of what they will mean.
Yes.
Oh, way. Flat Earth elevation angle and time.
Yes. Adam gets 10 points.
Thanks, Adam.
So, how do you explain these paths and this motion with...
How do we explain? Isn't this your claim?
Yeah, burden of proof reversal fallacy.
Yeah.
Without, a force acting on the planets.
Without a force, now he's getting a force acting on the planets. What planets?
Sorry, we've got a force making
gravity.
these bloody spirograph diagrams, have we? What the bloody hell is he babbling about?
He doesn't know.
Going towards and away from us if they're circling around us.
They're going towards and away from us if they're going around us. What?
Circling around what? Around a sphere Earth, perhaps?
What is he talking about?
He's just this is just incoherent babble. He just train wrecked himself. Let's see what Witsit does with this.
Well, there is a force. Automatically, there's some
Well, there is a force.
Oh my god.
type of force, right? Because everything's moving around. If you look at a Ferrell cell image of a magnetic field, so it's just a
Oh my god.
Right, so I
Creative invention that was
predicted total fail. I said if he doesn't segue into a flat Earth like Adam's just so eloquently detailed, then it's a total fail. What's he even doing here? What does he segue into? It's not that he just fails to prove a flat Earth with this. No, we're immediately into ether bullshit.
Know why? Because the top left picture, looks like a ferrocell. If you squint a little bit, right, and it looks like a ferrocell, and then I can start to talk about not flat Earth but the ether.
He's a sky grifter.
made. You use 2 little pieces of glass. You put ferrofluid fluid and another fluid
Gravity
inside of
is
it,
the
line it with
trigger
LED.
word. It is the Pavlov's dog response. Every time we invoke gravity, we can also go ahead and give ether as a juxtaposition. Every time.
Lights, and you can see the magnetic field.
Really important point. If we need to invoke a downward bias, if we don't, then we don't need a juxtapositional causation of the thing that doesn't happen. Yeah.
Yeah, we just need to prove weight exists first, and then we can decide what's causing it.
Yeah, but why would we need to prove any of that when we haven't even established what we're standing on yet within this debate at all?
100% all this is non sequitur.
Yep.
Well, there is a force. Automatically, there's some type of force, right? Because everything's moving around. If you look at a Ferrell cell image of a magnetic field, so it's just a creative invention that was made. You use 2 little pieces of glass. You put ferrofluid fluid and another fluid inside of it, line it with LED lights, and you can.
Stop. We've just been talking about the movement of the celestials to imply that because their movement means we have a force that means down. They've both moved happily on from that, and I don't blame them. Down or to the center, it doesn't really matter. They've invoked an unnecessary concept. They'll just, I don't know, waste my next 10 minutes over, I assume.
Is anybody feeling like they are being represented well by his flat Earth argument?
I'm buzzing right now, Eli, buzzing.
It makes that exact same pattern. The torus field, sacred geometry, the golden ratio. That torus field.
Sacred geometry, the golden ratio. Really? Fibonacci sequence.
You ignore the Church of Ether, torus field. Say it, QE. Say it.
The Da Vinci Code.
Field. Every one of those planets passes perfectly within a torus field. And of course, the heliocentric side's explanation for this is it's just a coincidence, which is pretty ridiculous because we see the same geometry everywhere.
But how can it match perfectly when each planet is a different path? I mean, they can't all match perfectly because they don't match each other.
Yeah, but within a torus field, there are multiple different paths. Right? So if you look at a Ferrell cell image, and I could maybe pull it up, but if you look at a magnetic field, you're going to see that all of those patterns are in there individually.
Why is Witsit trying to explain what planets are doing? What the hell? Planets? Well, show me, prove one of these things.
I'm still waiting for them to start
in the sky.
discussing about the flat Earth or the globe or something, but they're just
Didn't you see the title of the show?
Yeah, he must not have seen the title. Like, try to explain what planets, whatever the hell.
No, my title of the show.
Sorry, I did. Sorry, I thought I asked him, did he not see the title of the show he's on? Sorry.
No, we already went over that. It's a different one. It's the title of this show. He's an ether cosmetologist. He's the sky grifter.
I already told you guys that people are stuck in the space religion.
Mike, get up to the mic. Get up to the mic.
It went lower for some reason. I can't fix it.
I can't hear you, Eli.
Can barely hear you.
All right, let's continue.
And basically, each one of these quote-unquote planets are taking their own path within this torus field. They all fit within it perfectly.
Oh my God.
That's a complete heliocentric paradigm he just used and presupposed within his argument, whatever it's supposed to be.
Adam.
Those patterns are not So many assumptions you draw with that for those things. And I'll stand to be corrected, but the best of my understanding is it still invokes retrograde motion, which is not seen, to then place those
And you said
luminaries in a position based fundamentally on the other luminaries still orbiting the sun. It's not, as Nathan said, it's not a description of what they do, what you see those patterns. Remember that.
Yeah, we see a moving projection. Let's just call it tonight. Tomorrow night, we see another moving projection that's similar to tonight's one, but slightly different. We don't see any change from one projection to the other. I'm not stating it's a projection. I'm just saying that that's the way I'm describing it. We don't see that. They're just what you're saying, Adam, is they're just adding all these things together and making up a story. Pre-assuming.
Would you be happy to call it an analemma? That's what I would describe those things as. Of those particular wandering stars, the planetas, that's their analemmas. Yeah.
I wouldn't even go that far.
But you get my point? Not their motion. You understand? It's not their motion. What we see is what they do, which is move east to west throughout the night. That's what we see. But if we take a particular moment in time and plot them, and that pattern comes out, it's their analemma over time, a bit like the sun's figure of 8, okay, throughout the year. But it's not a description of their motion.
Yeah, it's more of a mathematical, like the collapse of the wave function, if you understand what I mean. It's like, that doesn't mean light is a wave. Do you know what I mean? It's just, that's how you're describing the process of what happens in that scenario with mathematics. You know what I mean? It doesn't make it a wave no more than that makes those circle or whatever, that doesn't make that an actual path, a continual path of anything in the sky. As I said, tomorrow night it will look slightly different from tonight. I won't see that change, and neither will anyone else.
Look what you have to do to sell bullcrap. You got to resort back to being a glober. Why is he even talking about this?
I don't know, but I'm
is
not
really
hearing anything
important.
about globe or flat Earth. It's just talking about the sky. I mean, isn't this supposed to be a flat Earth versus globe debate? They haven't even addressed it at all in content. They haven't made a single argument for either side with this at all.
This does have pertinency. The reason I'm on it is these are the patterns, like I said, these analemma patterns, which are not a description of motion. They're like, but it's these patterns that are unpicked, and if you then stick the Earth as one of the orbiting bodies of the Sun, you then end up with a mathematical resolution of an elliptical orbit, which, as I described earlier, geometrically requires 2 points of axes, one being the sun, one being, that ruins things. Yeah. The only way to unpick the patterns that are being put on screen is the way Kepler and they do it with regards to the introduction of elliptical orbit. That's how you resolve this mathematically. That's what's being presented right now. And being poo-pooed, but fundamentally, I just want to say it again, Brian. That is an analemma. They're date time positions over significant periods of time. They're not a tracking of motion.
Well, what I would say about the whole elliptical orbit thing is Kepler had to make that claim concerning the sun to explain it, the sun's path or the sun's cycle, yearly sun cycle, in the way that he had to explain it. So this elliptical orbit thing, right? I'm not saying there is or isn't elliptical orbits or elliptical motions, because orbits is a global thing. The point I'm making is that whole elliptical orbit thing, that comes from Kepler, because that's the only way he could make it work on a heliocentric globe. That's the only way he could make those observations work. When he had to back engineer them, amalgamate the sun cycle from astrology with the Copernican solar model or solar claim, whatever paradigm. That's the only way he could make it happen. So people throw out this elliptical orbit, elliptical orbit, elliptical orbit. Yeah, that's purely comes from Kepler and heliocentrism. Show me one of these elliptical orbits. No one can show you an orbit because they can't show you the back. Show me the orbit of one of the moons of Jupiter or whatever. If Jupiter has moons, you can't. You can't show me that. You can show something that is in front of Jupiter, then it's at the side of Jupiter, then it's not there, then it's at the other side. You can't show me the back of Jupiter. Do you know what I mean? The whole thing is like pre-assumption on top of pre-assumption on top of pre-assumption, and people believing they have knowledge and going out and churning out this claim knowledge when they don't have a clue. Nobody has a clue because you can't know.
No, but
Yeah, and it's all
hold on,
resting. And
just
it's
one
all
thing to
resting.
add.
Oh,
Sorry, just one thing to add. Yeah, but where did Kepler get his measurements from? Well, from the ephemeris, from a flat Earth.
Yeah,
that's what it's all based on.
That is exactly my point back years ago. He had to get all of these observations from the flat plane of Earth he stands on. That's where all angles from a flat. That's where all that information comes from. Him looking at the sun doing what it does on a flat plane. He didn't get it from the surface of a globe. At the best, mathematically, he got it from the center of a globe.
Well, he didn't get it at all. He didn't get it at all. He took the
didn't.
measurements that had already been taken, and then he imposes these heliocentric ideas into the measurements off a flat plane that you're describing. But he's not really taking anything, is he? He's working what they've had for quite some time.
No, he's using the original astrological sun cycle. Go on, Adam.
This is the point I'll stand to be corrected on from the best of my understanding right now. Those flat Earth elevation angles that will generate those Kundalini patterns. Okay, if you want to unpick them, those things that have no scale to them. If you want to unpick them, the way you unpick them, make them just one circuit instead of the strange thing, is to put the Earth in a particular place. And the way they then unpick them is to not provide circles anymore, which is the way they're observed, but to make them elliptical. And that's why we have elliptical. That's the resolution, as best I can understand, when you transpose the presupposed data grid you've got from flat Earth elevation angles to generate those Kundalini patterns in the first place, which is a geocentric thing. When you then move them over, you end up with 2 points of, and this is the point in the heliocentric model, outside of the geometry, the dual axis, you end up with 2 points of gravity, one where the sun is and one where the other point is, just to make sure you can have the elliptical orbits. That's the point of mathematical resolution and the compromise they have to have. There's a point of gravity that there's nothing there to generate the orbit as said.
But the necessity of the mathematical elliptical orbit, that there's a what's the word? A motivation behind it. There's a reason why they're doing this and putting these efforts into making these mathematical assumptions, and the problems that you've described with gravity as the affecting or causal influencer is something that comes after the fact, right? After the elliptical orbits come. But why, going back one more step, why are we coming up with elliptical orbits? What's the purpose? Do you know? I only know this from
because they need to make flat Earth observations of what the sun is doing. Kepler needed to make that work on a rotating globe that was orbiting a sun, an offset elliptical orbit.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm not talking about the method he performed. Hold on, Brian. Sorry, you just sidestepping my point.
Sorry,
why would he be doing that though? That's what he is doing, and I get that. What I'm saying is the reason he's being charged with this is because the Church, the Roman Catholic Church, before someone jumps down my throat, wants to know when Easter's going to be. That's it. We've got a mucked up calendar, and they need to know to tell the people when Easter's going to be, and they're getting it wrong. So to have a better predictive capability for Easter, that's why we have elliptical orbits. That's the only reason. It's because the Church wanted to know when Easter would be.
It's to make the functions of the luminaries heliocentric. Okay. That's why when you unpick it all from the geocentric observations, flat Earth angles, and you get those patterns as described, if you want to unpick that and place the Earth in a similar orbit to the other luminaries you observe, You can do that, but no longer will there be any circles, the ones you've measured and started the data with. And remember the point I just said, the patterns of the data that you're going to then turn into orbits is not a pattern of motion, it's a analemma. It's that analemma data that you have to unpick, that you will then turn into elliptical orbits. The sole purpose of making sure that everything now, including you, the observer, is orbiting the sun. It's a heliocentric function. That's all.
We done? Y'all tuckered out yet?
So it's basically
Nah,
No,
I
we're
guess
not.
not.
basically yeah, both points are right. Like they need to know when Easter is going to be along our travel around the sun. That's basically, you know.
Thanks.
So the point of
Yes,
Easter
but there's one problem.
is
There's one problem.
Oh God.
That comes from them needing to claim we're going around. They wouldn't have that problem if we weren't claimed to be on a rotating globe that's making an offset elliptical orbit of the sun. So one is created by the other. One problem is created by the other. Do you understand what I mean? It all starts with Kepler, and whatever reason he had to do it. Nathan is saying it's because of Easter, but the Easter problem, I think, comes from the fact that he did that. Do you understand what I mean? It's a problem created by them.
It's a theological difference, isn't it? Yeah. So the
Yes,
purpose of
yes.
trying to define Easter based upon the sun is the purpose to step away from the Jewish moon-based calendar. We've got
Correct.
the Son of God, yeah, and that's the purpose, to have it defined based on the behavior of the sun and be in a much more fixed position throughout the year. That's the initial purpose of it. Now, rest follows a lot later, but that's my understanding. It's i.e. the cosmologies aren't necessarily the initial purpose of why the Catholic Church would want to fix the date of Easter. It's a separate theological point to step away from Judaism.
Outstanding. Let's
did
move
not know
on.
that.
That you don't see any evidence that the Earth's in the center. You are aware that the current model says you could never prove that the Earth's not in the center, and that all astronomical observations make it appear as if the Earth is in the center of the universe, but
Right.
that's just an illusion.
Well,
So
it's
a
an illusion
reoccurring thing.
it's an illusion because we're on Earth and this is our only platform from which to observe space.
Sure, and it gets a little bit more complex than that, though, because even like the distant galaxies moved in relation to the Earth, right? So then that's when Edwin Hubble was like,
Distant galaxies now. This doesn't sound like a flat earther to me.
wait
I
a minute, this
get
doesn't
that.
make sense. And they had to say the whole universe is accelerating and expanding
To
in all
me-
directions to create that illusion.
Huey, you already know my standpoint, my brother.
To me, QE, it sounds more like I actually think that at this stage that Witsit probably might think that there isn't any containment.
Yep.
You understand what I mean? That's where I'm going with that.
Yeah.
He hasn't brought it up yet, has he?
Look, I'm
And they're
just
like,
gonna
wait, what?
add that Huey, I give you mad respect because yeah, Wits is just a fucking grifter, full of disinfo, waiting for clicks to support his family. Infowars is kind of the same thing on a larger scale. I have no respect for either of them. I'm really surprised that you're actually like watching this whole thing. So it's my first time viewing it. God bless you all, and that's my standpoint. I won't shake hands with either of them, but I would shake hands with the host of this server. So
Please
carry
don't
on.
swear.
Thank you, Sydney. Well,
You're welcome.
I don't hear Witsit ever really debating for a container.
Hey, we're not a gossip server. Let's carry on.
I still don't know when they're gonna start debating about the flat Earth or globe. They're still just talking about things in the sky.
Has he said anything about gas pressure without containment? I haven't heard anything.
What causes that to happen, though? There has to be some type of energy that would make it expand faster than the speed of light. And that's where you get dark energy, which is It's never been discovered, defined. It'll never be found. And then you have dark matter to fix the gravity problems. I will actually say you can use a Lorentz magnetic force to not get too technical, but it's pretty funny that you can show what's called a dynamic equivalence, meaning
Yeah, here it comes.
Yeah, you surely can, Glober.
the way that the force makes objects move around each other from a geocentric universe.
Yeah, he's a geocentric globetard. Yeah? Any problems with that? I haven't heard any flat Earth arguments. We're in this flat Earth debate at 42 minutes. I have yet to hear one. All I've been hearing is geocentrism. So you're a geocentric globetard.
Yeah, that's where the origins of this stuff comes from. It's electric universe.
But I haven't heard any arguments for curvature either from Harrison at all.
I literally just call it the Infowars rhythm. So they do that shit for anybody that's on. The fact that there were 2 hours allotted is beyond me. So carry on.
Please try not to swear.
And it's a magnetic Lorentzian force. And what a coincidence, the patterns of the planets fit perfectly within a magnetic field.
Planets fit in within the magnetic field. There you go.
It's geometry. So it's more elegant, actually.
Okay, but
it's more elegant. That's what we were waiting for. What's more elegant debate by Austin Witsit, Boy Zero Skygrifter versus Harrison Smith. Unbelievable.
It's more elegant for an astrophysical explanation.
Not an explanation.
No, I know.
None of that actually
explains
what the force is moving it or how it's.
None of it actually explains the force moving it. Moving what? And what force? Harrison, what the hell are you even talking about?
Set on this path. And the other thing is that you would also get paths that match up to this if you were to take a Mars-centric model and plot the.
He's on a Mars model. My God. What?
Yeah, but he's just shown there that with his statement about a Mars-centric model that this could be worked out mathematically in any direction you want.
Yep.
How does that help him?
Yeah, but
movement of the
I don't
planets
think
as if Mars was the center. You would get the same.
I don't think it could. I don't know what he's babbling about,
It's
but
already been.
Go on,
The
He doesn't
simple
know.
fact that they've done it from those positions and then turned it into that means you have to turn that and then presuppose the supposition there. So once you've done that, you could then reverse engineer the previous presupposition you've already done and take your viewpoint from Mars. Wouldn't again be taking anything from reality. This would all be mathematical calculation based on the two sets of presupposition you've already with regards to the flat Earth elevation angles you've initially taken.
okay, I stand corrected.
Same patterns. I mean, it's like one of those little toys that has the gear, and you put the pencil in and spin the gear around, and it creates the
You
pattern.
guys gotta
It doesn't matter which one.
understand. I've talked to Harrison, and he's not a bad dude. The whole thing was just brilliant. Thank you for actually playing it back at 2x. Thank you.
Yeah, but he's a dumbass.
Of
He might
course
be
he
okay.
is. I mean, I understand him and his fam. It's all good, man. They got the same little agreement going on. But it's yeah, of course he's a dumbass.
Yeah, he's a moron. Yeah.
Well, of course. Yeah.
He's not.
Oh, and it creates a similar.
They're all in
on.
Texas. It's cool. It's cool. Yeah. But yeah, no, I've talked to him and the staff there. The whole thing is just mind-boggling. Thank you for playing it at 2x. Go on.
Pattern
So
that will
hold
have
on.
will look on the face of it similar to like the torus field or the magnetic field, but that would be true if you plotted the motion of the Earth relative to Venus or Mars or Jupiter or any other planet. Earth is not the only one that plotting the rest of the planets creates this this design.
Yeah, it's a whole bunch of horseshit. It's nothing
not.
better.
It's really right. So, in my emissary hat on, why are we? You just heard me just give the honest and I'll be hold to account. This is my best understanding of this data. Yeah? And the only reason you wouldn't disclose that information is because what I said earlier, top left, pretty patterns. That looks like a Pharaoh cell. Yeah, this is the religious fundy crap that's holding this bit of interest with Witsit. It's to pimp this bit. It's nothing to do with flat Earth. All to do, with that kooky little pattern that looks a bit like a Pharaoh cell, and we can then attribute that to the flat Earth elevation angles that we take in reality, if we plot them, and remember we've got that doesn't work in reality. You've got to then presuppose them to Polaris and the flat Earth place, and then transpose them like that. If we do all of that, then it'll look like a ferrocell. This is the underpinning of the religious crap, instead of just pointing out that everything's built on flat Earth elevation angles.
That again is not evidence that Earth is in the center. It's evidence that Earth is on the circular path that all the other planets are on, because that's what matches perfectly.
Well, it's not just about the paths; it's about distant galaxies, right? So you're right. You can match it on any planet or whatever, and you can treat it as if it's in the center. Certainly,
Distant galaxies. What in the fuck?
Yeah,
Please,
Sydney.
Sydney,
Yeah.
Sydney, please stop swearing, please. Okay, let's break this down. Distant galaxies comes from extrapolations using Kepler and using Huygens. So they've discussed Kepler, right? Why doesn't he highlight the fact that we can't? He's the one saying it. I can't believe I'm having to do this against Witsit. When Witsit uses distant, the only ascribed distances have come from heliocentrism when deriving a radial value from a flat Earth measurement of Polaris, and then using that radial value with Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion and Huygens' assumption that Venus has the same radial value to give you the distances to these planets and solar systems and etc., etc. The whole scale comes from Kepler, but it's heliocentric in nature. We as flat earthers categorically do not ascribe distance to the stars. But here's Witsit representing us, talking about distant galaxies. All right, when they don't change in elevation, and that's the premise for the measurements that give you Keplerian distances. It just seems like Witsit's poorly educated in the subject. He's not a good representative of flat Earth.
Well, a lot of these things, I agree with you there, Nathan, but a lot of these things are actually extrapolated out of a pre-assumption. They can't even see them. They're just pre-assuming they're there.
Yeah, the patterns are mathematical. Adam just went through it. You're absolutely right. This isn't something you can see. Yeah, QE.
It's an important point, Nathan. You never, ever see any of these luminaries that those patterns describe go backwards. You understand? You only ever, throughout the night, watch them move at a slightly different rate compared to the star field. The pattern you see is that description. That description builds a heliocentric model. This is where we should be holding him to. Not that pattern, looks a bit like a ferrocell. Well, I agree with you and invoke galaxies.
But you don't even see that. You see them in a position tonight, and then tomorrow you see all the same star field, but one planet or claim planet.
Yeah, we already been over this.
You said that.
Yeah, we all agree. Let's move on.
But what you said, Adam, was
Okay.
that you see it moving at a different rate. You don't see it moving at a different rate. It moves at the same rate, but tomorrow it's in a different position.
No, you do. No, you do. That you do, right? So there is it's a bit like the sun in relation to the star field and the moon in relation to the star field. There are differences there. Those are important. That's those patterns. That's how they're plotted out. It's that rate of change, right? The following day and their next position respective to the
observe parallax.
It's the rate of change of the two rotations that creates those patterns. Excuse me.
Yeah, but that rate is determined off of tonight, tomorrow night, the night after. Is my point.
It sounded
you don't
like
see it moving at a.
Adam made it sound like you actually observe anything other than a constant motion in the stars if you were to film them. Adam made an inference that made it sound like you were observing this change at a different rate throughout the night, rather than the following day, the position of that star is further back in the cycle, as it then continues at the same rate throughout the night when you observe it. Adam made it sound like you can actually see a change throughout the night. I don't think that's correct, unless I'm happy to be corrected.
You can, from my best of my understanding, it's the same with if you watch the sun and the moon, their angular distance in the sky between them will change slightly. That's part of the measurement.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
these
sun and
things,
moon, but not
Yeah,
sun,
son of
the
but
moon,
not any
and the
of the not
background
any of
star.
the luminaries in the epicycles.
Oh, let me finish the point. Yes, the sun, the moon, the background star field, and then the planetas, the wandering stars. Yeah, these are how those analemmas are built up. It's that change. Now,
yeah, I don't disagree with. I don't disagree.
He's not picking up on our
about
objection, Brian. He's not
I'm
hearing what we're
about to
objecting
give
to. Can
the
we, Brian?
disclaimer, which addresses the point, if I'm allowed to finish.
Go on.
Yeah. Now, the best of my understanding, people say that that differential rate of change, excuse me, in the sky is measurable, i.e., with both with the sun and the moon, and also with the moon and the background star field, and also with the wandering stars, the planetas. A rate of change of angular space is noticeable. Now, that doesn't mean they're doing anything that you can see anything other than some of them being slightly slower as they move east to west. That is when I say those diagrams aren't describing motion, because that's the motion. They're all moving east to west, some slightly faster, some slightly slower as they get circulars, right? The analemma images and the circular life images that they produce is one snapshot in time at the same time each evening, in this case, unlike an analemma of the sun. Yeah, that's what is. They then take Kepler's motions to take into orbit. You understand the point I'm making?
Yeah.
Yes, Adam. We understood it from the start, except for you're stating that we will be able to observe one of the planetas moving at a different rate throughout the night than the background star field, right?
Yeah. That's my understanding,
that's
and
the part.
Eli, can you mute?
That's the part I have an issue with.
Yeah,
I
and
have an
that's
issue.
what
I'm not saying that the next night it won't be in a different position. I'm saying that as far as I know, that it will change from night to night, but I won't see it change.
Yeah, and that's
my point.
the thing that I can say I've not done myself, but when I've researched it, people say this is demonstrable.
Okay, there's some ambiguity. Okay, right. For now, we're just gonna have to leave this here. Stop. Okay, right. We understand that. We understand there's a different position between Brian and I. Think there's one thing occurring. I've looked at the stars. I've not studied this aspect through my own telescope, so it's something I'm happy to be corrected on by Adam if he's right. But we're just gonna have to leave it here because we don't know who's right. Okay, so let's just leave it there.
You're going to get back to it after he states another thing. You kind of lost the plot, guys.
Yeah, but it's there's a
more
point of
interesting
contention.
than these
What do you want?
We are what we are. We do what we do. We're not robots here. We have to.
And say you're a robot.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that. My point is, you can't expect us to behave uniformly. It's just not going to happen.
I didn't ask you to behave uniformly.
You have your own
I asked you to
expectations, QE. You do what you want, QE. It's up to you to do what you need to do, QE.
Yeah. I didn't claim you were a robot. I didn't claim that you have to do what you have to do and do it all together. I'm not claiming that. I'm claiming that you lost the friggin' plot. We're evaluating this video.
I agree. We did.
I enjoyed it.
My God. Red herring fallacies. What?
I was just going to agree. I thought we were a point of yeah, I agree. However, it was more interesting than listening to them Muppets. But I agree.
Thanks. Can we continue? We're not going to get through this. I thought we'd try to get through this. It ain't going to happen. Whenever I tell you to make your points concise without long frigging monologues and trying to go into all the heliocentric lies, I meant what I fucking meant.
No swearing.
You don't tell me what to do. Sorry, I have to say it.
Let's go.
Relativity, it says it's all equally valid. You can choose anything as the center. But this is a little different than that. They looked out into deep space, quote unquote, and saw the galaxies moved in relation to the Earth. They should not have been. In this model, the Earth is tucked away in an insignificant corner of the universe. It is a random, non-unique position. Everything should be moving every which direction in relation to, say, the singularity of the Big Bang or whatever people believe in, not the Earth. But they discovered it was. So it's not as simple as just I can put the coordinate system anywhere. It's
we're back to geocentrism.
Yes.
Still.
Yep. But no, not back to it. We've never left it.
I'm succinct now.
Yeah.
That the universe has to be accelerating and expanding away from every other point. There is no center, and everything just makes the Earth look like it's in the center. Although you could map it out both ways. But that's not the proof. First of all, it's on its face. All observations show the Earth in the center. So it's,
There we go. Geocentrism. He's a baltard.
to say it's not in the center, you're going to have to prove that. Then we went and looked further, and even the distant galaxies show that.
But I'm
If I'm trying to stay on top of it, he said you could map it out both ways. No. Explain where the mapping initial coordinates that you're going to then extrapolate out to your galaxies in the universe come from. They come from a flat plane.
Yep.
I mean,
and he did.
there is the helios.
Didn't he have what's his name on his show, the geocentrist guy, Robertson Jennis? Remember that?
Yeah.
Centric model that maps everything and explains everything.
Geocentric model. Yep. Maps everything and maps models. You don't know what a model is. You don't have a model. There is no geocentric model. There never was. Even if there was, it wouldn't explain shit. You reifying moron. You don't even know what explanations are.
No swearing.
Everything really well, and you can make predictions based on it. That
what?
No swearing. Stop swearing.
Why? It's already been demonetized.
Yeah, but
proven out in observation. So,
and
right, let's all just take a chill pill. We'll keep playing through. Just try not to swear.
To say that everything centers around the Earth. Obviously, the heliocentric model is not centered on the Earth, and that's on a very small scale. You could say the whole solar system revolves around, or the whole universe revolves around the Earth. But at least in our solar system, it makes a lot more sense that things circle around the sun. I mean, the math it makes a lot more sense in that regard.
Post to syllogism.
Again, you've got to bring to the point that unfortunately every observation he has is geocentric. So why would he say it makes more sense? And
because he's a moron.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just see what Witsit does.
I still haven't heard any argument for curvature, damn it.
If you assume that the sun is 93 million miles away and this huge ball of gas in a vacuum, if you assume the size of it and then you assume gravity, which is that, the bigger the mass, the more gravitational.
Pause.
He didn't even hit. Oh my god, he didn't even mention the second law of thermodynamics. He just skated right by like he was gonna. Ugh, that's nasty.
So I said it already. I've spoken to Witsit and I've said that this is not the tact that we should be taking. Now, admittedly, it was on Earth Discussions panel, but nevertheless, I've spoken to this guy personally, Witsit, and said, why beg the question for them? Why go into this amble about how if Earth's a sphere and the sun's 93 million miles away, right? Adam's already covered this. All of the measurements that I use to make these inferences, for you to beg the question on their behalf, on the back foot, defending the globe and how it isn't working, need a flat Earth measurement to derive the latitude lines, to wrap around a sphere, to give you your heliocentric measurements. So this is all folly.
Pull, which isn't even considered a pull or force anymore because it doesn't work. But that's actually not true either. The heliocentric model doesn't work. I mean, this is why we have dark matter. It doesn't work because this is why we have dark matter.
Stop.
There are certain aspects.
Stop. What we've got is refracted curvature's description of what's now occurring. We've got the guy on the left describing how the heliocentric model, based on flat Earth measurements of Polaris, does work, and the flat earther on the back foot talking about how the heliocentric model with a 93 million mile away sun doesn't work. And I said it right at the beginning of this, right? If you declare that the heliocentric model doesn't work, then you're suggesting that their very careful and concise back engineering of the measurements that are flat don't work. So it's a double loss. Because for the heliocentric model to work so eloquently requires the measurements of a flat Earth to be transposable onto the globe. Therefore, it only works well because of the flat Earth measurements it's using. But you need to point out that it's using flat Earth measurements rather than fighting against his hijacking of a flat Earth measurement for his claim that the heliocentric model does work when using flat Earth measurements versus you telling him it doesn't. This is sad. We need to have evolved beyond this at this stage.
Of it that we haven't figured out yet, but the stuff we have figured out works extremely well, right?
No. In 1933, a guy named Fritz Zwicky went and looked at galaxies, and he saw that this coma cluster, so a cluster of galaxies, it was off by 99% the amount of mass it was supposed to have for gravity to be true.
So, segue into how I'm going to use this gravity and how it's going to be incoherent, dielectric acceleration, downward bias, right? He's just looking for his segue into his religious faith. Please mute Eli. He's just looking for his religious segue into his faith for ether, rather than listening to what the guy said. It's all been figured out. Yeah. What, measured? Figuring stuff out. What, the maths? Yeah, that's all flat. Listen to what the guy's actually saying to you. The reason he's claiming his model works is because it's all been measured. And it has. Flat. With Polaris at the centre. The thing you're talking about and trying to segue into bloody ether again.
And so they just said, oh, well, just plug in a number for missing mass. Now they call that missing mass dark matter. And it's still there. And it makes up 83% of the entire universe. This model isn't even close to working. Gravity is off by 83%. How bad does your theory have to be before it's considered wrong?
Well, my theory actually, has the...
Your theory? What?
I thought he didn't know anything. I know he's not talking about a scientific theory because he said he didn't know anything about that.
We're on to his non-scientific theory now, huh, Harrison? You bump stuffer.
The possibility of distant galaxies. Where are the distant galaxies in the firmament? I mean, how can you even make this argument?
Where are the distant galaxies in the firmament? Are you retarded? Don't answer that.
If space doesn't exist. Does space exist?
No, outer space as
if space doesn't exist. Does space exist? Clown.
Defined, right? Doesn't exist. But just like Edwin Hubble said, everything could be much more local, and the medium could be much more dense. And then he said, and might I add, suspiciously young. See, they have a bias against this because it creates special position for the Earth, and it makes the universe younger. It makes it a closed system, and it means everything's moving around it. And they will tell you in all their literature that it's just a philosophical bias. They don't want to believe that, and that's not a straw man. That's what they say, right? They straight up straight. You can never disprove the Earth in the center. But the
Geocentrism. That's all we got, folks.
Where's the evidence for the Earth being curved?
The Earth is moving around the sun 66,600 miles per hour, conveniently enough. You should be able to measure that, right? And we have interferometry that was supposed to measure it, and it did not.
The galaxy cluster that broke modified. What's modified gravity?
That's a new one.
Yeah.
We've done it since then. The Earth is not moving. It's been falsified. So Einstein came in and said, oh, well, the device you were using to measure actually shrank. You just couldn't tell. And then time slowed down and created the illusion that we are stationary and you can't measure us moving. That's mainstream claim, is that the ruler shrank effectively. You just can't tell. And time slowed down. It just appears to be the same time to you.
Where did the ruler shrink at?
Sorry, yeah. Is it just me, or is he just flexing his heliocentric knowledge?
Yeah. That's what it sounds like to me.
Right. And therefore, you could never prove that the Earth is moving, or, of course, just the Earth isn't moving, and all observations showing us what's really happening. So, and we weren't told any of this.
I just want to say that I have not heard one iota of evidence that proves that the Earth is not rotating yet. Because what he's presenting, or is flat. No, but if we're just going to talk about purely geocentrism, with being the Earth not moving, I haven't seen any evidence for that from him before we even go to flat. But I made a prediction years ago that they're going to look for a pizza disc in space, and it seems to me that that's what he is promoting, even though he's not even promoting flat. I don't know what's going on there.
He's just not getting to
if
that.
the Earth's not moving, then the stars are moving. The sun is circling around us again. So so we have a firmament dome around a flat Earth. I mean, what? I mean, you don't actually have a model, right? So.
So swallow my straw, man.
And projection.
He wouldn't be able to do any of this if Witsit was doing his job.
Yep. You don't have a model either, glue sniffer.
What is your conception of what Earth is? I mean, again, my conception of Earth is not exactly super scientific. Like, I don't know all.
My conception. We don't care what your conceptions are. You've been a demonstrated retard.
Hold on.
What's the evidence for your?
You missed out on the super scientific. Sorry, is it super duper scientific? What if it was immensely super duper scientific? Would you accept it then?
all of the details of it, but it makes perfect sense. Earth is spinning.
It makes perfect sense. The Earth is spinning.
Tilted axis, moon orbiting us. We orbit the sun. Other planets also orbiting. So, I mean, all that makes perfect sense.
Really,
Yeah, you just declare it. Just declare it just like that, and it makes perfect sense. Don't argue anything. Don't prove anything, especially not on the Earth itself. Just declare it, right, Harrison? That proves it.
Yep, that's all he's doing. He's an ignorant muppet. What are you gonna do about that, boy Zero?
Do you have any semblance of a model for flat Earth at all?
Again, appeal. Do you have a model?
False dichotomy fallacy.
So it's a
Yeah, he said, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
What they're both doing is they're both trying to hijack the celestial dome model at present.
Right.
And both trying to claim, correct, they're both trying to prove their claims via the sky as opposed to via the Earth.
Yeah, they're both hijacking a flat Earth and utilizing it outside of the parameters of a heliocentric transversion onto the globe model from the flat Earth measurements, and then they're extrapolating out heliocentric motion to then debunk it and claim it doesn't work on Witsit's side, or claim it does work just by pure fiat because he declares it so. We've got orbits, therefore it all makes sense.
Yep.
a torus field, just a torus field, and that
No, now it's just a torus field.
explains pretty much everything.
Torus fields now explain
Everything, QE. Everything.
Yep. I'd like to see a torus field, number one, and then I'd like to see it explain it. Explain.
Is there any evidence to this torus field?
I want to see the torus field explain. That's what I want to see.
But just look at everything, and then you know it's a torus field because it explains everything.
So
let's just stop here, right? I think number one, we've been going for about 4 hours, so we could probably do with making some summaries at this point, and we're about halfway through the video. Maybe we'll have to do a part B. Are we about halfway through? What minutes are we at?
We are at 48 minutes.
Is that approximately halfway through?
Approximately.
Okay. I mean, if you can take it off screen, I think, just so we're not distracted by Witsit's beautiful face. I know you all think he's looking handsome here, but nevertheless, he actually isn't. He's looking quite dishevelled and despondent in that particular shot that he just took off screen. Looks slightly defeated. Anyway, yeah, it's nice to have a little chit-chat round-up before we're all tuckered out, as we're all in the mood and in the vibe and in the swing. If we have to do a part B, then great. I'm sure further to this, we're going to get a lot more ether. It's pretty clear that Witsit's got his own agenda, and it isn't flat Earth. I mean, if that isn't abundantly clear to the audience at this point, it's abundantly clear to me that he's pushing his own agenda, and that's where he's trying to take the conversation at every opportunity. The opportunities that he's being given to either present a flat Earth claim based on the necessity for it by way of his opponent's assertions, or flat out, straight up, just saying Earth's measured flat, he's not taken or utilised any of those opportunities whatsoever. So yeah, it wasn't a very good showing. I can see why people were keen to get in touch with me about it now. Yeah, to all of you who contacted me about it, yeah, I agree. Generally speaking, with your remarks that you sent me via messages.
Well, it wasn't a flat versus globe debate at all. It was a heliocentric versus geocentric globe debate, is what it was.
It was a debate about the sky. Like, where did the Earth come in at all? They didn't discuss it. Harrison earlier said that he would get to it. Well, they didn't get to it at all.
So it was spherical light debate, is what you're saying, Arwin?
We got into it with Pontchartrain, but
I was just summarising.
Well, we're not there yet.
You're quite low, Eli. Sorry, I didn't realise. I was just summarising Arwin's point, which was to say that it didn't get onto the nature of Earth. It was all sky-based.
It's sky grifting,
There was a
yes,
more
sir. Go ahead, Adam.
point that you picked up, Nathan. Which there's lots of bones that have been thrown that we all try to jump on there, and I know Witsit is a more than skilled debater to have destroyed that if he had a primary focus. I heard a number of concessions would only be necessary if you had a secondary belief system, i.e. the invocation of gravities, galaxies, etc. He started out at the beginning saying, I hope he represents us well. I've not heard it, mate. I gave a lot of mitigation in the opening, defended you, but from what I've heard, there's a separate agenda here. As the emissary, it's apparent to me what that agenda is. And it's disappointing, that. Really disappointing. That's not your mission statement at the beginning. He didn't say, I'm here to represent the Ethereans.
Right.
He was here as a flat earther.
Go ahead, Eli.
That was basically what I was going to jump in to interject with. He is basically there to represent the crowd, the people that he speaks to and hangs out with. But he didn't speak to the overall community, if we can call it that. I think, I don't know how you guys feel, but I was very upset at the fact that this was a good opportunity to get people who are always looking into conspiracies to actually get a good argument for flat earth, and he just didn't give it to him. Because like Harrison said, half of his audience are flat earthers. You should have gave them, I don't know, whatever.
They're both promoting their own paradigms, but yet they both have a point of agreement, and that's the problem. This is not a globe flat debate. So far, I don't know what it is. It's a paradigm belief debate based in two beliefs that have nothing to do with what we're here fighting for week in, week out.
I think there's going to be
Anyone else?
Yeah, well, just to wrap up, I think Witsit's in that position for a reason. I mean, there was a guy who said it in the middle of the show. I don't know who he was, but he was very complimentary about me. But nevertheless, that aside, his point with Witsit is he's there because he affords the opponent a very good opportunity to rant on about globe Earth, not have any really top quality flat Earth arguments put in rebuttal. So Witsit's useful. So it would be nice to have Brian's logic in front of this guy, but he would just get frustrated, I feel. I'm not trying to demean you, Brian, but the guy's not going to be picking up on anything that we would be putting down for him because he's not doing it for Witsit. Now, Witsit may be offering up something that seems on the surface to be quite complex to the layman, but it isn't really that complicated. We can spot word salad fairly easily if we've got a reasonable degree of intellect about us. And I would hope that the audience of InfoWars could also assess that in Witsit. But what I'm trying to get at is Witsit's got to that spot by the fact that he is the way he is and will be punting his own agenda with things like Ether. That's useful to brace against, and makes it seem like you've put an intellectual flat earth in the spot, so you've not exactly not given it a fair crack from the audience's perspective. They even said that he was there by popular demand. So if they're the representation that they're suggesting the audience wants from flat earth, they can only be seen to have given it a fair crack. But Witsit being Witsit, it doesn't give the subject matter a flat earth. And further to Eli's point, where he's like, I don't feel like he's represented the majority of flat earth. What do you think the majority of flat earth is? Because we're in the minority of minorities, really. We don't think that flat earth as a notion, as a concept, as a reality has been represented well by Witsit. And we, as a small minority, do represent what the world actually is and how it's measured and so on and so forth. Yeah? But the majority of flat earthers retain their belief in flat earth and will have lapped up, well, I say that, my audience certainly hasn't, but outside of my audience that are telling me it via comments, I have to put that caveat in, I would expect to have lapped this up like Witsit did a really good job with some long words and some convoluted bullshit that they could buy into, or seemed complicated and made the flat earther seem smart. There's a fair few things in there that I expect your uninitiated flat earther would have quite liked about this. Reading from, looking in from outside. Go ahead.
That's the concerning point, Nathan, for me. So, yes, there might have been these people on the fence. Well, actually, that guy made some good points. Let me look into what he's got to say further. And off he goes. Next thing you know, he's spiraling upwards in a toroidal field. and he's
Right.
lost.
The same thing that we've said about Globebusters for years. What can you take away from this debate and then use to speak to your loved ones, your close ones, or just somebody that you're having a casual discussion about the nature of Earth? What can you take from this debate and
Nothing.
apply to that conversation?
Nothing.
So far, anyway.
That's my whole shtick at the moment, isn't it, Eli? And thank you for the segue. Right? You want to open with Earth's measured flat. You want to let them know, slap them in the face with it. If you want to be that guy that's into the flat smacking element from 5 years ago, this is your flat smack that's justified, because you're not antagonistic, you're not offering belief, you're not offering speculation, you're just laying it out like it is, so that next man can go, oh right, the way the ground is measured for the angle to Polaris proves that we are measuring the ground as a flat plane to reference, to measure, to navigate. That's the ground. Once they understand that, they've got something that potentially, if someone was like, well, okay, I don't want to debate it with you, but I really would like to know why you're justifying this position now, I'm forcing you to tell me. And they go, well, because it's measured that way with Polaris. And then they give a vague explanation. That's something like Eli's suggesting that you could pass on to your loved ones, even if you came to one of our shows as an outsider, as a newbie. I would personally hope, as a standard that I lay down to others when I'm out preaching this stuff, that when they come to flat Earth debate, or ballbusters in this case, within a very short period of time, they're understanding implicitly that Earth is measured flat. And once they've got that, that's worthy of a conversion, of a revelation, of a talking point, although it's been lowered to that by Eli, -5 points. I'm only kidding. This is an excellent point, Eli. What can they take away from this? Nothing, to answer your question directly, Eli. Nothing at all.
Well, to me, it sounds to me like it's the same as always happens with any of the Globebusters. They show that they have an intellect in some form or fashion. Then they go on to a debate and they make sure to come out with a draw. That seems to me all they ever do. They're a constant disappointment. From day one, they seem to constantly disappoint. And they're worse now since Bob is gone. When Bob is around, their standard was higher. That's a fact. Now they're worse.
My turn yet?
Yeah, go. I was just about to say, let's hear from some other panel members. Go ahead, Neil.
I was just going to say, Nathan, you've been saying it for Witsit is not putting his own agenda, and that's ether. You've been saying it for months now. We all been.
Well, you know what, Elberico, if you're still there, because you hang out at Earth Awakenings more than I do. What I'm only asking you because we came into Earth Awakenings basically saying that the position in 2024 should be measurements of flat Earth on the front foot. Now, how do you feel about that conversation and this conversation, and just overall, what's the feeling?
That conversation meaning what
When we
just said
said no, you should lead with flat Earth, and we had this whole blow up there where it was like, no, we would rather have an amicable discussion where blah 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 blah. What do you think about this conversation today, as a flat earther who's been debating all these years with us? How do you feel he did so far?
Oh, the Witsit thing, dude. I watched the whole thing. I totally disappointed. And when it actually got to the point, I'm not gonna do any spoilers. It's pretty funny what happens. But yeah, it's completely disappointing. I mean, I definitely agree with y'all.
Well,
and
with that in
everyone.
mind, I think what Eli's trying to suggest to you is, given that we've approached the server that Witsit's part of, in this case Earth Awakenings, and you are also, we've tried to convert that server specifically to the point now where I'm kind of giving up on them, to the notion of start with Earth being flat as your opener, rather than how Earth isn't a globe. You know, well, like Witsit did at one stage when he's like, well, if Earth's a sphere and the sun's 93 million miles away and blah, 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 blah. That's very much back foot debating against their positive assertion that you're rebutting. And what we've tried to convey to Earth Awakening specifically is open up with Earth's measured flat, this is how, so that you really capture their attention and you're moving forward on the front foot. And all we've got is people bracing against that in that particular server. That's why you're being dragged into this by Eli, I think.
Yeah. Can I say something? You know the way you say Earth's measure flat, right?
Brian, this wasn't the right time.
All right, okay.
I just, because Nathan's right. I kind of wanted to, seeing is that there seems to be opposition in some spaces about our position and how we should move forward. I just, based on what Nathan reiterated, that what does El Boricua feel about that?
Man, what do I feel? I mean, I think feeling has nothing to do with anything, but everybody's feelings be damned. I do believe that the conversation should start with there is measure flat, and this is the reason why. And navigation is one of them, and that's the case. And then what they do in Earth Awakening, it's they want to have the conversation with the other people, right? They want to have the debate, get into their area, and kind of destroy what they believe, even though the conversation is over, right? Because Earth is measured flat, no matter in what way. That's the way we use it. That's the.
Well, this
it's like a retro. It's like a retro
Yeah.
server where you speak amongst each other for nostalgia purposes. Like and I'm not just saying that about Earth Awakening's the place. Like I say that to anybody I feel is stuck back in that space where it's not obviously flat, measured flat, observably flat, used as flat. It there's nothing. We want to move forward from there. It's like we don't have to stay in 2015. That makes no sense.
Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to say a minute ago, and it's part of what you're talking about. When Nathan states Earth is measured flat, that's going to be hard for a lot of people to just start doing or take on board, because the statement itself, as we've gone through, Nathan, it doesn't make 100% sense if you go through it. It will do with caveats. It's true with caveats, right, in certain circumstances. But I think a better question is, right, for places like Earth Awakenings is Earth measurements. How is it measured? And point out all the ways when the ballers are trying to show you globe measurements, which they won't be able to do. You can point out all the ways how it's all horizontal plane measurements, whether it be two-dimensional with aerospace and celestial navigation or three-dimensional with surveying. It's all with the use of a horizontal plane in all three circumstances,
And
which
just
is
for-
the three ways the Earth is measured.
Just for clarity,
Brian,
so Brian's
well,
objection. Just one second. The audience's benefit, right? The word flat is a descriptive term, and when Brian correctly caveats it by saying, "What are we measuring?" Well, we're measuring Earth. We're dealing with how we actually measure and map the ground. What is that in terms of its reference? Well, it's horizontal. It is a horizontal plane of reference. That'd be to say that we reference it, measure it, utilize it for this measurement of an angle, the ground, the flat ground. Now, when you caveat it in those terms, it all makes sense. When I shorten it over simplistically to Earth is measured flat, there's a slight cringe from Brian because I'm saying we measure a description in the most literal, shortened, slightly incorrect way. Now, it doesn't mean to say that it isn't, strictly speaking, accurate. Furthermore, if you listen back to some of the older debates, you'll hear our opponents saying it as shocking as this may sound. For example, well, yeah, we measure it flat, but that's just because it's so big. In other words, the grammar in its inaccuracy is also used by our opponents when they justify why they measure it flat. I'm deliberately using it out of context. They measure it flat to claim that it's a sphere. Now, they have no issue with this grammar when they will declare that they are also measuring it as a horizontal plane of reference in order to then claim it's a sphere, ergo measuring it flat to claim it's a ball. as the whole point of this show. We've been trying to drill into Witsit, which he isn't doing. But there is still a grammatical inconsistency to it, which Brian's perfectly within his rights to highlight. It's correct. And that's what we're all about here, right? We're about the pedantic nature of it. My weak, and it is weak, justification for, well, it's easy to say, it's easy to remember, it's impactful, it's got a whole load of social benefits in terms of how I can phrase it with impact rather than with caveat when I just say Earth is measured flat. And it is correct. I don't care if you want to compare it to a synonym, if you say horizontal plane versus flat. These two things are synonymous, and I don't care if there's a minor, and it is minor, grammatical inconsistency with that phraseology. I'll still be using it, and further to that, I'm sure Brian will just nod along while I'm saying all this, because I'm giving all the caveats. And it also highlights to the audience that this is not being done without a lot of consideration. I think this is now the 17th time this has come up in discussion, and it will continue to, because people can be pedantic about these things with us. And we're like, we'll brush it off. Yeah, it doesn't change the fact it's measured flat. It is.
Well, no. The statement that's measured flat is a true statement with caveats, right? Because when you're speaking about something being a two-dimensional horizontal measurement, then that's also a flat measurement. You can describe that as a flat measurement because horizontal and flat are synonyms of each other, right? Or flat is a synonym of horizontal, say, right? So no bothers there. The pushback we're getting is from flat earthers, not from globers. They don't care how we describe it. It's the flat earthers that care how we describe it. And people who are not globers, but also not flat earthers, well, they are flat earthers, let's just say, like Detroit thinking people, right? But what I was not trying to focus on was not so much that, but focusing on or moving forward being how is Earth measured, right? And then when people go through how it's measured, we can point out all the ways that it's not measured to be a globe, how it's measured to either be a flat horizontal plane or to be using that in all parts of the world. As opposed to, because my point being is when you say, Nathan, it's measured flat, that's actually intimidating for people to actually come straight out and say. You can come out and say it, but a lot of people won't just come out and say that. Whereas most people will go with how is Earth measured? That's the question. And then when they go through the process with the ballers, it shows that it's not measured to be a ball. It's measured to either be a flat plane or to be using a flat plane. I just think that if you want to get this across, it might. Just let me finish. If you want to get that across, it might work better that way. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, I'll take that on board. Adam, go ahead, and then I'll reiterate. I'll agree with you after I'll agree with you after Adam's gone. Go ahead, Adam.
Not the point I heard Eli making. I don't think Nathan's had a problem going to that server, presenting that argument. It's the issue and the frustration I've heard is that through amicability we can reach a conclusion. That's the frustration in that server. You can't present that argument as eloquent as you guys will put it. We can never get to that point because when people obfuscate and distract, that point is never allowed to be made. And when we object to that, we're then put down in terms of our table manners, and that then obfuscates from us ever being able to make that point that you two guys have just made. That's the problem with certain servers.
That's why. Hold on, Brian. That's why Eli's. Hold on. That's why Eli's just subtly dropped it in with Albariqua, right? He knows he frequents that server. He's just planting the seed. Eli's done it subtly. He seeked the affirmation from a panel member from that server outside of their group. He's achieved it. I don't know if we got a response in terms of if Albariqua feels it's a better method to move on the front foot forward with Earth's measurements as a horizontal plane of reference, aka Earth being measured flat.
I mean, I think the issue. I mean, besides the point, it's not the issue of the of what's being said. It's the when I go into your house, I got certain rules to follow, and you wouldn't want me to put my feet on your couch if your thing is not putting my feet in your couch, and it's the decor, right? So I mean, everybody's house is different, and just that's the thing that needs to be said. That it's you've gone into their house, and even though I am a member there, they have general rules. I mean, I don't know if you read them, but
But Finn, but dude, this is my point, right? If just because in your house it's a general rule, you can piss in anybody's face anytime you want. You understand how offensive that is to somebody that comes from a different house. The way you're behaving, even though it's very politely moderated, is so intellectually offensive. Even not using swear words is so intellectually offensive that we have a problem with it.
I mean, this doesn't mean that's the plus. Regardless of, it's still somebody else's house, right?
Yeah.
If they tell you, don't interrupt people because this is the way the server runs, you let them speak out, and then you rebuttal whatever's going on. Then that's what you have to do.
That's my
No, they
point,
don't, because I
Fred.
mean that's the thing. We stop that if that's going on.
No.
They do it in a different
Do
way,
you
Rob.
understand?
Neil, you're not helping.
I mean, moderators will definitely speak up when to either stop what's going on, try to get control for it could be less out of your chaos.
But Fred, can I make an analogy then? When Nathan raises his voice, yeah, or says something like "you lying scumbag," and that server's rules means that behavior is so wholly inappropriate that we have to stop everything. And lots of mods come in and show their moral objection to that behavior. Do you understand that when these guys hiss in our faces, yeah, ignoring the point we've just addressed and rinsing and repeating, we find that more objectionable from an intellectual point of view, which is why we're there not to try and discern table manners. We're there to discern intellectual points, and that is more objectionable intellectually than somebody using the F word to me. Does that make sense?
I understand the feelings, but that's not part of the rules. You understand?
No.
You understand
So
that?
it's a gay bar then? Is that what you're saying? It's a
No,
gay bar.
It's
And they're the rules
house
for the gay bar.
rules.
This is
It's
the Blue
house
Oyster,
rules.
and
I mean,
these are
do you
rules.
understand the difference between
Yeah, I know.
rules?
I've got to wear leather chaps and take it. For a bit
So
before I can get it
that's
back.
the way
You're
y'all decided
speaking
y'all want to
past
see
each
it.
other.
Of the
You're
gay
speaking
bar.
past each other. Can I get
So
it? You're speaking past each other.
Everyone stop. Can you all hear
hold on,
Adam and Alberica talking to each other? Can you just let them be?
Yeah, but they're talking past each other though.
No, we're not.
You're
We're
not.
having a decent conversation. We just raised a salient point that we just agreed on. Fundamentally, it's the Blue Oyster. Yeah. Yes,
tell
I
them
do
whatever
have
you
to
want,
wear
that's
a pair of
fine.
leather. No, you've just said to me the rules. I've got to wear a pair of leather chaps. Take it 15 minutes because they're the rules, or 5 minutes, or whatever the allotted time is, and then afterwards I can then turn him around. No rebuttal is required. I can't say, oh, actually, need a bit of lube there, dude. Yeah? I'm not allowed to say that. They're the rules. I've just got to take it because that's the rules. There's no intellectual point of interjection.
Calling somebody a bastard, a dumbass, and a scumbag that's intellectual.
I've nearly done. There's no intellectual point of interjection. You've just got to allow somebody to go for their allotted time. That seems to be the rules, and that's fundamentally the point of frustration.
Right.
Well,
When Jeremy
that's
comes
on
in
you,
and says,
though.
"What is
I
this?
mean,
Neil.
okay, sure.
Come on,
go
you
ahead.
get a freaking word.
No, Neil, we're having a conversation.
Neil, you're not.
just
I've
for
just
2
tried to
minutes.
clear the airwaves for them too. Alberica's now about to respond. You've taken it as your opportunity. Just let him.
When you
I
say,
kind of lost my train of thought. What I was going with.
I'm saying, do you understand that the rules, as you portray them, that we should just have to let people straw man, lie, continue past the point that's already been addressed, that is actually intellectually more insulting than somebody using an F word, the odd ad hom out of frustration here and there. Yeah, and the purpose of us gathering to have these conversations is for intellectual progression, not to improve how we converse in a group. If that was the function of the group, then holding us to the manners that seem to be the point of interjection of the moderators there, as opposed to any intellectual or point, then that would be brilliant. Then we should call it Table Manners Forum, not Flat Earth, where we're trying to get to a point when people make incorrect statements or falsehoods, they should be held to that point and that standard, not allowed to proceed for an allotted time. That's the frustration. Does that make sense, dude?
I mean, and you can, but let them finish and then actually say, well, that's a straw man because this, and that. But you let him finish and not interrupted the person and say, blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's the thing, though. I mean, those are the rules. I mean, that is not a debate server. It's a open forum where you can have a conversation. That's the difference. I think
Okay,
that they're misunderstood.
Let me
your
respond, Adam,
sister,
please.
yeah. No,
You
let
already
me
made a
finish. Your
point. Now you're about to
car,
make
your
another
car,
one
Eli,
to try to
Eli, bloody
demonstrate it
hellfire.
better.
Eli and Neil, can you just keep your trap shut while they have a conversation?
What they just said? All right, whatever.
Okay, what I'd
Hold on,
like to
Neil
say
has
now.
Adam Namika has to say something about my sister. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I'm trying to draw here is if I was to just spuriously say a load of offensive things, your sister, your mom, yeah, your car's shit, this, that, there, and then finish up with a separate point, which point of the highly objectionable things should I be allowed to object to, considering that a lot of them will be disconnected? This is the other thing that happens if you just allot somebody a set amount of time to just ramble with him. They make no point, they think there is, yeah, and you end up having to deal with the end point as opposed to the 15 objectionable points in the middle, and often that precludes any coherent conversation going forwards.
That's what you have to understand, where to be like, okay, you did not address anything I said, and you have rambled on profusely for no reason. Then you go into, this is what I asked you, and why are you going somewhere else? I mean, and that would be more educational to the people that are actually listening, instead of just saying, stop, and that guy's still trying to ramble through you. Stop. But that guy's not going to pay attention, and it gets nowhere.
Okay, so I make a point to you. You rebut with something that I'd like to object to, but you've been allotted another 1.5 minutes. And you continue. Well, how can the debate actually function if the next minute you're talking has got nothing to do with the response to the point? How do I pull it back? This is what I hear in these places, because there's no ability to pull it back. People are just politely given an amiable, a good kind of wokey lefty amount of time to make a separate point which distracts. The conversation never proceeds because nobody is held to account. That's the trouble in the format. Do you recognize that? I'm not asking you to argue that it should be valid. Yeah, I'm asking you to recognize the point of frustration. Do you see that?
Definitely do, because
You
you
do,
used to
and
having that.
therefore, if the fact you
Okay,
see it
let me
and you
finish. Continue,
recognise
so you can
that
continue.
it's not conducive to a focused debate.
Right, because again, you're not going into a debate server. Is what I'm trying to
No,
point
but
out.
if I'd have let you
Again,
interject,
you're not
no,
listening to what I'm saying.
Hold on,
no,
Adam.
because I'm
You're
going
not.
to
Then what did
hold
I
Hold on,
say?
you
What did I
to
say,
account
Adam.
because
Meekin? What did I
Adam,
because
say?
my
stop.
point.
Adam,
No,
please
this
let
is a
him
great
respond.
example.
Adam, just let him
No,
respond.
it's a great example. This.
I mean, he doesn't.
Point. I
You're,
don't
again,
want
you
to
want to,
go.
when you make your point, you
I,
want to
my,
understand that I just
yeah.
told you that it's not a debate forum. That location there is not a
Hold
debate
on.
forum. It is an open conversation location where you can actually have a conversation of whatever the hell you
And
want. It's Earth
I
Awakening,
concede.
not Flat Earth debate
Then I
location.
concede. Then I can only concede because you've turned it into that it's not a place to debate things, just a coffee shop.
It definitely is, and I 100% agree.
Okay.
This is the place. It is Earth Awakening.
There we
It's
go.
not 24/7 Flat Earth. It is in the Flat Earth debate. It is definitely Earth Awakening, and that's something that I had to learn. Okay, that's
That's then therefore the disconnect and the point where Nathan's correct. There's no point in going back there because we're not interested in going to a coffee shop and politely agreeing to disagree.
Nobody going to be woke up that way.
I'm done, guys, because I think that discussion reached its conclusion. Yeah, it's a coffee shop. It's not a place to debate anybody with. Got to let people talk, and then you say whatever you want, and it doesn't really matter what you say afterwards because they'll just say whatever they want. No real conversation, just about fluffing your own ego, by the sounds of it.
Yeah, Earth Awakenings.
Okay,
Get your
so
airtime. Get your airtime.
initially this conversation was started by me, right? And so what I would have responded to Elvid Equal with would have been, well, actually, because Nathan listens to his audience and people that actually critique how he responds, especially moving into different areas with his show, he's gone in there consecutively and tried to get out one point that can't get out because people are talking. And then when the panel gets pissed, that's when the moderation kicks in. And that's what you're talking about. So, yeah, we get that there's rules that you shouldn't just say, hey, asshole, stop being an asshole. But it being a coffee shop is like not really an answer to, you have someone coming in to have a conversation and then they're just interrupted by all the other patrons and no one says anything until the guy says, hey, asshole, shut up.
And with that,
How are you for time, QE?
I'm
on the way,
good.
Nathan. I was gonna set up a stage,
No,
stage where you can have
hold on a second,
just 1 second,
Alberico.
QE. Just let him
If
get.
we want to continue, hold on. If we want to continue, I don't have a problem with it. I'm gonna need 10 minutes to go get something to eat. Bring it back here.
Fine, I'll keep the conversation going for at least 10 minutes. Go ahead, El Baruch.
Okay, appreciate it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm setting up the stage where you can select who gets muted and unmuted, and having a conversation, where is the stage where you have more of a flow of how things run. Only other thing is that you can't berate people, like the rules. You can't call
No, I
them an
get that.
asshole.
No, I do
But,
understand that there is an element of truth in terms of the objections that I've got from Earth Awakenings because of my very nature. So I'm not going to say, yeah, ignore all of their objections because, yeah, a lot of them are true. I'll get wound up by my opponent interrupting, and it's just been detailed quite well by Eli in terms of what occurs there. However, there's some hostility towards me, and all of those aside points can be left on one side. Furthermore, I don't need to have any further control of Earth Awakening server, and I think that's probably the underlying issue, that there's a pissing competition between me and the mods, because obviously when I'm running my show, which is what I'm doing it for as an overall thing to make a living, there's going to be a certain aspect of control that I have to retain when I'm in there, and they don't like that. It's like their ground, they've marked their territory. Who are you to come along and start taking charge? So it's like, okay,
right.
I need to get past that, especially when I'm breaking the rules, and I totally understand that I do. Yeah, and even if we want to demean them and call it a coffee shop, there are still rules that must be abided by, or whatever you say it. I don't care about any of it. I just want one message, that was how Eli opened, to be conveyed in these servers. Once that's been conveyed, I'll be gone. There'll be no need for me to come back. So all of this is like some people could look at it and go, why are you being so self-deprecating? You're tolerating all this crap. They're not listening to you. They're talking over you and then telling you off when you get annoyed with them. Why are you putting up with it? I just want one message to get across. We need to start moving forward on the front foot, asserting our claim in a positive manner first. Yeah? Let's start bloodying some noses. We know it's flat now. That's it. That's my only message. Now, if you don't like the phraseology of Earth being measured flat, then you can have a listen to plenty of discussions about the phraseology. It's sound. Why is it sound? Because we do measure Earth, and it is flat. So there's no ambiguity in terms of what we can use to prove it. All I'm trying to get our brethren in flat Earth to understand is we need to start being assertive about this. We need to start positively pushing the fact we know it is flat. Get rid of the crap about belief. Get rid of the crap about undoing heliocentric beliefs. A soft landing for those of you who are going to have a paradigm change. Just state what you know as fact, how Earth is measured, and that this is not a belief. It's a fact first. Once I've got a few people in there, and it's happened in Politics Server almost immediately, I got there the other day and they're all joking and laughing about how the angle measurements can't come from a globe and how idiotic it is to assert that they can. Now, by them having that conversation, I fundamentally understand already that I don't need to go back to Politics Server. It's only because I enjoy going there that I'm going to continue. The real effort should be put into Earth Awakenings, because I want that, if you want to call it a coffee shop, I want the coffee shop vibe to be like the vibe at the beginning of the show that we had with Politics Server most recently on Friday, yesterday, where the coffee shop vibe is, yeah, we all know Earth's measured flat around here. And when they try and measure a globe, they're measuring it flat, ha ha ha. When I start hearing that sort of vibe in Earth Awakenings, I'll be like, I don't need to come here anymore. I don't need to start slapping down my authority, mainly because I've got a show to run. And the mods can breathe easy that I'm not trying to take over their turf. I'm not. I really don't care. Other than the fact that we are namby-pamby flat earthers with beliefs currently as a whole. And you guys in Earth Awakenings have got a massive influence over this. There's people coming and going, to-ing and fro-ing all day long in that server. And if the people who do just cursorily come across as a cursory glance, maybe listening in one of the VCs, hear you talking about how it's measured flat, because it is, they'll be leaving going, oh, right, I didn't know that. Rather than, oh, yeah, orbits don't work because, or listening to some fundy chant his way through any flat earther that's trying to prove Earth's measured flat just by telling them it is, only to be ignored. Again, that aspect of it is almost an aside. I don't care how the servers run. As long as the vibe of what we're trying to put across in terms of how positive we can seem when we know what's what with Earth, why aren't we on the front foot already? And I know why. It's because people don't know it's measured flat yet. That's it. So I've got to start telling them.
You know that's the motivation, because that's been the motivation from the very beginning. The reason that 24/7 before politics mirrored a lot of what Nathan's show gave is because really you just gave information that was useful. So it was a very easy source to go to where you could utilize a plethora of information. Now what we begin to see is that some people break away for some reason, and they claim it's because of attitudes or feelings about people. If that were true, they would still be on the same page with the truth of all of this. They just wouldn't be cool with us, right? But what you see happens is, like, with some people, like I don't even want to call names with the other people in the community, but specifically Witsit, um we used to be airtight, right? In terms of him coming to 24/7, us going to gyms, arguing the same points. If he were to go on Alex Jones one day from one of those days, obviously it would have been a very different conversation. But it's like people move away from our forum and the information that we share to go do other stuff. And when we see them months later, years later, on someone else's platform, and they claim to be representing the strongest flat earth arguments, and they're actually not, you can only wonder, well, did you move away from me because you felt away, or because you didn't like the information that I was sharing, which happened to be true? What
The
agenda do you
devastating
have if
information.
it's not the agenda of sharing the truth?
Go on, Neil.
So they didn't like the devastating information. And the difference is, these were still debunking a globe back then.
It could be a mix
Correct?
of both. I think it's a mix of both. The information is us because we are hyper-specific in terms of what we cover. Yeah, I titled the show Flat Earth Debate. We've got ballbusters between QE, myself, and every single person here who's apathetic to Flat Earth Debate and ballbusters. We're all singing from the same hymn sheet, specifically about the subject of Earth being flat. We very rarely deviate from that. On a live show, I'm really fastidious about making sure we're on that specific topic the whole time. Well, as you say, other people like Witsit, as you've used him in this example, will go, well, yeah, okay, I now believe Earth's flat, but there's this other aspect of it that I find quite interesting, and I'm going to deviate into that. And it's like, okay, well, at this point, you haven't got to the stage where you could actually argue it within the bracket of being a flat earther. You've got your own agenda to fulfill. Whereas we, and we're in the minority, as I said already, aren't doing that. We are only focused on the nature of Earth and proving, because that's the subcategory that we're under, that it's flat. That's all we do all day long, every day. And the second you deviate from that, it might be because you don't like us in that very hyper-specific subject category that we stay within the confines of, or it might just be that you don't like our personality when we cover that hyper-specific subject matter of flat Earth. Well, either way, one is a deviation from the subject, one is a deviation from us, and that's all we cover. Who cares which one it is? They're deviating from proving Earth's flat. And when they're stuck in some forum like this on, I've forgotten the name of it now. What's the name of it? InfoWars. And you're there as a flat earther. We, considering we're one of the few that actually only cover that subject hyper-specifically, would expect the standards to be a lot higher, and they're not. And it's all deviating into his branch-off subject of ether and geocentrism, because it's going to link into ether, and that's what you're getting as a standard of a flat earther, and I can see how disappointing that would be. You know, and how people would be saying, oh, I wish it was Nathan there. And when they say that, I just hear, I wish it was the Flat Earth Debate subject points and debating points that were put forward in the best possible way. Not necessarily that it was me as the individual doing it. Wouldn't matter if it was QE, Brian, refracted curvature because he's my favourite. You know, it wouldn't matter. We'd all do the same job because of the forum that's been formed, admittedly in my name on that channel, or in this channel on Ballbusters when it's QE doing it. We all do the same thing, which is focus on one subject. Not our beliefs about what the sky might be or how free energy will be developed from the ether sensation. You know, those are all folly and side non-provable subjects that aren't in this realm of flat Earth and provable easily. That's all we should be providing to the audience first. For the cursory glance guy that's only interested in the first 10 minutes after the intro, before the first commercial break, when he hears, you know, well, that was a fascinating introduction about what you want to set the stage as for a globe belief to be peddled without any globe proof being evidence to me. Meanwhile, all of your claims that you will make here today will be based on measurements of a flat Earth with Polaris and the baseline used with the GP of Polaris. All measurements that you will claim will come from my provable flat plane that we live on. End statement. You think the audience are going to go, whoa, I could have done with a much more soft landing about how we could be measuring the Earth, Brian? Nah, man. Just give them it both barrels right in the face, right on the first foot that you take forward. Earth's measured flat.
I'm not saying, no, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying dance around the topic. I'm saying for some people on the flat Earth side, not the globe side, not people listening like who'll be listening to that show, people on the flat Earth side, to bring them into it by starting them with how is Earth measured? And that then gives them the confidence, because when they look at it, they go, yeah, it's always measured this way. This is the way it's always measured.
Oh, from a training point of view. I see what you mean.
Yeah,
You're saying when I'm in Earth Awakenings.
Oh, no, in that scenario, hit him. Get out the big guns, blast them out of it. Do you know what I mean? In that scenario. Don't mess around in that scenario. Don't leave them an inch.
No, I see.
But the flat earthers.
I got you. You're saying the soft landing I'm implying only when you described it was applicable to the Earth Awakening server or already in position as flat earther people that need to be punting this argument but are perhaps a bit scared of it because it seems a bit much off the cuff if you don't fully understand it. You're like, whoa, that's a big declaration to make. Whereas if you suggest to them, in Earth Awakenings, for example, that, well, rather than just brashly and boldly declaring Earth is flat, why don't you challenge your opponent or bring up in discussion, over a coffee, how Earth is measured? And if it's the globe believer that's presenting their claims and they actually evidence them, it will be measured flat, and you'll see it unraveling before you. And that's a lot more tentative and softly than my move forward on the front foot and just declare it outright. Yeah, once you've built confidence and you know the argument is sound and that your opponent's claims will come from a flat Earth, and you see it happen a few times, you'll have the confidence to do as I'm suggesting and just say it right off the bat. Earth's measured flat, because you'll know it's the case. But if you're new to this argument and it seems brash, maybe you need a softer landing that Brian's describing. But that's only applicable to the subcategory of people we're trying to reach from within our own community, right, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that it's a big statement, and no one's going to state it if they don't actually, I had to say, use the term, but have belief in it. But because they think they need belief in it, all they need is a knowing. And once they go and see that knowing, they go, yeah, it is measured flat. And that'll be that. They can describe it their own way if they want to try and change it around and say it's a horizontal, whatever way they want to say it. But the point is they'll be moving forward with measurements, not with beliefs about this, that, or the other thing. That's my point. And they're the people you're trying to reach, not the ballers. The ballers don't care how we say it. They have to, you know what I mean? They just accept us saying it's measured flat. They don't care. They'll just argue with us whatever way they argue. But it's the people on our own side that have the problem with it.
Well, I do have to add, because I'm not a lousy teacher. I did share with, like, let's just give an example. Jeremy, I gave him Practical Navigator video series. I've given him, probably along with Earth Awakening Server, like all of the navigation material that I have, from links to screenshots, and he hasn't utilized any of it.
I think now's the point, Eli, to say, brother, don't blame yourself here.
I mean, I think the issue with what's going on is that they have a couple of globe earthers that say, well, they've done it, and they've actually showed some information that somebody guys, blah 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 blah. I mean, not say blah blah blah. I know Nathan doesn't like that. A few data
But they
points
haven't
that
done it. That's the point.
God, he's only had 4 words. Go ahead.
Forget a few data points, and from somebody I have no idea who his name is, but and suppose this is what's his name, Bacon, that said that and they've done it. But I mean, the other day he admitted to, yeah, they've done it. The elevation comes from a flat Earth, but then he goes back at his word and just starts dismissing everything he says. Because I know he admitted to you the other day, Nathan, that he said, yeah, well, it's done from a flat. It could be from a flat Earth, but they pretty much make it as a tangent, and that's where the disconnect comes from. And I mean, I understand. I understand the argument that comes from an elevation comes from a flat surface. You can't have it no other way.
That's not why it doesn't work. That's not why it doesn't work. This is the
do
point.
This, Brian, or shall I?
Yeah, I'll just go through it. That's not why it doesn't work. Why the tangent plane doesn't work is this: you must reference the Earth twice for every measurement, right? You first measure it, right, when you're measuring with the sextant, between the sea horizon, the visible sea horizon, and the celestial body. Then you must reference the measurement you made at port, which is the height of light correction. Now, what they must claim is that the height of light correction, if you're 35 feet above the water and you measure that at port before you leave, that your eye height is 35 feet above the water, then that means that the water that you see at the horizon is 35 feet below your eye line. That means if that water is 15, let's say it's 15, 20 miles away, it depends on what, we don't know what distance the horizon is. If that water is 15 miles away, that means there's a horizontal plane of water from underneath your boat to that point, right? That they're trying to do a dip correction to a tangent. That's what they must claim. But you're not. You're referencing the actual Earth, because that's what you're going to be using to create your level. So you're creating your level based off of that dip correction. That
I
is
don't
not
disagree with
a
that.
tangent. That can't be a tangent. That
I
can't be a
100%.
tangent. That has to be the 1 second. That has to be the surface of Earth, because that's the thing you're going to be using.
Right, and I don't disagree with that, of course, because I've actually watched a few of the videos and seen I forgot what was his name.
That's done it.
But I 100% agree, and one of the issues is that some of these guys, I mean, and it used to be back in the days, like we all have done this before, that when we started talking about, oh, we see too far, lasers measure yada yada yada, the distance. I mean, we've people have gone out there and done it, right? And this is what's happening now. None of us is going out there, but let's check this out. This is how we did it. This is the theory about it, and this is how the way it works. This is how it's done. But we haven't had any flat earthers gone out there and say, "Hey, look, I've done this location from here." Just having videos out there would be actually awesome for you can say, "We're doing it on a flat earth."
Sonny's done it. There's mad people who have said, "Hey, I've done it."
Yeah, there are plenty of people who
Do we
have
have
done it
videos
that are flat earthers, but that's not the point, right? So this is going to take a couple of minutes for me to join these two things together. So when I talk about the censorship of flat Earth, one of the reasons we haven't been eradicated and instead just shoved to the bottom of the lists with more favourable content put in place of our search results leading to us, why not just draw a line through us instead of under us? Right? Why not just get rid of us? Well, there's a reason. What are we discussing? We're discussing horizontal planes of reference with GPs on the end of them. Now, further to the fact that if you've got a tangent that they describe, you can't have a GP on the end of it because it's a ground position. They're tangents out in space, right? It's the McToon appeal that Jaron did the same as Earth Awakenings is now doing. Oh, well, McToon says I can do it on the end of a tangent. No, ground positions. So you can't fulfill what they are being told by Bacon, who also conceded ground positions and non-tangent plane-based measurements for the reference plane that Brian's just gone through, right? So in terms of the censorship, we aren't at the bottom of the list because the navigators themselves detail the same processes that we detail. So you mentioned the Practical Navigator. I thought that was actually Harold Jacobi's book that you were referring to, but you weren't. You were referring to the YouTube channel, who's dealing with navigation and how they talk about it being done. Yeah, they will also talk about how Earth is measured flat. Therefore, if you were to draw a line through flat earthers, you can't. It's the genesis of all of the globe measurements and the actual way we navigate. So you say it would be nice to see a flat earther doing it. You don't need to. Go and look up any navigation video. They'll tell you what we're telling you because that's how it's done. Earth is measured flat in that process. If you got rid of us, you'd get rid of them. And what's them in terms of navigation with the stars when they're dealing with sextants and maps? It's the basis of all maps and the globe. In other words, if you get rid of us as flat earthers, you get rid of the entire foundation for all mapping and the globe. You can't get rid of us. So how do I link this back to the point that's being addressed? When you've got navigators describing how you measure Earth flat, they are the ones you need to appeal to, not us going out to see too far when we assume there should be an Earth curve in the way of our view, and there isn't one, very 2015. And they're saying, or you're saying on their behalf, Alberiqua, that the people in that server have gone out and done practical things in terms of seeing too far. Now we're at the state, well, who's going out there and doing the navigation? Well, yeah, there are examples, but we don't need them. It's just the process, and it's very well documented. You can pick up any book on it, and it'll all say what we're saying. And that's why we're not disappearing off the face of YouTube. We can't be wiped out. We are the genesis of their measurement. That's why we still exist. Earth is being measured and dealt with flat by everyone always. So, why does it have to necessitate me, like whoever it was that was putting it to me? I forget what his name was now. But saying, well, have you done this? Have you done this? It's like, oh, I see why you're saying it now, thanks to Alberiqua. But it isn't necessary. It's a standard that's already been attained, achieved, and been used for thousands of years. We don't need to do any of this, personally.
Yeah, they've done it first. Yep, they've done it for us.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
But also, to add real quick, or maybe not real quick. I'll try to make it quick. That's exactly what I did. Tell the server. I was like, well, it's. I'm just trying to point out everything that I'm saying comes from the method of celestial navigation. And so when you get responses like, uh, well, how do triangles work? You can't triangulate the position of the sun. That was asked by Jeremy. And I'm like, well, that has nothing to do with celestial navigation. So when someone says, okay, well, let's take celestial navigation to prove that the earth isn't flat, guess what? That's not celestial navigation either. When you're taking
Eli.
elevation angle measurements from 3 different locations, plotting them onto a graph or in a computer, that's not celestial navigation. And every time I point that out, it's like not taken aboard.
With that on mind, then, Eli, what did the baller shout at the navigator? You GP too far.
You GP too far? What? I don't
Like
get
you
it.
see too far,
GP on the
just you
ball
GP too far.
with a right angle.
Yeah. They need
As
right
opposed to
angles
you
at the
see
end
too
of
far.
their line that they reference. The line that they reference they call a tangent, but then it's not referenceable and it's not the ground. And it hasn't got 90s at the end of it. It's all a complete fail. The only way that they actually get it to function, and again, we're suddenly having to launch into advanced heliocentrism for Earth Awakening so they understand how it doesn't work because they want to appeal to how it could or may work on a globe. When they actually make it work on a globe, they make it work at the equatorial globe, at the equatorial plane inside the globe, and they justify it by saying the surface measurements are taken from a tangent plane that isn't the surface, and then that is parallel with the equatorial plane inside the globe. And if it's an aeroplane that's doing it, they draw out multiple lines. This is where you get all your different horizons, your sensible horizon, etc., etc. Well, that would be parallel lines that run from the sky above the North Pole to a parallel line tangent to the sphere surface, and then another parallel line, the equatorial plane, where the angle will actually work from. So they have to go through this convoluted process of telling you that the light coming in from the stars all runs almost, oxymoronically, parallel. Stupid statement. But almost parallel light, drawn as parallel, is the justification for moving it from the plane that's in space with a sensible horizon, or plane that's tangential that hasn't got GPs, to the plane in the middle of hell, so that the angle can actually function on the flat plane for them as well as us. And they'll just take you through that process with you nodding along, going, all right, so we get a flat plane and measure the angle from a flat plane, and then we put that flat plane on another flat plane inside the sphere Earth. Okay, all good. That's legit.
Yeah. Let me. Sorry, Neil,
Sorry.
go on. You go.
I was
Yeah,
just gonna
Neil.
yeah, go ahead, Brian.
I can't hear you, Neil. You're coming in kind of broken up. What I was going to say is one of the things they do is they'll do to someone like Jeremy, the ballers, is they come at Jeremy with a load of nonsense, mathematics and nonsense, that they'll pull from things like the practical navigator and different things. And this will all be after the measurements. This will all be calculation and nonsense after the measurements. And what I found is that the majority of the ballers, the absolute majority of them, don't even understand that, which references their own globe. They don't even understand what's been going on in there. I've had to correct them time after time after time. The ones that do understand it try and manipulate it. Like Ruhif, he understands it, but he tries to manipulate it. One of the things they'll do is they will use a mathematical distance to the horizon. Right? Some of these, when they've tried to add in globe into celestial navigation, they start giving the horizon a mathematical distance from an eye height. Now, they'll use an equation of 0.97. And you'll see this thrown up in your face as flat earthers been told, this proves a globe, but this is globe mathematics. No, it's a mathematical distance to an horizon, as that's the distance they need it to be at to be able to use the dip correction of a flat plane and still try and mathematically convert it back to a globe. It's nothing to do with the globe. It's a horizontal distance to a mathematical horizon. That doesn't mean that the horizon is that far away. Because they'll try and tell you the horizon is X distance away because you're at that height. Nobody knows the distance to the horizon, especially at sea. I've been to sea, right? Not way out into the. I've been to sea enough where I couldn't see the land, and you have no idea how far away that horizon is, because it can get closer to you, further from you. It's a purely optical location. So you don't know how far away it is. They give it a mathematical distance, and that mathematical distance is over a horizontal plane, and they do this so they can then take those maths and put them back on the globe. Right? Now, it gets more mathematically complicated and geometrically complicated after that. But up to that point, they're still using a flat plane. And they're doing that so they can reference the flat plane of Earth's surface, so they can do the dip correction, get the measurement, right? Correct for the measurement, which is the dip, and they're going to do what they incorrectly call celestial refraction. And then once they have all that, then they're moving it to their equatorial plane at vernal equinox, because that's when they're actually doing it. They're doing the same thing in celestial navigation as they're doing in astronomy. They're doing it at vernal equinox, so they're removing the tilt, right? And they're extending the equatorial plane into their celestial plane at vernal equinox. And they're pre-assuming that the celestials are moving and they're stationary. So when they move it to the center of their globe, each time, they're pre-assuming that they're on a massive stationary plane with moving celestials above them, right? And then what they do is mathematically, orthographically, they're referencing the celestial dome model. And what they'll do is they'll draw a little globe, half circle, a little hemisphere over the person at that flat plane, taking an angle to the celestial dome. And where that meets on that globe will mathematically match the distance. And it doesn't actually mathematically perfectly match the distance, funnily enough, when you do it. But it's close enough for them. Remember, your maths need to be perfect, but their maths can always be just close enough. Because they want to talk about maths with you. They don't want to talk about measurement. They don't want to deal with the measurements, because the measurements involve the measuring of a flat plane. And that's the problem. So when Jeremy and people like that get lost, it's because he's gone past the point where he should be gone past. Who cares about all that other stuff? I don't care what the practical navigator says. When they're taking the measurements, they're taking them the same way as they always took them.
Right.
Off a flat plane, because that's the only way they can be done.
Right. That was where my frustration in Earth Awakenings came, because there was, I was phrasing it, whistling past the graveyard. So when we did have an opponent conceding, like Bacon, to utilising a flat plane, I would want to draw a line under it and go, this is it, that's it. We've measured Earth flat. That's our starting point. There's no continuation like before 2024, where now that they've got our flat Earth measurement, that they've got no justification in using, because they're measuring Earth flat, to then make their claims with their calculations and maths about how that flat Earth measurement works with tangential planes to a dingleberry Earth transposed into the equatorial plane at the vernal equinox. I have to keep dropping that in, Brian. I forget to mention that. Right? So that they can have it all actually function on that massive flat plane with a globe Earth wrapped around it like a protractor, and then an extended heaven-based view that's spherical around an antipodal version in the south and north. You know, that is what gives you your celestial sphere on a flat plane with a globe Earth protractor wrapped around that. A tiny little one that the distances are slightly off by when you transpose up a flat plane measurement of ground positions on the equatorial plane up to a curved surface at radial value 3959. Everything distorts just a little bit because you've suddenly got curved distances extending those values. Right, Brian? But it doesn't have to be perfect. So long as you start with the calculations, with the PYZ or PZX or whatever they call them measurements, the angles that come from hell out to the spherical triangle with the distances slightly extended and not quite working. Yeah, well, you've already measured a flat plane. They're so used to starting with our flat plane measurements and then describing how they calculate it into a spherical value and how it will all work perfectly, that nobody notices when we stop them in their tracks. Say, stop. You've used a flat Earth there. This is it. This is the end. So long as you, the globe earther, concedes, and they have on Earth Awakenings at least once, that, okay, I understand now, I've got to measure Earth flat to get to this point. What, the start? Yeah, that's it. That's the game over point, and everybody needs to start understanding that, so that they can then, in my grandiose ambition, start moving forward on the front foot and saying Earth's measured flat, because they've got their opponents to recognise it. But at the moment in Earth Awakenings, everyone whistles past the graveyard. You get them to admit it, and then it's back onto, well, how does that work with a flat Earth? You've just told me you concede that you're measuring Earth flat for this claim. No, let him have his point. He's now telling us asking you how it can work on a flat Earth, or whatever.
Because they're listening to Bacon and they're listening to Ballers. You know what he's doing, Brian? That guy Bacon is getting those 3 points and saying it's not matching up. Yeah, on his globe, it's not matching up.
But people, you know what people really have a problem with? They want to be able to appeal to people with this and them just accept it. So they need that. It's not that the argument is solid and there isn't, like, what can anybody from any university or anybody anywhere say to say that anything Nathan's just detailed is incorrect? Absolutely nothing. But what these anti flat earthers do is they'll come in and they'll say, well, that's incorrect. And then they'll ask a question that'll be completely non sequitur.
Yep.
Like,
yeah.
And when I try and stop
easiest
them,
way
Eli,
around it.
hold on, just let me respond to that, because that's absolutely bang on. And when I try and stop them, I'm told, no, in this coffee shop, we let them have 5 minutes. They've completely hand-waved your point. You've overcome their point that they put to you first, and they haven't acknowledged it. In fact, they've told you no, and are now on to a new question that you, must listen to for the next 5 minutes? And when I say stop, I want an acknowledgement rather than a hand wave. You're being rude.
And see, that's why I will make that stage next time you come in. And actually, I was supposed to have it on last time you came in, because then it won't be the live stream. It will be the debate show. Nathan, the name of your show, debate, third debate.
That's super kind, and it shows
in the
willing.
stage.
I'm really grateful to you, but it sort of it implies that you're offering me something that satisfies a motivation I don't have, which is to retain more control in the service. No, I don't want that. When I enter into debate in Earth Awakenings, it's only as a demonstration to the regulars like you that Earth's being measured flat, and I can make your opponent see that and concede that. But then when it's not acknowledged by the regulars in Earth Awakenings, even when it happens, the opponent whistles past it and nobody notices. It's like once that's been fulfilled, that doesn't necessarily mean I need to have more control in the server. And I think if I got that, even if you're hustling for it, and I'm grateful, don't get me wrong, I don't want this to come across the wrong way, it would just antagonize the server mods more. And I don't want, I almost want to say, no, don't do that, because I don't want to antagonize them.
It's not that, it's because the live stream is an open server. They're open for conversation.
Oh, I see.
And you want to run a debate, so you're able to say, no, let me stop you right there. This is the question, or you want to be able to point out the fallacy they're doing, and you're able to do that when you're running a show on the stage server.
I gotcha. So what you're saying is you can massage the rules in a slightly different direction if the room has a different label, and that would alleviate some of the issues we may have had up until now. That's interesting.
Correct,
I see
especially with the mods.
Gotcha.
Can I ask a question?
No, Brian, no. I think you've said enough.
Maybe
I think you've said enough, Brian. I think we've all had enough of you for today.
Perhaps in the after show. Go ahead and round it out, Nathan.
Oh, you've got time. Can't Brian just have his last point? I was being really rude, and he's probably only going to go for 20 seconds.
Brian's last point, and then round her out.
Yeah, this will be a good round out. Is latitude a coordinate on the tangible surface of Earth?
On the tangent of a surface of Earth?
Tangible.
Oh, yes, it is. On the tangible surface of the ground, yes.
Yeah, so whether it's flat or globe, latitude is coordinates on the tangible surface of Earth. right?
Yes.
With a marine sextant, north of the equator, if I take an angle between the visible sea horizon and Polaris, and I do my dip correction after I've taken my angle, and I do my incorrectly called celestial refraction correction, that's my two corrections, after my measurement, will I then have my correct latitude?
Yes.
Right. They're claiming that I'm getting my correct latitude off of a mirage of a horizon. That means there is no globe. It's that
Did he
simple.
do that on purpose, or is that why we're laughing?
Yeah, well, it's supposed to be funny because that's what they're claiming. Yeah.
That's what they got to claim now. It's ludicrous and absurd. But on that note, I am going to say first and
Can I
foremost,
get my latitude off of mirage?
no, you can't. I'm going to round out now. So, first and foremost, a huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of the Ballbusters live audience for smashing the super chat, liking, sharing, and all that good stuff. And of course, a massive thank you to the Ballbusters panel and live participants from the public for making today's live show possible. Our regards to Witsit and Infowars, if I could remember their name, for letting us respond to their video. Hopefully they'll be informed that we have been responding to their video with a little comment that Ballbusters sent me, or at Quantum Eraser YouTube channel sent me, with response to this video. So please let Infowars know if you are a member, and you can leave comments that we have responded to their video by letting them know at Quantum Eraser sent me. Also, a massive thank you to our illustrious host, Quantum Eraser, for making the show tick along as nicely as it has done. I've been Nathan Oakley, and we will see you all in the next Ballbusters. I like how Neil was like almost of the opinion that Brian was being serious with all of his jokey quips when he's obviously in a bit of a funny mood. And Brian's like, "What's wrong with Neil? What's wrong with Brian?" It's like, no, he's just trying to rub people up the wrong way for humorous effect.
Yeah, but it's a constant fight between me and you. Go on then.
It's amusing.
I was joking.
No, you weren't.
Yes, I was.
I don't believe you.
No, it would have come across that way. No, it would have come across that way. Because it is a constant fight between me and Nathan. Because Nathan subtly starts undermining. I'm going to use the word undercutting. Right? That's what he does. He breaks people down. He'll cut people off, and he'll finish shows just as you're saying something, stuff like that. Little undermining things. And the way he goes about it. And he does this because he's an alpha male. And I understand that, right? But I must also do something back, right? Because and I'll do it here because I can't get away with it on his show because he'll just shut me down or end the show or whatever. So I try and do it to him. That's what I try to do. So we're both at the same thing. We're both trying to undercut each other. But
That's pure projection.
It's not personal.
No, that's
personal.
number one. Brian's just admitted that he does that. Number one, that's Brian admitting that he does that, right? So it's pure projection. Number two, what I actually do when people start getting a bit fussy about something is do that very specific thing more just to antagonize them. Brian's perceived that as the projected, him doing what he's claiming I'm doing. I might do it to you because you were like, "Oh, you're cutting me off because it's right in an important part." So actually, no, I've just reached that point where I want to end the show and I've decided I'm going to be doing that, and it's nothing personal. But you decided it was because of the point that was so important that I needed to cut off. You took it too personally. So then a few times afterwards,
no,
I'd start a video or something in the middle of an important point just for humorous effect. That's different.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about when you do it for humour. I'm talking about when you do it because you're undermining people. Because that's what you do. And that's okay. I understand it, right? You're the boss of your show and you want to be the boss and you don't want anyone stepping on your toes. And that's good, right? But I'm going to do it back to you. That's what's going to happen. You're now denying that you're an alpha male. That's what's
I'm
going
a
on.
very, very delicate snowflake, I'll have you know.
What someone would say. Exactly what someone like that would say.
What? I hate those sorts of assertions. That's exactly what somebody who I've just claimed is psychopathic killer would say. So you are.
When you came in and said, "You run your show the way you run your show, Q," I was cracking up.
Yeah, so was I. I've got to be honest. The whole time I've been muted, chuckling away. It's been very funny.
Yeah, but I have to, because you don't realize it, Nathan, but you're actually causing QE to be self-conscious, and that's going to be difficult for him. Like he's running the show, so I'm saying, never mind him. You do your thing. Your own success. You don't need Nathan to be telling you how to do it.
You think I've got some motivation?
If you can get
No.
away with telling him how to do it and get him to do what you want him to do, you'll be quite happy.
No, he's telling us to keep everything as concise as possible, right? And as I listen to QE's show with shows that I'm not on, one of the things I noted was that he'll repeat what they've said and then not necessarily address the repetition of the words that have just said, or just give a like, what the hell? Or you know what I mean? That slows things down. So when he's telling us off, literally, keep it more he's cutting you off in the middle of your ramble because Adam's just gone and he wants to play again. You're like, well, it is made less concise by something you're doing also. And, that particular thing is just something I wanted to do to make it less slowed down or keep the pace better. But you read into that I've got this ulterior motive to undermine QE's confidence. Like, what?
It's not that.
That's exactly what someone like you would say.
Oh, bollocks. I love it. Whatever.
And they've called us all a bunch of retards, too, so.
That's pretty funny, Nathan.
Yo,
I've got no desire to undermine anybody ever.
You should make a shirt. I definitely buy a shirt with the graphic QE tards.
QE tards?
That's a good one.
QE. Listen out next week when Nathan starts reviewing stuff. If he starts pausing a video and just repeating the last few words.
Oh, here we go.
No, Brian's right.
Maybe I do. Maybe it's projection. Who knows?
Pause. Maybe he does.
FYI, I'm still recording, by the way, just in case you start blabbing on about something you perhaps shouldn't.
No swearing.
No swearing, indeedy. Good ball busters.
Yeah, it was good. Too long, though.
Yeah, it was.
Well, I didn't think it was too long. I thought it was epic. But what I was disappointed with is we didn't get to hear your opinion, Kiwi, of the whole thing at the end.
You know what?
Not too much to say. Like I already said, and there's nothing being dealt with here. It's all boils down to hit Witsit's religious preference and getting on with that. I mean, I don't think I really had to say anything. Anyone that could fog a mirror could see what was happening here. I kept on highlighting flat Earth debate, and there's nothing here about flat Earth. Period.
Yep.
Why don't we, when I say we, and whoever this idea sounds good to and are capable of doing, like there's something that, like, because people complain that, Witsit gets into these spaces or Dave gets into these spaces. Well, you got to understand, like, they're doing something from a salesman or business perspective that is different to what others may be doing. And I think that what would be good is if this show or Nathan or QE, joined other live streams, or when people have live podcasts, to have a discussion, not for them to debate and be, religious zealots, but someone who's actually going to let the points get out as clear and concisely as they get out when you're talking about it here. There's so many channels that are like 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, maybe even 50,000. We can target these first and just try to get an audience with them, and as reasonable as you can lay it across, somebody's got to go, wow, yeah, okay.
I mean, if I can simulcast with somebody like that, I'm more than happy to do it in the same way I'm jumping into people's servers, right? So for the sake of argument, one of the facilitators for being in other people's servers was Righteous Force, which is ironic because it's kind of his server that he's, giving the keys to someone else's server. It's like, here, take the car, go on to someone else's house from my hotel and keep paying me. That's kind of a bit weird, but righteous is good like that. And he'd provide me with links that just took me to the next server. Now, I had no idea to even do that. If it wasn't for those links, I wouldn't be doing these things. Well, if by the same token, you happen to know X person, and you're like, oh, by the way, would you like to do a little simulcast with Flat Earth Debate? It won't be you being grilled, it'll just be a chit-chat, although the name would suggest that we're going to grill you. It's Flat Earth Debate, right? But for the sake of argument, you buddied up with X person who's got 5,000, 10,000, 50,000 subs, and then I ended up simulcasting from their show, if you will, then I'm more than willing to do that. In the same way, from a hostile point of view, when I've gone on Charles' Flat Earth Debate show, yeah, doesn't mean I'm not recording and still going to, eventually publish that to my audience. But I'm still, strictly speaking, on his show with him running his, whatever it was, with the little penguin in the corner. Instead of my G+, he's got that. And he's got control of the mute button for his live audience, right? So that's how I'm more than happy to do things. The reason I'm laying it out in that way is because ultimately I've got a time slot and a life and a family and all the rest of the things. And the bit on YouTube, which this is part of, has to be geared towards earning me a living. Whereas if I just start bunny hopping around all of the channels, it is obviously to my detriment, and there aren't enough hours for me as a tiny little YouTuber. Now maybe those two things are kind of preventing the other from happening, if you know what I mean. But that is just the way of things. In other words, if I can wrangle to go on someone's show and still broadcast, then I'm more than willing to go wherever you suggest I should be going, if you think it's for the greater good and the message of Earth being measured flat being punted out to whoever. I'm a total whore in that regard. Just point me in the right direction and I'll go.
And there's a hunger for it. It'll be publicity for you, in your channel and your business. But furthermore, like, people are hungry for this. It's just that every time they, whoever is coming to give them this information, it's typically someone like that's not talking about flat Earth.
Start with
People are tired of that. But like when I was on Killer Priest podcast, the guy still, hits me up to this day, like, yo, we got to get on there, like, blah 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 blah, because there's something to what I'm saying that no one else is saying. There's a simplicity to, look, it's it's flat. Here's how.
I got to roll out, ladies and gentlemen.
See you later.
All right, I got to survive more severe weather. So it's been tornado alley. So hope to see you on Monday. If I don't, you know what happened. Later.
All right, get out of here.
Best of luck, Kiwi. Thanks for the show.
good night.
Hope all goes okay.
If I don't, you know what happened.
Yeah.
We'll say a prayer if we never hear from him again.
It's like you found this gold. You were using it to SC Montreal, the illustration. It's like you found this gold and nobody wants to come in and start digging where we are. It's weird.
It's a familiar analogy. It's almost like my analogy about, if you were adopted and you found these papers I think you'd find them behind the fridge.
I said you used it on SC Montreal, but it's so true. Nobody wants to come in this hole and where the gold is.
But again, man, somebody's got to take like some of these very strong elevation angle topics, conversations, and turn them into a really cool TikTok. Like, TikTok is probably, in my opinion, one of the easiest ways to get a viral reaction for your videos, man. Like, it's so easy to happen. And it's like, we just need expansion, and we need it watered down.
We got to get Adam to do some cartoons, some visuals, and Nathan coming in and say, "Did you know?" and break it down. It is actually not done on a globe. This is how it's done, and you can get it all in less than a minute.
Like, there's such a hunger for they will eat it up. Like the one thing that's missing from all of the flat Earth videos is the silver bullet, and you have it. We have it.
Yep. You could even say, forget about ether, that nonsense. Earth is measured flat in here now.
You'll get a lot of people upset because it's the land of the ether, unfortunately, and electromagnetism and vibes and all of just
Too bad.
bypass all of that.
Uproot them. It's time they wake up.
See, that's the thing. That's why we're arguing with people like Earth Awakenings, because you want to uproot them. It's like, no, bypass all of that. You plant seeds and you reap what you sow. You don't worry about anything else. That's how
Yeah,
you
but you
tend
got,
to the
okay.
weeds and all of the
I,
other things that will kill your garden, is by tending the garden first.
all right, so now you're going to take away what I was going to say by saying tending the garden. I was going to say you got people like Jeremy and others, as soon as you plant the seed, pecking it out, saying, well, a Glober told me, pulling the seed right out from everybody that heard that and was latching onto it. But
Yeah,
you said tend the
But you have
garden.
to know when you're wasting your time.
He doesn't matter. They don't matter. That's the thing. Like, if you have something that has real truth value, eh, eh, someone they, there's nothing that they can say. That's it.
Hey,
Honestly,
speaking of TikTok, I was encouraged about a year ago to open a TikTok account, and although it has no financial benefit to me, I periodically do upload my shorts videos to TikTok. And one of them, they typically get between 300 and, if I'm lucky, 1,000 views on TikTok, right? This video, immediately, as soon as I published it, had several thousand views, and it's up to about 4,000 or so now. But this is my most popular video, and I think you don't give them titles, you just put the first message on. So I put the first message on as Earth is measured flat. Do you want to hear it? Yes, Nathan, we all want to hear it. Good.
Yeah, it does. I know.
Right, so that's
But
useful.
That's what I've asked you.
That's useful.
I know that it's useful.
Stop.
I know.
Okay,
I don't know why.
Okay, so that proves Earth is measured flat, and that's how that system operates. Don't need interruption. I just need to reiterate my flat Earth proof, because I'm proving Earth's flat. That's useful. One step, angle to Polaris. What does it give you? Latitude on a flat plane. The angle can only come from a flat plane, and it's describing circles of equal elevation with respect to Polaris. Equal elevation, that's a flat Earth. That's a flat baseline. That's a flat Earth angle measurement of this star. You want to take us to La La Land so we can juxtapose our globe that doesn't really exist and only comes to fruition by measuring this exact same angle to Polaris. Doesn't work if we stand on the surface, even though when they describe it, they won't be describing it from the surface. They'll be describing parallel light rays that converge at the center of Earth.
Yeah.
There you go. That's currently my most popular TikTok video.
Nice.
How long is that one out?
Couple of weeks.
That's a good start. Good start. We
You know
need
what?
real cool. We need a really young hip person to jazz these videos and the audio up, man. Like, yeah.
That lad that was debating, he used to follow Witsit, but he's gone away from the ether stuff now. He's got a good calm debating way about him.
Talking
What's
about
his
that
name?
guy. Oh, what's his name? Caleb.
Caleb. Yeah, perfect for it. Caleb. Yeah, he's very good at that. Of what I heard of him, anyway.
Oh wow! I've got since that video came out. So like I say, I was averaging say 1,000 views, and then that video came out and got 4,000 views, and then the most recent one I put out has got almost 3,000 views, and the amount of subscribers has tripled. So I went from about 100 subscribers to now 300 subscribers, 330. That's cool. I just very rarely look at TikTok. That's all.
And again, I can help you with increasing your subscribers. But I think that that'll happen on its own because you actually have content. But the way that you actually get more subscribers is actually by interacting with them, and so that would bring more engagement to your content anyway. So for another day, I guess we can
I
discuss.
thought, okay, let's have a look at my interactions. I am following 0 people on TikTok. I have messaged 0 people on TikTok. I have responded to 0 messages on TikTok. So I don't know. Maybe there's something I could work on there.
Yeah, go in there and tell them if you want to hear more. I have a show called Flat Earth Debate, and lay it down. They'll come in.
Do I do it in that higher pitch?
Yeah.
I've got a show called Flat Earth Debate, and you can all come in. Is that how I do it, Neil?
Oh, absolutely. If that was listen, no. You don't understand what hard like YouTube or it. Listen, if you had an intro that sounded like that, hey, I got a flat earth debate show. Why don't you come in? And then it came in with some din, like some cool like poppy rock. Yo, bro.
Yeah, I get.
Oh, I
I
wish I was
understand.
the
You're
guy.
saying I need to appeal to the ADHD generation. Wow, that's difficult to say.
Yes.
I would use Neil's authentic Brooklyn accent, Italian Brooklyn accent, and I'd use that. And Neil telling people to get over to FED, and I'd have some music come in made by Eli. That's what I do. Get the freak over. Sorry.
Well, I'm sure you're all very successful on TikTok.
It's always the people that ain't got a channel and nothing. Well, Brian can talk. He's got a YouTube channel.
Yeah,
it's
the
like
point
anything,
is that
right?
I would use TikTok as an advertisement. Use
That's
it
all
as
I do.
advertisement.
That's what I
got
do.
almost
But you-
3,000
I do.
subs.
It's all of the
Sorry.
images are showing us on Flat Earth Debate. My information section's telling them what I do on YouTube. Yeah, I mean that's all I use it for, to drive people towards YouTube by having clips of the YouTube show. Obviously a live debate, and that's explained in TikTok. So that is all it's doing. But in terms of, it's just growing at the rate I would expect. And if I started a new YouTube channel, I'd expect it to grow about the rate that I'm watching my TikTok channel grow.
Mhm. Look, again, I have yeah, there's many ways that you can exponentially grow the channel. It could have been way more than 300 followers there, but you like dude, like the conversation about flat earth is happening on TikTok. Like that's where the conversation's not on YouTube. It's on TikTok. Let me not say it's not on YouTube. Obviously it is, but there's an energy for flat earth there that is not as controlled there as it is on YouTube.
I would even try, if you can do it now, a live stream to X. Like do a live stream and have flat earth debates to X as well, because I think you can do that now with X. You know, I would utilize X and TikTok because those people will all have a YouTube account. I have no doubt. Everyone's got a YouTube account, and they'll all find you on YouTube, especially if you can link the channel. I'd try a live stream. If you could do a live stream to TikTok, that'd be brilliant. I don't know if you can do that, but I heard they were bringing it in.
And even
That would be brilliant,
YouTube
because you
will
have a
do that.
whole new audience who don't know you.
But YouTube will do that, or TikTok will do that. Like, say I'm following somebody on TikTok, yeah, they'll be promoting that. Well, actually, I don't think you can. There's lines with promoting to other platforms, but the thing is, I can go on TikTok and I will get my favorite ASMR artist on there because I've watched it on YouTube.
You following me?
Say again?
You following me?
He said they're following him, Eli.
Oh, am I? No, not yet.
Outrageous.
ASMR.
Following ASMR crap and telling me what I need to do on TikTok. What an outrage.
Hold on, let me see if I can find you.
Mumble. You should be subscribed to me. Anyway.
Hey guys, do me a favor. Go to Nathan's
Oh,
TikTok
there you
channel.
go.
And leave a comment.
Again?
Subscribe and please leave a
Go on.
comment.
I don't know how to do that.
Following you now.
Can
Gotcha.
you stick... I've stuck it in Master B, right, that last video. Can you bung that in Discord?
I've got it in
I
Discord.
got you.
And
Thank
I
you,
just
Eli.
left a comment.
Someone's going to bung it in the link to the last video that I just played. Thanks. Right, I'm going to have to round out my show soon too. It's like 1:30 in the morning here.
Alrighty. Yeah, it is kind of late. Thank you for sticking around, man. Great show.
Yeah, it's good. Thank you.
I take all credit. It's all QE. Right, yeah. Thank you, gentlemen.
What a lovely day!